What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is in your time zone. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Amami Airport. We're about to jump right into it here. If I can get to it. The first bonus topic option has a video as a by Peter Thiel. Yeah, we are. Well, no, yeah, we got the Thiel money. The Thiel money came in, chat. We're gonna have to change everything up now that the Thiel money has finally come in. That's gonna change a lot. Yeah, there we go. There's the Thiel. We got the Peter Thiel corporate Palantir lobby, corporate lobby music here. No. Where am I at? I gotta get back on track somehow here. Hope you're having a good day. Whoever, whatever. Wait, no, we've jumped ahead again. It is Monday, January 12th, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my wheels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dictopia. Dictopia? No, chat, what do I have on my brain? Dystopia, sorry, wow. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my Dutch society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. There we go. Yeah, Peter Thiel's video essay is what I'm going to be. I mean, like, that's the future that we're looking at, though. Magenta, you know, you're simple misreading, right? Simple misreading, but you're not too far off of what the future is going to look like. And I've experienced this firsthand in Twitch, right? You've got like, you know, kind of like a group of people that, you know, I don't know. I've seen pay to play work in Twitch. Is basically what the Dictopia. Yeah. Oh my God. Corporate Dictopia. Like, look, Hassan's got Dick Suck Mountain. I've got Dictopia. Okay, I've got Dictopia on the brain apparently, chat. But yeah, no, like the idea of Peter Thiel paying me to react to his video essay, right? Sounds wacky, sounds wild, sounds ridiculous. But I've seen kind of similar stuff happen, right? I've seen streamers like hit with like gigantic, you know, amounts of gift subs to persuade them to do certain things, right? And it's not too far off, right? It's not too far off. Like if there was some, you know, tech bro that was like a hobbyist video essayist, right? You know, they wouldn't be paying me, right, to react to it. They would be paying somebody with more viewers, obviously. But yeah, that kind of thing, that kind of idea, it's not entirely outside of the realm of possibilities. I mean, it's not something that could not happen. Is what I'm trying to say. Relevant topic to breaking dicks. Third times is a charm. Wait, breaking dicks as in Breaking Bad, or breaking dicks as in breaking points? I think you mean breaking points, right? Who is at the inauguration again? XQC. Wait, actually, I don't know. Wait, were they? Some of those guys were, right, at the inauguration. I mean, I know who was there, but for sure it was all the tech bros, especially the ones that were supposedly like liberal all these years, right? These same tech bros that the Obama administration or the Biden administration had been courting were definitely there for the inauguration, or should we say coronation, of Donald Jameson Trump. Oh my God, chat. I'm trying to drink my orange juice here. I'm having trouble. Because I've got a bunch of ice, but it's all frozen together. Oh my God, ice. Ice. We're going to be talking about ice. We got to get into ice because there's always more ice. They sent more ice, chat. Did you know? Like that's what Kristi Noem thought. She was like, oh, maybe is the problem that we don't have enough ice out there? I'm sorry, when I heard you say fuck ice go home, did you mean send more ice? Wait, 3 times today the concept of breaking dicks has been relevant in my life? I'm taking it as a sign. Well, there's like the literal definition of breaking dicks, right? In that the you know, corpus spongiosum tissue can become injured when it's subjected to too much pressure and or torque, right? I mean, so like dicks actually can get broken, which is funny because, right, you know, the first thing we learn is no, there's not really a bone in it. There's not a bone in the body that slides down into the area in order to create the tent in the pants, right? That's not what, there's no bone involved, right? That's the first thing we learn about dicks. If we learn anything about dicks at all, it's that there is, it's a boner is not a literal type of name, right? But then we find out that maybe, you know, the dick can break. So I don't know, is there a bone or is there not a bone? If no bone, then how break? But yeah, there's the literal one. There's, it happened to AB? He broke his dick? Oh no. Why do we know this? Is it just like one of these stories that the crew feels obliged to bring up on the H3 show? Is that why we know? I love that for AB. Ouch. That sounds painful. Yeah, jelking bad. Also, whatever it is that he did to do that, probably not a healthy practice, if I'm guessing.
Vicliff super chatted $9.99. Personal beef, but R.D. Shankar was at the Trump inauguration before his terrible Devil May Cry anime where he bravely takes on the Bush administration.
You don't say. How did I not know that there was an anime adaptation? I feel like I should get updated on this stuff. Anyway, thank you for the super chat, Davi. And thank you also for reminding me that we gotta have goals. It's important to have goals, chat. Or else, just like in Persona 3, you get turned into some kind of crispy critter by the crystal skulls. What are we trying to do? The goal should be to put a butterfly in my hair. It will take 10 or 9 at this point of the super chats of the teal variety or higher. And we will give it 3 hours to happen. There you go. I was thinking, chat, because I don't have, I don't have to worry about Thai class today. I was thinking about making this a, like a subathon or something. I don't know. I feel like I should plan that sort of thing out a little bit more. One does not just, like, declare a subathon. But somebody was pointing it out to me that basically the subathon, it's kind of like the same thing as the bonus content, just in a different way. Like, instead of, and in fact, maybe even it's a more fair way than the bonus content, because this way you're directly, you're like extending the stream like every time. Like, right, the stream only gets, with bonus content, the stream only gets the stream only gets extended if we get to 100, right? Then otherwise it could be like 99 and it's like, all right, good night, everybody. It doesn't matter, right? So, but like with a subathon, it's like every single time that somebody does anything, even follows on Twitch, which costs you nothing, right? Following on Twitch, subbing on YouTube, following on Twitch, it costs you nothing. But it does make the stream last a little bit longer. So I don't know, maybe it's a better way to go. Maybe it's an easier way to go. Maybe there's less counting for me. I'm not sure. But either way, chat, we're looking at 9 more super chats of the teal variety to add that butterfly to my hair. I feel like I got better. Oh yeah, and I should also mention we started out at 5 tonight. Okay, that's not a mistake. All right, because I just got somebody signing up on Patreon just before the stream started. So Crystal Saphira, thank you for signing up and getting us started on the sub goal of tonight. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe like I'm wondering, chat. I mean, because like that way, look, like I'm of two minds, right? You know, one thing with the bonus content, like, you know, I can like sort of check in with people, like the bonus or the I guess the like cool part about the bonus goal is that, you know, you can pick the content too. That's the difference between a bonus goal and a subathon. I think subathon just makes it extends time every time somebody donates. TMI AB, Dennis Rodman broke his junk 3 times. How many times in North Korea though? That's what I want to know. Okay, I am getting too frustrated by this thing. I'm just gonna take the lid off of my orange juice here. I'm trying to drink a delicious, I'm trying to drink sparkling water with, like a little bit of orange in it. And I'm just having all kinds of trouble because the ice sticks together, right? This ice is like you can't count on ice to tell you when ice is doing something wrong. That would be silly. In ice's mind, any action taken against the enemy within, which they know to be, you know, pretty much everybody in this chat, any action taken against us is valid, is all right. Here we go. Let's try to drink this without spilling. There we go. Okay, no lid. Awesome. Oh my god, thirsty though. But okay, so here's what I'm wondering though. In my mind, like the way that Dennis Rodman would have broken his rod 3 times, right? It would have had to be like, that's gotta be like a woman on top kind of situation, right? Am I right about this, chat? Are there other ways that that thing can get broken? Because I would assume like any, whoa, Red Cyber Dragon, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Anyway, I'm in the midst of trying to interrogate a very delicate question, right? About the possible breakage of the banana or the eggplant, right? That can happen, can result from, I don't know what. That's what I'm trying to figure out, right? In my mind, it's got to be like a backwards cowgirl type of deal going on when that happens, right? I'm pretty sure. Slammed in the shower. It could get slammed in the shower. Wait, does that happen? Or in the door, in the car door? No, there's no way it gets slammed in the car door. Is there? Like, I mean, this has got to be during sex, right? I don't know, chat. I'm sure there's several pen kinks. Pen kinks? What's that? Oh, do I just not know this? Maybe I don't know this. Oh, pain kinks. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. I was like, is there stuff people are doing with a pen that I just don't know about? Okay, chat, I don't know about any of this stuff. All I know about is drink orange juice and lie, okay? Not even regular orange juice, but orange sparkling water. We're drinking orange sparkling water. Like, are there some people out there that just think it's like unbreakable or something just because they're like, they find out there's no bone in it and then they're just like, okay, it's invincible. It's like they start treating it like it's I don't know about pen kinks either. Yeah, I know that could, I mean, that could be a thing. It sounds like it would be a thing. There's a kink for everything else. Why not for pens and needles and sewing? Sewing kink, is that a thing? What if there was a knitting kink where you just like, the only way you could get in the mood is you had to knit, like while you were doing whatever, right? Would that be freaky for the partner, right? If your partner was just like, no, I'm just gonna be here knitting. You do your thing, baby. I just can't enjoy myself unless I'm knitting. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I don't know where I'm coming up with this tonight, chat. So yeah, we gotta check in with what's going on in Minnesota. Spoiler, nothing good. The TLDR is that Kristi Noem is sending in more ice and in an attempt to, I don't know, break the spirit of the Minnesotan people. And ice seems to be ramping up their terms of engagement. If you know what I mean, right? There's more encounters, there's more violent encounters, there's more video of ICE agents doing shit that seems to be illegal. But will knit me down, baby? My god, won't you? Oh my god. I'm just looking for wholesome kinks, Chad. The most wholesome kinks out there. Or even better, what if your kink was like making coffee? Like you had one of those fancy like coffee sets, like one of those really expensive espresso machines, and while you're having sex, you like to make coffee. Like you like to get the coffee ready so that after sex you have coffee. You know what I'm saying? Like that seems like a plus. For those who enjoy after sex coffee. knitting and sex have in common? Sore wrists and blisters? Yo. Looks matching should be considered a kink. It really should. Oh my god. Ah. Wait, you can initiate it with, yeah, you'd be like, it's time for the percolator. That would be your code word for like when you want sex, right? You'd say it's time for the percolator. Don't forget the cream. I don't know. I'm just imagining like a whole group of people who have this thing where they enjoy sex, but they only enjoy it when they're doing something that's like kind of like non-sexual along with it, right? Like, I mean, that does exist, right? There's gotta be people that are playing like, I don't know, Clash of Clans or something. Like while they're, can you imagine? Oh my God, chat. A video game like kink, right? Where you gotta, yeah. Your partner does like whatever to you while you're playing video games, and it adds to the challenge. You're like, I'm a really good Mario, like 360. What is it, Mario? Chat, not Mario 360. What is the one called where Mario is like, it's like an N64 game. He's like in a 3D environment. What's that called? Is it Super Mario 64? Like where, that's the one where it's in, you know, 3 dimensions. The Lusty Argonian Maid? That kind of sounds awesome though. Although I gotta admit, I first read it as the Lusty Agarthan Maid. But yeah, is this the one? Is this the one where Mario, it's like pixel, or not pixels, it's polygons, but it is in 3D and it's Mario, and it's like the first Mario in 3D. What's that called? It must be 64, right? Super Mario World, one of the two. I think the Super Mario World, isn't that the one that's still, it's like, that's the one with the dinosaur that can eat things. Yoshi. Okay, I am thinking, yeah. Okay, so here's the deal. You're a Mario 64 speedrunner, and your partner does stuff to you while you're doing your speedruns to make it extra challenging, so that you can be in a whole nother division of like, I was playing, like I set the speedrun record while I was in Amorous Embrace, right? And that could be like another like challenge, like another division of like, oh yeah, you've got the world record for the speed run, but actually I hold the world record for the speed run while, you know, while in the act. Surely people have whacked it to Triangle Tit Tomb Raider. I mean, oh wait, that would be a different thing. I mean, I'm sure they're like, wait, how does that not already exist? Like the combination of, chat, how did I get on the subject? This is like the George Costanza, but like with video games, right? Is this like the thing in Seinfeld where he eats in bed, but I've just turned it into like a more like millennial Zoomer coded preoccupation.
Devicliff super chatted $9.99. Well, we all know that one guy back on Xbox Live, who actually won the COD match because he was getting head the entire match, so he was distracted.
Wait. And it helped him? It actually helped him? Wait, is this real? Have I got it backwards? Would there be an advantage? Should we be watching out for this? Like, should we recertify speedruns, you know? Chat, how do we know that, like, all the speedruns that are, you know, world records, how do we know that those weren't all done, like, with the advantage of the person who was having sex? Right? Or maybe the answer is for everybody to have sex while doing speedruns to see if it helps. And then I'm not... Wait, you're making fun of salty people? Wait, why am I not getting this thing to work? Oh, shit. Oh. There it is. No, I think I cursed the chat, if anything. Like... Oh, wait. So you're saying the salty people, Wait, are the salty people the people that... Like, did people object to this? When Trump and BJ Vance court each other, Trump likes to be in Vance as he sings the Methodist hymnals while simultaneously doing paperwork. It's how they conceived Barron, as written in the Book of Donald. That's some deep lore. Post-nut clarity multiple times during a speedrun sounds like an advantage. Are we on the verge? What about chess, chat? You know, they were doing the whole thing with the inserted device hooked up to Wi-Fi so that the person could receive Morse code. What the fuck was his name again? There was like the Magnus guy, but the guy Hans something. I want to say Hans Blix, chat. Who's the guy that was accused of having a device inserted into himself in order to receive Morse code messages telling him what chess moves to make? People often made an excuse why they lost because of getting some form of action. They weren't getting... Wait, think Shadow the Hedgehog's in Tails gets trolled? Yeah, the chess player that supposedly cheated, but nobody actually proved that he cheated, did they? I feel like that chess player got set up, chat. What was his name again? It's Hans Niemann. Yeah, Hans Niemann. I feel like, didn't Hans Niemann get kind of a raw deal? Because, like, when I think about it, it's kind of making me think of, like, the Hassan thing, or even this current video that shows a ICE agent putting his phone away, and the bump that he does when he puts his phone away is making people think that he got crashed into, right? Didn't they have a vibrator sending Morse code signal? Yeah, but they never proved he had anything up his butt, right? Like, if they wanted to make those allegations, they should have done the, you know, I don't know, what a strange chess match though, where they like ask you to come into a room and they've got like strap on the gloves, you know, to make sure you're not cheating at chess. But like, I mean, this is the whole thing. I feel like everybody glommed on to the whole vibrator cheating explanation because it was so neat. It was so innovative. It was so cool. It was such a cool idea. Like, I think people wanted him to be using a vibrator. Yeah, Davy, I think you're right. I think you're onto something, Davy. I think there's ways that we'd notice if he had some sort of an object inserted, unless he just really didn't like that sort of thing. Like, this was like not his thing and he was just using it for cheating and he wasn't enjoying the vibration even a little. But yeah, like, I mean, the whole thing was crazy because, like, first of all, if you're gonna imagine that he's got some sort of a device that's sending him a code to know what chess move to do, like, I don't think my first guess would be he's got something up his ass, right? I think my first guess would be he's got maybe even like a little, maybe a tens unit, right? He's got a tens unit strapped to, like, I don't know, his, you know, anterior tibialis, and so that every time it zaps him and he feels his, like, he feels his, a little, you know, like it makes his muscle contract, then he knows that's a Morse code, right? I don't think there's any reason that he'd need to have it specifically. I mean, I guess the idea was if he was inside, you wouldn't be able to see it. But I mean, if he just had something strapped onto his leg, right? I don't think you'd see it either. Yeah, in his shoe makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? But like, no, Rave, I don't think they ever proved anything. This is the whole thing. Look, I am totally open to the possibility that a guy cheated at chess, right? And that if people are super serious about chess, they don't want, you know, the wrong guy winning the chess game, right? You know, like, chess is a whole ass art, and it takes years to learn, years to perfect, years to improve your strategy and get to understand, like, other techniques and other people's strategies, right? Like, I understand, yeah, you don't want people cheating at chess, but shouldn't you have to prove it more than just be like, yo, dude, he's not that good at chess. How did he win? He had shock nipple clamps that sent signals through his the shocks. Because this, like, it feels like a moral panic, right? And the fact that we're, like, sexualizing, like, the ways in which he could have cheated, right? Because like Narwhal was saying, or wait, somebody said, yeah, no, Rave said it was like, I thought it was a shoe, and yeah, in his shoe, not up his butt, makes so much more sense. But it's like they were like, no, this is the guy that sticks stuff up his butt and cheats at chess. This is the bad man. This is the bad pervert man. He's probably, you know, turned on by the fact that he's got, you know, whatever going on, whatever kind of situation going on in front of the world and everyone, and nobody knows, but we do know because we guessed correctly, right? I don't know. Like, what was the proof? The proof was that he wasn't that good, right? That just, like, nothing in his chess playing career, you know, would have suggested that he would beat somebody like Magnus, right? Is this all about Magnus? Did this all just emanate from Magnus fanboys, like, being unwilling to wrestle with the possibility that their chess superhero was actually beatable? It's such an Ethan Klein coded accusation. It's such a random accusation. And do you see what I'm saying, chat? Dog collar, right? You have a ton of people out there that are convinced that they saw proof that Hassan shocks his dog, right? What's the proof? Well, he moved like this, and the dog went, yipes. That's proof. There we go. We know 100%. That's proof, right? I saw him shock the dog. How are you gonna lie to me? I saw him shock the dog. And it's like, you saw him reach off screen. Did you see off screen? Is there another camera that I'm just not privy to? There's like another, you know, channel that Ostenox uploads to where there's like a 360 view and you actually saw him, like, you know, hammer on the, like, dog shocking device, the remote control? Yeah, so people are convinced of that. People are convinced, some of them, a few of them, luckily a minority, right? But there are right-wingers that are hanging the whole ICE story on the fact that we see the man filming, right? He's filming, then he takes out his gun, he's got his camera, and he's got his gun. At one point, as he's crossing in front of her car, he puts his phone up in his pocket. And when the phone gets bumped from him putting it, yeah, I don't know if you know this, chat, but if you put a phone in a pocket, it kind of bumps, right? It's not like because of the fact that you would expect, like, if he were to be hit by the car, for the phone to kind of be doing something, right? Here's the fucked up thing, right? You would expect the phone to be knocked away. If that man had been hit by a car, you would expect the first thing to happen be that the phone flies out of his hand or something like that, or maybe he throws the phone out of the way, or I don't know, onto the grass, or but like something happens with that phone, right? It's kind of a funny thing that nothing did, and the answer is because he put it away, before she ever turned. But you've got people, using like evidence which could suggest X, but you could also be seeing not X, right? So like the Hassan thing, like he moves like this, the dog goes yipes, right? It could be that he shocked his dog, or it could be that he reached for a Zen and the dog yelped and he turned to, right? You know what I mean? Same thing with the ice thing. Yeah, it could be that he got bumped, and that's what you're seeing, and his hand goes over the phone, I guess. But because we have other clips that show clearly that he put the phone away, we know that movement of the phone is not indicative of being bumped by a car. But chat, this is going to become a bigger and bigger problem, I feel like, in the days to come, right? People being convinced that they're seeing proof that they're not really seeing, based on the fact that they're, like, I guess, confirmation bias. I guess that's what it is more than anything.
At Davicliff super chatted $9.99. As a New Yorker, a car coming at you at 2 miles per hour is really not that frightening, and a former Iraq veteran shouldn't be terrified by a K-turn.
Yeah. There's also, in their procedures, they're supposed to avoid a situation that is called, what is it called? Officer, I'm trying to remember the actual name for it. Officer induced danger or something like that. Officer, basically when the officer causes danger that's then used as a pretext to escalate the situation towards violence, right? That is something that they're supposed to avoid. And yet there's multiple examples of ICE agents chat, I am not convinced that he didn't engineer that situation specifically so that he could shoot her, right? Like, I really think that he got in front of the car in order to give himself a pretext. And even after he got in front of the car, she didn't, go forward towards him. She turned her wheel and only, like, pressed the gas when he was out of the way. His neighbors say he displays oh yeah, of course, Kaylala. I'm not surprised at all that he's a huge fan of the president's. In fact, I'd be surprised. I'd be curious to see how many people in ICE are like not fans of Trump, or like are. Yeah, I'm not mad at you as Antifa speak for I'm gonna get you. I mean, they in their mind, they probably say she's being sarcastic or something. And oh my God, does that ever justify unlimited violence in their mind? Does that ever justify anything that guy could possibly do to her? Obviously not a shock collar, but let's pretend it is. Is he the first and only person to ever consider using one? Did he invent or build the thing? No, well, like if it was a shock collar, then he would be with a, I don't know, is it a minority of dog owners that I think I've seen ads for something. I don't know if it was an actual shock collar though. It was so weird because the ad was really trying to downplay whatever the device was doing to the dog, to like, I think it was supposed to stop the dog from barking, right? And I couldn't really tell what it was doing, you know what I mean? What was it doing to stop the dog from barking? But it was like, how many times has this happened to you? And they like have their friends over and the dogs jump on them and start barking. And they're like, no, down, Roy, down, Buford, or whatever the dog's name is. And then they're like, ever since we got Bark Away, we've never had any problems with our dogs being rude. Anytime that the dog even thinks of barking, you just press the button and like, I don't know how, I mean, I'm guessing maybe that is that a shock collar? But they definitely didn't call it a shock collar on the commercial is the thing, right? They made it sound like it just magically stops your dog from barking. And I never really looked into, they're all over Amazon actually. Everyone before 2010 had a shock collar. Look, we are not trying to, like, NCC's chat is talking about how awesome shock collars are and how every dog should be shocked. Oh my God. Okay, there we go. Sorry, chat. I was like, shock collars and prong collars are illegal here as animal abuse items. Vibration collars are totally fine. Yeah, I mean, I guess the collar that I saw could have been a vibration collar, but I just think dogs should be taken away from like 90% of owners, especially if you live in a city. Yeah, I think so too. I think that we should all create an RNA virus, which we implant into rodents, which we then allow to infect us until we, until our brains reset into some sort of a hive mind. And then we could just like release all the pets like automatically into the world. Yeah, we could Borg up. That's always an option. You know, people act like it's not an option, but it is literally always an option to Borg up. Norwell by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. James Banks, 1845, you just got weaseled. Michael Portnoy, 7603, you just got weaseled. Peace Dynamo, you just got weaseled. Adam Schnellman, Wizardox, or Snellman Wizard Axe, Wizard Axe. Either way, you just got weaseled, and Spencer Ho, you just got weaseled as well. Yeah, I mean that the point is, I think the point that some chatters are trying to make here is that if his, like, I really would encourage you not to like, I don't know about the whole thing of like, you know, well, even if he was, you know, using a shock collar, I think you're trying to point out that it would be an overreaction, right? That you would be reacting to Hassan as if he's like the only, because the way that people react is that like he's doing this like thing where he's just like vindictively like, fuck you dog, you know what I mean? Torturing his dog, right? That's what was described. And yeah, that's a horrible person, and hopefully a pretty rare person. Hopefully there are not a lot of people out there torturing their dog. But if in fact this is a device that some people are using, then I feel bad even entertaining this though. I was wondering where Waluigi is. Oh yeah, he's hiding in the shadows, kind of. I just need to get better lighting so that Waluigi's more visible. Arm the dogs, let them fight back the plague. Wait, I haven't seen that. They look the same. There's usually large batteries on them. They vibrate like a phone buzzing in your pocket. People are casually super abusive to pets. True. Yeah, it does seem like a weird thing to have a moral panic about. But I mean, the thing that disturbs me is this, right? I mean, yeah, you can point out that it's there's a hypocrisy in the moral panic that's disturbing on its own, in that you know, this is a standard that is just randomly being applied to one person, and there's nobody out there, like for instance, you know, doing a boycott against Amazon until they stop selling. If this is a horrible, abusive like dog collar, maybe Amazon should not be selling them. Maybe they shouldn't be sold in the US. Like, you'd think that people would care about stopping the if dog shock collars are a painful, abusive practice, you'd think that there would be more agitation towards actually doing something about them, not just like fuck us on. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, you've got several examples of people becoming convinced that they've seen proof in a video where no such proof is shown. Both Jennifer Welch and Taylor Lorenz said there was no shock collar. Oh, they were there. Yeah, they went over to his house. Well, I mean, either way. I mean, not either way. I keep on getting drawn into this thing of like, but if he did have a shock collar, yeah, that's what Hassan should do. That's what Hassan should do. He should write a book called "If I Did Shock Her," and talk about how actually shock collars are a very useful training aid, and they don't cause very much pain to the dog, and like, right, he goes in and like justifies it, but also I didn't shock her. But the point is, even if he, like, whether he shocked her or not, we didn't see proof, right? And so if you're pointing to that clip as like proof, you're pointing to nothing. Just like the people pointing to the first person video taken from the ICE agent who was actually holding his phone like a fucking influencer. But this is like one of the only influencers I've seen. I mean, I'm sure it's happened to other places, but just straight up murk somebody. Right, and do it in a way where maybe there's like it looks like he's maybe trying to have plausible deniability. Like keep himself out of any real danger as far as the car goes, but also present the, you know, possibility that people very much want to believe in and hold on to, that he was attacked by this liberal woman, you know, was about to like go clavicular on his ass. Oh. The goals should say 50. Okay, wait. So is anybody excited about this Anna Kasparian debate? I don't know anything about this other than who Anna Kasparian is and who Just Pearly Things is. Somebody messaged me, or no, I think somebody said in chat today earlier, is Pearl still purling? And if by purling you mean like losing debates, serving as the she's like the jobber of debate of like modern day debate culture, isn't she? Like Ethan Klein debated her, Easy Clap. Ooh, I feel like people just debate Just Pearly Things when they want to shoot a fish in a barrel. It's not very challenging, I don't think. Globalize the Orca Fata. Wait, what did I miss with whales? He even switched hands with the phone so he could pull the gun. Dolphins scare me, but I like orcas. Dolphins, yeah, I wouldn't want to run into a dolphin alone, is all I'm saying, okay? I would not want to run into a dolphin like in an alley on a dark night, especially if it was wearing like a trench coat and stuff. I don't know. Like if I see a dolphin, I just assume it's a CIA asset. Ready for it. I can't believe Just Pearly Things or whatever had the guts to debate Anna. And here's the thing with Anna, like, I don't think she's a good debater. I think she just picks topics that she picks topics and she picks targets that are easy to despise, right? It's easy to despise the other side of the topic, right? People justifying a genocide in Gaza are disgusting. It's not hard to beat, you know, people like that in a debate. I think that is Anna's. Is she maybe the? What is this like? It's almost like a Jake Paul kind of strategy as far as. Except no, Jake Paul would only debate like older debaters. Like Jake Paul would be debating Noam Chomsky or Alan Dershowitz. Oh God, Alan Dersh. Has she debated Alan? Yeah, dolphins want to be all innocent, but they're actually monsters. Orcas are up front. You know what you're gonna get. Yeah. And the orcas also have a bit of like the wholesome Chungus. Kind of. It's like the wholesome Chungus Riz, maybe. Orcas are distinctly anti-billionaire. Wait, call me when you need a printer? Wait, what is this? Jake Paul is currently short 70. I expect this a similar thing from Pearl at a certain place. No, I mean, I honestly think almost like Anna is the right, because Pearl is like, I mean, like no, Pearl's like the jobber. I don't know. Is there a boxer that's like that that anybody can think of? A boxer that pretty much just exists to get his ass kicked? Because that I know that exists in wrestling. It's called a jobber. Obviously, wrestling's not real. So you know, they're a jobber because they're told to lose. Their character isn't very popular. They're literally just there to get wait, Al Snow? Pay me? Wait, what is this? Oh wait, Mike Tyson. People say this about Mike Tyson. Every person who claims to be a wholesome Chungus has committed like 200 real essays. Oh my God, I think I fear you might be right. I fear you might be right, Tavi. Just Pearly Things used to sing songs on her LinkedIn when she was selling printers. Was that when she said the anti-Semitic one? Wait, she had a day job when she was doing this? Those boxers get cycled out like every 2 years. You're right, Davy. It's different getting hit in the head in real life versus taking bumps in the wrestling ring. I've heard that Jingles Jobbery is ruthless as fuck. Wait, what? There's Pearl Jingles. Well, we gotta get to this, Chad, if it's true. Those printer songs from Pearl are so funny. Okay, we gotta listen to. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do, chat. We're gonna listen to the printer songs from Pearl. When you say printer songs, are you saying the printer was making like the beat for her? Like it was in the back, the printer was like in the... It's choreographed, but still very real. I've seen some things. I'll find them for you. Oh, the printer songs. She's made jingles that are awful. They're just so bad. As bad as her takes or debates. She's not a bad singer, to be honest. The printer was too embarrassed to contribute. But was that the idea? Why is it called a printer song? Is it a printer song because the printer's making noise? The printer songs was her job. She was a Nepo baby? I actually don't know. I don't know anything about the origins of Pearl. All I've ever heard about her was that she was this weird anti-feminist, right? That like she sucked, her personality sucked, like she was boring and not very intelligent and just like really not really offering much of anything, but the only thing she did offer was to say, you know, feminism really sucks, right? It would be great to be a trad wife, but I'm just a 3. So I've got no chance. I am fucking ugly. No one wants to have sex with me. Wait, wasn't she like married when she first came out or something though? She's not like, I've heard her called like a femcel, but it's not like she has not had sex. Why are modern day fash people so humiliating? These aren't even psychos who got their brain chemistry destroyed by staying awake for like 5 days straight during World War I. I don't know. Maybe they got their some of them. No, I'm trying to imagine, right? Well, look, my theory, Davy, and look, you can disagree with me if you want, because I'm not. This isn't like a theory that I'm like super. You know, I'm not saying like I'm right for sure here, but I kind of think that the world that we live in has something to do with the availability and the popularity of performance enhancing substances, right? Like I think a lot of the fucking black pill, red pill bullshit is just like a facet of the brain chemistry, right? And it just more that it's become like, you know, popular, that you've got like influencers that are kind of that are backing this lifestyle. They're actively making young men feel that if they're not on steroids, they're losers.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $5. 10:45 enjoy, lol.
Oh, 10:45. Oh, for the printer song. She's trying to help her boss by singing her boss. Wait, by singing her boss told her to stop? Please stop? She's like at work doing this shit? Ironically, H3 went through all of this a while ago. They did a good takedown. Turns out Ethan only does well. Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that like Pearl was the jobber when Ethan was cutting his teeth as like a debate lord. Pearl was the jobber. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Narwhal. Let me see if I can grab this here. Copy link address. There we go. That was the link for planners. Okay. Wait, the first one or the second one? Okay, so okay. I'll grab the other link when you've got it. But right now, I've got to explain why am I changing this number from 50 to 100, all right? So to explain this, I'm going to need a visual aid. Luckily, I have a visual aid. I have plenty of visual aids, and I've also got to update this goal thing. All right, so here's my visual aids to help you understand what we're doing here today. As always, chat, I programmed the first half of the stream. You get to program the second half, is the good news. The bad news is you also have to fund the second half, right? So yeah, the Corporation for Public Bitching is brought to you by viewers like you. Whenever you contribute, this number goes up, and if it goes up to 100 by the end of the stream, I stick around and do another topic. And if it gets up to 200, I do 2 topics. If it gets up to 300, yeah, you get the idea. So the stream is extendable. This is basically a virtual subathon already in all but name, which, you know, it's making me, I don't know, chat. I'm like, oh, should we do a subathon? Maybe that's better. Maybe that's easier. But for now, this is what we've got. We've got the choice of 4 different items that we can watch after I'm done with Just Pearly Things, and with I'm going to kind of catch you up on the news on Minnesota. I'm going to figure out why my music. Oh my God, what is going on? Okay, I mean, I'll take it. Anyway, what am I trying to say? We've got 4 items that I can cover after I give an update on what's going on in Minnesota and cover the Anna Kasparian Just Pearly Things debate. And you can see them right here. You can also see them on YouTube on the poll, and you can vote for them there. In fact, I would encourage you to vote for them if you have not already. It looks like 36 of you have so far, right? We got 36 of you voting. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. While you're over there voting, make sure to hit the stream with a like, because it helps me out a lot and I appreciate it greatly. 1 thumb. Pressing like alone doesn't do much, but if we put our thumbs together, we can absolutely thumb wrestle that algorithm into submission and make it put out my content to more people. So thank you to everybody who's already helped me do that. Make sure to vote and like the stream if you haven't already. Right now, in first place, we have Andrew Callahan versus Nick Shirley. Chat, I'm not sure to what extent, all right, but I have tactically ascertained that this is a bit of a ambush. Nick Shirley, if you watched me cover him, you know that cleverness, intelligence, canniness, not his forte. Not his forte. Andrew Callahan, you know, you can say a lot about him, and you know, the allegations are pretty disturbing. He has somewhat made amends for some of that stuff back in the day, but I'm not sure that everyone is you know, satisfied with his apology. But either way, he's got an interview with Nick Shirley in which he's kind of trying to expose him as being utterly made of bullshit. So yeah, we could watch that. We got a new Peter Thiel video. This is from Jawbree. Jawbree. The famous video essayist has put out a new video on Peter Thiel, and this one's kind of going to center a little bit on JD Vance, right? So we're going to find out a little bit about the hillbilly elegy and the transformation of Vance, and what brought him into the Tech Bros tent. Was one of with the Blood Boys. He is one of the ones with Blood Boys, right? He's not the only one with the Blood Boys, though. I would be surprised if most of these guys didn't have Blood Boys, but Peter Thiel is probably the first one to get Blood Boys. The one you might be thinking of, though, is, oh my God, what's his name, chat? What's the other Blood Boy guy? I saw one of his videos the other day. He's actually on YouTube. I can't remember. Blood Boy guy. Brian Johnson, right? I was like, it's the most boring name you've ever heard. Brian Johnson, yeah. Like literally every journalist seems evil in their personal life. So if, oh God, if they do good work, then A. I mean, yeah, you know, he's not Olivia Nuzzi, but also she's no Andrew Callahan. So yeah, Brian Johnson. Nick Shirley is a journalist. Yeah. Oh no, I don't think Davy was talking about Shirley. I think Davy was talking about Andrew Callahan, the Channel 5 guy. All right, so yeah, the new Peter Thiel essay in second place. Third place, we got a video essay about Fallout and how it was always woke, even though the gamer guys out there like to claim that Bethesda and Todd, what is his name? Todd Howard, like put all the wokeness into there. No, Fallout was always a very left, political and very political video game. So that's in third place. Fourth place, we got Moist Critical making fun of the Bongino boy. No, sorry. Not the Boogaloo Boys, chat. Making fun of Bongino. I'd almost forgot. Wait, the Liver King's name is Brian Johnson? Wait. It's the same name, but a different spelling? Between the Liver King and the Blood Boy guy? I think Brian Johnson's innovation was to make his own son a Blood Boy, right? Whereas with Peter Thiel, I don't know. What was he doing? Finding like interns and stuff? That seems like a conflict of interest, right? If your donation of blood or plasma to a billionaire might improve your career, I don't know. Anyway, I mean, like literally every journalist seems evil. Yeah. There's a lot of journalists that are probably more evil than Andrew Callahan, if that's what you're saying, Davy. Either way, yeah, that's how this works. 39 of you have voted already. Make sure to get those votes in if you haven't, and like the stream as well. The things that make this number go up, the things that gets us to that 100% that lets me stick around and cover another topic, are when people do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, which is kind of evil, you can lessen that evil. You can be effectively altruistic by connecting your Amazon account with your Twitch account, and thus bestowing upon yourself a Twitch Prime sub, which you can use for any streamer out there. But if you choose to use it on me, you'll get the ability to rewind the stream. You'll also have the ability to use emotes. Yeah, which is cool. But yeah, people like the Twitch emotes because they are animated for some reason. So you can also support the stream by getting yourself a membership. It is $6. It's twice as much as YouTube's memberships, but it does give you those animated emotes, or if you're very lucky, you may be gifted one by somebody gifting subs, although that sort of thing happens more likely if you're active in the chat. Okay, with that part explained, chat. Oh wait, the other thing I gotta explain is that when you donate, you have the ability to let me know in chat which of these topics you would like to see as your bonus content. You can also vote on those topics, right? It's the same topics. You just let me know which one you're supporting, and I will turn your donation into a percentage, which I'll add to the topic of your choice, thus maybe helping it put it over the line. You can also, conversely, if you don't like the idea of people buying the poll, right, you can say Vox Populi, in which case what you're saying is you would like the vote to count for more, and you would like the donos to count for less, and that's exactly what Vox Populi does. Anyway, chat, I think I've got all that explained. I think all of that is really clear. So we're gonna jump right into it right after I thank my Patreons, right? Everybody that supports me at Patreon, at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. So since this is the beginning, this is just the beginning of today's stream, I'm gonna shout those out. Let me reload just to make sure that I get everybody, because I know we had somebody sign up earlier today, and I've already counted that towards the bonus goal, right? So shouts out go to user JMB, Brian, Emily French, Big Owl, Direful, Sarah, Izzy Mandius, Steven Sayers, Animus, Infallible Fowl, Woke, or else Ellipsis, Nadia Yvette, Choki, Moe Noape, Funky Monkey, Temporal Insanity, Good for Gavi, Jules K, Crystal Saphira, and Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out goes to Rachel K, Omega Star, and to Zera Xerix. With that being said, chat, I think it's time to get going. I think it's time to make this happen. Let's Let's jump through those hoops. Oh yeah, somebody said they want. Okay, so we're gonna start off with this Pearl chick. Let's see if I still have the link in my buffer that Narwhal gave to me, or if I was irresponsible and.
Of course, by the end of it, she's comparing women to cars. Where have I heard that before?
Every single one of my
Okay, this is it, I think. Let's.
cars, there is a scenario in which I prefer that car over the others. The same applies to women. Like, one bitch can cook. When you're hungry, you call that bitch. You want a blowjob, you call that bitch. You want you call that bitch. The house needs cleaning, you call that bitch. But I don't want anyone to think I'm sexist or misogynist.
It obviously didn't take long for Pearl to grab the attention of the man who paved the way for her lucrative new business, cozying up with those who pioneered an industry of misogyny so airheads like Pearl could come along.
Okay, so just for anybody that's confused, this is Just Pearly Things. And we're doing the G. Aubrey video, Tragic Tale of Just Pearly Things. I think, is this the part with the printer songs?
And steal the show by ripping all of their talking points, which in turn just boosted her reputation even more. Out of all of Pearl's podcast appearances though, the most controversial came when she brilliantly decided to bring self-described white nationalist and I guess now advocate for child grooming Nick Fuentes onto her show, The Pregame, which I haven't talked a lot about yet because it is so painstakingly boring.
Wait, it should be at 10 minutes and 45 seconds. Oh, I see what happened. Yeah, Narwhal left a timestamp on the thing, but I guess since I had watched this before, since I had already watched this, it just took me back to wherever I was. That's so shitty. I feel like the timestamp should override previous viewing information.
The worst sales job of my life. Like, I hated it. I hated it so much.
But if she had never sold printers, we never would have gotten these wonderful song parodies she posted to LinkedIn.
We just took a DNA test, turns out we're 100% the best, even when we're going crazy, cause we do see problems, that's a human in us. Bling bling, then we solve them, that's a salesman in us.
I'm starting to see why she hated working there.
You should call me on my work phone.
Wait, was she doing social media? Can somebody explain this to me? Was she in charge of their social media accounts? Like, what was the... This was part of her job?
All day when you need a printer, call me on my work phone. All day when you need a printer, and I know when that work phone rings.
Yeah, you know, COVID was a weird time for all of us. I'll just say that.
My name is Pearl from
Chat, was she working at Dunder Mifflin?
Monica, I'll help you save till I can't no more. We got the printers in the back.
It's still better than her recent music.
Feminism is the worst thing ever.
At Davicliff super chatted $9.99. I'm still confused. Did Andrew Tate actually have a kickboxing career? He looked like he's barely practiced a punch.
I still haven't really seen much of the new fight, but yeah, it looks like he was kind of like, wasn't he sort of down on his knees for most of the fight? Or am I mixing him up with Jake Paul? Who was the guy that kept on trying? He looked like he was trying to go down on his opponent. Like, maybe it was both of them. I don't know. The Tate fought a bunch of scrubs. Yeah, I never really looked into his kickboxing, shit. I mean, he's, got a fairly low body fat, but that's about all I can say about the guy. I haven't really seen him in action.
Yeah, we get our money. Yeah, we get our job. Yeah, we dumped our high school heartthrob. But then we end up
Is this 21 Pilots?
alone on antidepressants. All alone.
Pearl spent
Who is that, chat? Who's the parody of?
much of her pre-internet days playing sports, boasting about how she was a 3-sport athlete in college. In fact, her original plan was to join a program that would allow her to move to Europe and play basketball while completing a
Oh my god! That sounds like such a better life.
master's degree until the program fell through, leaving her more time to post on TikTok. This is how she accidentally became a full-time influencer.
Then the season gets canceled again.
Wait, did it get canceled because of COVID? You're turning me like anti lockdown, right? If we could have just gotten Pearl shipped off to Europe to become a basketball player, she would be a ball knower instead of having made that fucking stupid anti-Semitic song to try to get on Fuentes's dick.
So I'm just like kind of left like with no job, no real plan, and just like I don't even know what I'm gonna do next. But I'm gonna take you guys with me. You'll see what happens.
Something that immediately stood out to me when I was first watching these older videos is how differently Pearl carries herself here compared to now. Trading in her Lakers hoodies and sweatpants for more of a trad wife look that these red
She she went to the fucking fabric store and bought showed the meme and was like, I need this fabric. They gave her they ordered that fabric for her. Then she takes it to the seamstress and she's like, I need a custom fit. And like, she literally wants to be like, you just need to dye your hair blonde now, Pearl. But don't worry, Anna Kasparian is one step ahead of you.
red pill guys go for, maybe? These are all just my own observations.
Europe is overrated, born and raised here, so-called. Yeah, true, but she would just be a basketball player and a ball knower. Right, she would just be like, that's such a better activity. Like, chat, as a fucking like female athlete, she's relatable. I swear to God, I grew up with girls like this. Right, it feels like this is where everything went wrong for her with COVID. Like she thinks she is serving. I mean, she's serving something.
Of course, but I can't help but think I'm watching two different people here.
I blew up on TikTok because I was really blessed because my parents just have like really cool stuff. My dad's like nuts, so he bought this like big water slide from a water park, and I just told the story of how
What? Okay, she's starting to be less relatable.
the town didn't want him to put him up.
I think the women are dumber than the men because
Clearly, this is where it turns easy mode for her. Right? I just wonder, when did she figure this out? Like, when did she figure out that, like, what like, so she's gonna go to Europe, she's gonna be, she's a good athlete, she's gonna be playing basketball, like, right, continuing her training in basketball as she's in a master's program? This sounds like a really fucking good life, chat. What happened to her? She's not relatable at all? Well, not this version, but I just want to know what happened. What turned the college basketball player into this like pathetic wannabe trad wife, like self-hating fake femcel, just like watch what this is like Homath, Timu Homath, chat. Like that's what she, like, everything that she's doing here. It's something that the red pillars have already been over and they've already done. Like, woman bad, man good, woman get job bad at HR, bad man get fired from HR. I just don't know. I don't what changed her? What happened? She has a rich dad. Oh yeah, for sure. That makes her, yeah, anything but relatable. Was she like she the whole thing about like having to do stupid shit at work, right? And you know, doing multiple sports and like trying to, you know, like this is the opposite, like, right? The shit that she's doing is like she was going to school to get a higher education degree. And now she's doing content being like, women shouldn't even get a degree in the first place. Like, it's questionable whether we really need high school. All we need to do is make sandwich. Make sandwich. And I don't know, maybe I'm missing something. She's totally depraved, but I've seen this combination of apathy and self-righteousness, but it just seems like something happened to her, like with losing that consequence. And I'm kidding about the thing about like being anti lockdown. Obviously, we didn't do enough lockdown, hence the pandemic being endemic now, and, you know, COVID being a thing that we all have to live with.
think our emotions just get in the way. We're too emotional. We see a problem, we get emotional about it, where the men can just think.
Maybe she's just not as passionate about the stuff she talks about today.
I haven't seen you talk to an actual scholar once. You just talk to kind of random women.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, that's fair to say. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say you talk to feminists, you just mean like random women off the street.
Off the street?
Not like a scholar.
That's say they're feminists.
I mean, after all, this really isn't.
Wait, but if she talked to a feminist scholar, if she talked to like Judith Butler, like they would just go right over her head, right? Like, Judith Butler would try to give her like some kind of a intro to gender as performance. And I feel like Pearl's eyes would just glaze over.
Her forte. Unlike Andrew Tate, Pearl hasn't quite dedicated decades of her life to misogyny just yet. She only picked.
The other thing is that her, at this point, her, you know what? I think she was actually, okay, something's weird. Okay, no, I don't, like, I think some people, like, somehow look cuter with a retainer, or like with the, you know how you can see her, like, wait, no, does she have her jaw wired? What is that, chat? What's going on with her? Is that a retainer, or is her jaw wired for like weight loss type thing?
Picked it up recently.
When I first started watching red pill content, I didn't always like it, guys. They're saying girls are whores, we're fat, and we bring basically nothing to the table nowadays. But the more I listened to the content and really thought about my experience in the world, I couldn't really say that they were wrong.
According to one article I found from 2020, Pearl was first gaining traction on TikTok after just several months of creating her account. Her initial claim to fame being her breakup quiz series, in which she wrote a bunch of questions that viewers could then send to their.
Oh my god. Liddy Bruz, not sure if it was mentioned yet, but unironically, Pearl's mom was a director for UN Women and founder of Be Exponential, a feminist self-help org for women. Can you imagine being her mom? How much she must despise her, knowing she grew up into this. Yeah, I mean, I would guess she's kind of a family embarrassment. And she's got to have some story of like, no, mom, you don't understand. I have to say all this shit about women sucking and being, thinking too highly of themselves. I got to say, because this is the dumb, bros that like pay my, but then wait a minute. Wait, no, I'm literally asking. I don't know. The bands are for braces. Well, wait, there's some kind of thing where they wire your jaw shut, right? I thought the braces bands I didn't realize they went between the rows of teeth. I thought that, what did I think? Because I've seen, like, I've had friends that used, like, rubber bands, but I don't remember them having, because, like, for her, it makes her look like a vampire, right? It's, like, right here. You know what I mean? Right where the vampire teeth are. And that's where her rubber bands cross. And so it just kind of makes her look like a cute vampire. But she's not.
Their ex-partners to fill out for Pearl to post publicly. And it was pretty successful too, posting the best answers from a pool of nearly 9,000 submissions, telling Yahoo, I tried to
part of this might be like a literal middle finger to her mom. That's a possibility too.
Post the most appropriate ones. I know there are kids on this app, so the bigger I get, the more I try to keep it PG. Damn, I wonder when she stopped caring about that.
What if you've only had one partner, but you had 10 abortions, you were a stripper, and you had OnlyFans? Whore, not a whore.
This article, though, also makes sure to note that Pearl herself has yet to send the quiz to anyone in her past, considering she's never actually been in a real relationship. Pearl stating, I actually have not had a—
Oh my god. See, I don't know about this, chat. There was a streamer, that I debated once. We talked about him a little while ago, named R-Relevant. Like, relevant, like, A-H. I don't know what the fuck his name is supposed to mean. Either way, chat, he was somebody that like I vaguely knew. He messaged me on Discord one night, wanted to talk. I thought we were gonna have a nice little talk, right? And he tried to frame me as like, well, if you support like, trans women, self-identifying, then isn't that basically the same as supporting blackface? Aren't you basically saying Rachel Dolezal is black if she wants to be? Right? I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm literally not saying. Believe it or not, you could be anti-blackface and also be pro-trans rights. But yeah, anyway, he saw some inconsistency in that. But he like later down the line, I found his content again, and I kid you not, chat, he was representing himself as an incel. Okay. Now the sad fact about this guy is I don't want anybody to take this wrong or read too much into it, but he's not bad looking, right? He's not somebody that I don't know how he would have trouble. I think he was faking being an incel is what I'm saying, chat. I think he faked being an incel. I think he was doing some kind of weird fucking content. He was like, yeah, that's right, because women won't talk to me and shit, and people are supposed to be like, oh, that's okay, irrelevant. You look really good. You're a really attractive guy. I'm sure some woman will be lucky to get a hold of you, right? I don't know how much of it was like a sympathy play, how much of it was trying to make money off of guys that do that kind of shit unironically. But yeah, it was something. Like, I mean, I've definitely seen people fake being, and I don't believe her when she says she's saying she never had a relationship. I don't know. It's possible. I don't want to deny anybody's like, what they claim is lived experience. Say that I will speak for black women and say that he's not faking being an incel. Irrelevant is not okay. I mean, yeah, who knows? And there's multiple reasons that somebody could be like, find themselves in a place where they're unable to talk to.
At Devicliffe super chatted $9.99. Because I'm vulgar Freudian and think what fuels all right-wing poly is pathologies. I'm calling it Pearl has an Electra complex.
Wait, explain that. That's the one where you want to fuck your dad and kill your mom? I'm trying to remember the other things about that. Electra was the daughter of Agamemnon. And was her the whole thing like I think her thing was like avenging her dad. But yeah, this is Freudian analysis, chat. There was the Oedipus complex, which we're all familiar with, and it's not really reducible to I don't know, an incest desire with one's anyway. It's it's a whole ass thing, right? And also Deleuze and Guattari have a book where they argue against Freud's Oedipus. She eventually got a boyfriend, though. I'm surprised that she didn't have one before. I mean, it is possible, though. It is possible. But I just also want to say that it's also possible that she's grifting. Wait, who lives with Darius? A serial harasser in DGG? They do a very strange Tinder review content together. Whenever, whether or not, oh, wait, are we talking about, we're talking about Irrelevant, Darful? Is that Irrelevant? That, lives with Darius? Yeah, okay. So yeah, the story of Irrelevant goes on and on. Electra is Daredevil's girlfriend. I only vaguely know about this. I'm trying to remember, fuck. Agamemnon's her father. Somehow she's like with her brother, like trying to avenge. Yeah, does she want to kill her mother because her mother like cheated on her dad or something? Something like that, right? Is that Electra? God, I'm gonna have to look it up. I can't believe I don't remember Greek mythology better than this. Think about it. Her whole life, she seemed to be a middle finger to her feminist mom, and a veneration of men. Yep, yeah, it matches. It matches. Is that a real thing? Did Freud? I've never really read what Freud had to say about the converse of the Oedipus complex, right? Being the Electra complex, right? I do know that is the that is known as the equivalent. She hadn't had a relationship, but she had physical intimacy with men. So not quite a femcel, just a friends with benefits kind of zone.
Boyfriend that was serious enough for me to send it to, hence why I had my followers take it. The only long-term relationship I can think of is a guy I talked to for a couple years in college, which in itself is totally fine and normal. Everyone moves at their own pace and there's no shame in dating later in life, except Pearl might slightly disagree.
Just because you're 35 and you're single doesn't mean you'll be single at 40, at 60, at 70.
Well, but the problem is at 35 you've lost all the things that men value. That's the problem, because men value femininity, fertility, and they value youth. So you can't say you're youthful when you're almost halfway through your life. Like, you can't say you're fertile when you're about to have geriatric pregnancy.
Okay, riddle me this, right? A constant complaint about women from red pill men is that women are hypergamous. What does that mean? That means that they date above their station. If you accept the reduction of human attractiveness into an objective scale from 1 to 10, and you were to, rank men and women according to their perceived attractiveness, right? Which is supposed to be objective, even though everybody has a different aesthetic, different ideals as far as that goes. But the women, will, what is it, like women that are 6 and above will only date men that are 8 and above. And so that means that the men that are between like 6 and 8 aren't able to date because the women are just like, instead of like settling down with a nice guy that is like, is a 6 like them, the women want to fuck the 9 or the 10. They want to fuck the Chad. And the Chad will just like, fuck them and throw them out. And then that's the cock carousel thing, right? And then they get older and then they want to settle down with a nice guy. The nice guy's got like all the, money and stability, but I don't know. It's this whole ass thing. Like these guys like give themselves complexes. Anna absolutely bodied Pearl. I can't wait. Chat. Well, first I can't wait actually, because I got to give you a little update from Minnesota. So right now we're going through a little bio of Just Pearly Things, and then we're gonna catch you up on what's going on in Minnesota, and then we'll do the Anna Kasparian debate. How about that?
So it's like, and you look worse than you did at 25.
But like, right? Here's what I want to know, right? So if women are bad for like, I'm a 6, but I won't date a guy that's a 6 or a 7, right? If I'm bad, if I'm hypergamous, if I'm like, overestimate myself or whatever the hell the sin is supposed to be, right? What about guys that are like 60 years old, but they would never date another 60? They won't date a 60-year-old woman. What about that? If you said that, like, it's about youth and shit, like, I mean, she said it's about youth for guys, that's what men value, right? But like, then, like, why, if you can tell a woman, to settle for a guy that is not, somebody that she would rather be with, right? Then why can't you tell guys, what, like, why aren't men bad for the whole thing of the whole like valuing youth thing that she's talking about, right? Where Ravana knows Pearl in real life and says she's a spoiled frog. She does seem, I mean, like fucking, she has her dad bought a water slide. Like, is that shit even real? Like a whole water slide? Like, okay, so like, wait, there's one thing if it's a water slide, like, I mean, I guess I've seen people that have pools and they have like a short water slide into the pool, but it sounds like she's talking about like a theme park water slide. Like it sounds like she's talking about a big ass water slide, right?
Vicliff super chatted $9.99. Okay, now this is a gay man's opinion, so grain of salt, but I've had straight friends agree that Jane Fonda is still one of the most attractive women alive.
I haven't looked at Jane Fonda lately, but I gotta say, like the calisthenics workout that she led on the top of the North Korean tank, right? That I feel like that would make me more. Sorry, North Korean tank. It's a North Vietnamese tank. God damn it, chat. I do know my history better than that, at least. But I feel like calisthenics is more effective when taught from a North Vietnamese tank. She has kind of good politics. It's hit or miss. I've heard she's not so great on issues of Israel-Palestine, but anyway, I'm not super up to date. My mom, I think, like was into Jane Fonda or something. I think she did her workouts or something.
So the way you're thinking is like a woman.
Not to mention
Barbarella is like, yeah, probably the greatest movie in all of cinema.
it's almost been 3 years since this article was published, and to my knowledge, Pearl still has yet to be in an actual long-term relationship.
Didn't she end up being a Zionist? I think so, but I mean, a lot of people who did support Israel early on have changed their minds now, so that's why I'm a little reluctant to say.
Though there was the time she briefly dated the angry TikTok reaction guy, not for very long. Her ex-best friend of 22 years, Emily, says that despite her brief time with angry reactions, Pearl has still never had a serious relationship.
Has she ever been engaged?
No, never. And she's never even been in a serious relationship. Like, honest to God, her and Wanye, like, that wasn't even that doesn't even count at all, because what was that?
And that's where we run into a bit of a problem. Pearl, as someone who has evidently never been married, never been engaged, never even held down a boyfriend longer than a few months, still somehow has the nerve to tell
held down a boyfriend?
Other women what to do in their relationship.
Chad, I feel like that's coming. I feel like shaming a woman for not, like, you know, how long has it been since you held down a boyfriend? Right, where there's some situations where either 100% that the relationship is going nowhere, and that long term it's going to hurt you to stay in it, but you stay in it because you feel like a bitch. You're like, no, but if I break this relationship, if I end this relationship, I'm going to be a bitch. I'm going to make everybody upset, including all of our friends, right? All of our friends will be upset. They will blame me. They will be like, why can't you just stay in this relationship? But it's kind of like, most relationships you're going to get into, you're not going to want to stay in, right? You need to be in relationships that don't work out until you can find a relationship that has a chance of working out. And even then, it's not a sure thing. But yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard to not feel like a bitch for, especially if other people, if your partner has a lot invested in the relationship, emotionally, and your friends maybe even have, like, you are a couple that is like a node in your friend group, you know what I'm saying? Like that you just feel like a bitch. And it's like you're doing the right thing, right? It's right for them, it's right for you. Everybody's gonna be happy if you break up, right? Because most relationships, not gonna be you can't just I told my last boyfriend to stop calling me, and then I hung up. My bad.
Publicly, it's her job to do that. A huge part of her brand relies on...
My vampire girlfriend broke up with me in Grand Theft Auto? Oh my god. Wait, did she have a vampire system, or just, like, a regular vampire? deal.
Judging other people's marriages from afar. Pearl likes the idea of being married. She wants a family someday and wants to have kids. But does that by itself mean she's a reliable source on how a marriage needs to work? What exactly gives her the right to tell others how they're doing things wrong when she herself hasn't even experienced a relationship? The
women shouldn't vote. Pure fucking rage bait.
Way she thinks she wants it. Pearl's relationship advice might as well be completely fucking discarded, even by her own metric.
I've noticed a lot of therapists are like older single women, and I'm kind of like, if you can't maintain a relationship, why would I take advice from you? This is just something I've noticed. Yeah, like, why would I take advice from you if you can't maintain a relationship?
As Pearl continued to solidify her position in the dating community on TikTok, she eventually discovered a man.
I'm kind of like, if you're not a guy with 4% body fat that is fucking obviously on the sauce, how can I take your fitness advice, right?
Named Kevin Samuels.
If you're not a 60-year-old RFK Jr. looking guy that works out in his jeans, how can I take your advice?
Influencer who rose to prominence around this time for his videos on relationships, which were a tad bit on the controversial side.
But if you have made it to 35 years old and you're unmarried, you are a leftover woman.
It's cheating when you do it. You're cheating. We don't. We just have sex. Women like you die alone.
Okay, maybe a lot bit on the controversial side. But this is who introduced Pearl to the red pill, name dropping him in a video for the first time in 2020.
Wait, I'm trying to understand. Is the red pill just the black pill for women? Is that what the two women, red pill is like embrace your rule as a sex object? The only thing, the only worth that you have is as a child bearer and a youth possessor. And once you are... Did we get to the water slide? We didn't see the water slide. They mentioned the water slide. They did mention the water slide for sure. But we didn't, I don't know. What I want to know is it a regular water slide, right? You know what I mean? Like there's water slides that people have on their pools, which, I mean, I'm sure it's expensive to have a pool to begin with, and you know, I'm sure the water slide's not cheap, but you know what I mean? There's a pool style water slide, but it sounds like what they were talking about is more like the theme park or water park style water slide, which is, it's like a whole different thing. And thank you for the 100 bits, Omega Star. Choosing internalized misogyny sounds pretty nihilistic. That's what I mean, is I feel like the red pill is the black pill for women. And then the black pill... What is the black pill? The black pill is that, like, people, you know, treat each other differently depending on their looks. And, you know, unless you can figure out a way to hit yourself in the chin to reprogram your skeleton to make your facial bones look Chad-like. This feels very vertigo. I'm feeling the vertigo too. I want a water slide out of my... There's no way though. Like, I don't know, Chad. Wait, do you mean the movie by Alfred Hitchcock, or just like the pathology vertigo? To have a pool, you can make modifications if you need to. But you can make modifications too. You need to have a house. I want a water slide right out of my house to the grocery store. No, that's a great idea. That's an amazing idea, actually.
Where she discussed several of his beliefs, specifically his philosophy on cheating.
People cheat, right? Obviously, if you have more opportunities.
Black Swan was like the woman version of Drive. Oh my god. I haven't seen either of those, but I think you're right.
More likely to do it. But it's just weird to me because when I grew up, like, my dad was never like that.
See, a lot of this stuff was extremely foreign to Pearl, given that her dad never fit the mold Kevin Samuels often talked about in referencing men. Her dad never drank, never smoked, never cheated, so this kind of rhetoric coming from the manosphere was like a glimpse into a whole new world, one that Pearl was clearly willing to explore. This video in particular may seem from the title that she's challenging Kevin's beliefs, but she more so just kind of says a bunch of words for 5 minutes.
I think a lot of people cheat because of like situations that they put themselves in. So I don't know if that's like a disagreement or what.
In my notes for this one, I just wrote down, goddamn,
What's the female taxi driver? Oh my god. Teeth. Teeth is the female taxi driver.
Rambles. She doesn't.
Anybody seen that one?
Even make much of a point here, LMAO.
Does that make sense? I don't know if it makes sense. I'm half paying attention to driving, half paying attention to you guys.
To further acquaint herself with this community, she very much began consuming as much of their content as she could, listening to their arguments and regurgitating their talking points on her own platforms.
Okay, fourth thing I've learned from the manosphere, and I'm not going to talk about if this is true or not true. Women are always willing.
Wait, this is why I'm even more curious, right? Because I had a period when I was going to the gym a lot, and like I was going to school and I was going to the school gym, and like I was always looking for a way to like try to relate to like the bros in the gym, like, you know, because like, right, I was going to the gym a lot. I mean, obviously, you know, doing different exercises than they were doing, but like, I don't know, is there something about like it feels like there's like this like one of the boys tracks that you can get sucked into if you have a job like in a mostly male dominated field, where you kind of like try to relate to the guys as much as like one of the boys as you can. Obviously there's a limit to that, and obviously, you know, it doesn't give you like, you know, pseudo male privilege or anything like that to you know, even if you are like conditionally accepted, it is always a conditional acceptance that you get at the most. But like, you know, I mean, like that is that her, like, she's got like, is that how she's like, I just don't understand how to, like, the way she's talking about like that. She's like, I've been talking to the red pill guys and I've learned a whole lot. Yeah. You know, I used to think that feminism was based and really cool, but it turns out that low value women like me, we just got to be happy with what we've got. You know, if we can find a guy that I don't know, will accept us. Like, I don't know. It just feels like she's trying to take guys like on their own terms in order to get some kind of acceptance. And I just know that like that shit doesn't work at the gym. That shit doesn't work, you know, with fucking audio tech nerds, and it sure as fuck is not going to work with right-wing debate lords. Come on.
Willing to leave you for a better option. Women today are less marriageable than ever before. Like, women can and will take all of your money. Women will do things like withhold sex if they don't do like chores or something.
She was so excited.
Women will take all your money. Yeah, but that's a different content niche, Pearl. You're doing femcel content. You're not doing femdom. Yeah, femdom. That's the one. I always get it mixed up with femdom. That's the one where you can end up, you know, with the dick breakage, right? Breaking dicks. That's the one where breaking dicks can become a reality with the femdom. Some of those activities maybe could be hazardous to the integrity of the corpus spongiosum. And yes, chat, it's not a bone. Just Pearly Things needs to make me a sandwich? What kind of sandwich, though? And thank you for the super chat, Omega Star. We are 7 out of 10. No, 8 out of 10. We're 8 out of the 10 for the butterfly chat. It's going to happen today. Marriageable? Doesn't it sound like the submissive and breedable thing that femboys would talk about? Is marriageable like the like femme version of submissive and breedable?
To share what she had learned. In fact, that she even brought her family into the mix, which had some varying results.
Today, I have a special guest on the channel, my little sister, Amelia. She's super excited to be here. I'm going to be showing her some of
Yeah, she looks excited. Zavera says, this is hilarious tonight. Is it, or am I just doing that thing, like that Sarah Silverman thing where I like compulsively talk about sex and it's not funny and everybody's just like, this is awkward. I'm uncomfortable. Why is she talking about breaking penises through rough backwards cowgirl type activities? I don't know, chat. I don't know.
Kevin Samuel's savage moments.
I've heard people like take down the exact kind of thing I'm doing tonight as like not funny, not actual funny. Like, right? Like, it's not why women can't be funny. It's because they don't do funny. They just do inappropriately sexual. And I don't know, chat. Maybe that's me. Maybe they got me dead to rights.
Because she was not willing to sit down for a full clip, so.
Yeah, her sister does not give even a single fuck. Just please let her go.
Do you think women get upset at men a lot?
Depends.
Do you think they say things like men are trash a lot? Do you think that's okay?
Sometimes.
Oh my God, white women always be doing this kind of stuff. Never forget, one of the top intellectuals of the Confederacy was a woman, the spiritual ancestor to the Pick-Me. Wait, I feel like I should know who you're talking about, Davi.
Really?
Depends on the guy you're talking about.
Do you think, but in general, do you think that's okay? Like, men are trash, like, just in general?
I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on that.
The only Confederate intellectual that comes to mind, I guess, is Calhoun.
Kind of stuff.
I mean, sitting your 13-year-old sister down in front of a laptop and forcing her to watch Fresh and Fit is bad enough.
They're kind of players.
You should be forcing her to play Fortnite or Minecraft or like, what are you doing?
You ready?
That's what you force your relatives to do, is play a video game that they're not ready for. Force them to play Five Nights at Freddy's.
Stop looking like I'm torturing you.
Why the hell are you gonna pay full price for a goddamn car that's been used? If I'm gonna invest in
chat.
You are not used.
You got that new car smell. I do have the look. Like if that's what you need to hear, right? Is that I'm not used. I will definitely play into those expectations if that's what you want to hear, right? I will spray that new car scent right up there. Okay, if that's what it takes. You do realize that is just a scent that can be sprayed, though. You do realize that smell actually means nothing.
Man,
what does your YouTube feed look like on a daily basis?
Other than that your plastics in your car are off-gassing, I guess.
It literally looks like this stuff. It's like men's dating advice.
You are so single. Someone had to say it.
But why are you?
I mean, that's actually good content. Like that moment right there, that's not bad.
So exposing her to the repulsion that is your community. I mean, these comments are insane. She has no life in her. She's gonna do hard drugs when she gets
I can't believe that's not scripted. That's actually a moment right there.
older. She for sure is not attracting anyone in life. She will die alone. I'm not sure if she's.
Oh, the sister? Wait, they got mad at the sister for reading her too hard?
Strictly heterosexual. Your sister is clueless. Like, no, man, she's just a teenager who doesn't want to watch Kevin Samuels videos.
The sister is the one that's got a...
Tom 3 Gastar, super chatted $9.99. I want to fluff a nutter sandwich pan.
Wait, is the fluffer nutter that, like, it's like a peanut butter, but it's like more airy somehow? I need to try that. Is that good? It's like a peanut whipped cream. I've been getting into peanuts, chat. Oh, sorry, peanuts with a T, just to make that really clear. I've always been into, no, chat, god damn. No, I'm just saying that there's a lot of dishes here that are served with peanuts with a T, and I'm gonna shut up now.
2 in the morning. Is that so unreasonable?
So that was Kevin Samuels. What did you think? Did you think what he said was true or false?
I don't know.
If I tried showing my little sister some of Pearl's videos, I think she'd deck me in the face.
I prefer Kevin Samuels to Fresh and Fit.
I prefer Minecraft YouTubers.
What? Yes, I knew it, chat. She should be teaching Pearl how to play Minecraft. She plays chat. She probably speed runs. Wait, actually, how old is her sister? I don't want to look. Assuming that her sister is of age now, right? I bet she speed runs and like she uses, ergonomic aids to, maximize.
Pearl try to get regular people on board with her new belief system is truly a sight to behold.
A girl will only love a guy that's like the best she can get. But if she has a better option, like
imagine getting harassed because your sister in your sister's dumb sexist react slop. Probably during Thanksgiving. I mean, that's wild, right?
that makes more money, is more attractive, is like just a better all-around option, she'll leave her current like boyfriend or husband for them. Oh.
I mean, just here you can tell her.
What? I'm sorry, we gotta roll that back, Jobbery.
Option like that makes more money is
really a sight to behold.
A girl will only love a guy like that's like the best she can get. But if she has a better option, like that makes more money, is more attractive, is like just a better all-around option, she'll leave her current like boyfriend or husband for them.
But you're both girls. Would you do that? Is that what you would do? Because like when they're talking about girls, they're talking about us, right? So this weird separation that she has. See, girls do this thing where they will only settle with the best guy they could possibly get. But if another option opens up and they actually can get a better guy, then they will cheat on his ass. They will leave his ass at the altar to be with the, to ride that cock carousel one more time, right? And it's just like, no, you are a person with self-determination and free will. You are not a fucking, you are not this like juvenile, animal that these red pillars and are describing women to be.
Oh.
I mean, just here you.
Oh, I didn't know that. It's not like I'm the class of people being discussed.
You can tell her friend isn't nearly as invested in this conversation.
Wait, that's her friend? Wait, I'm sorry. Is that not her sister? That's not her. It was her sister before. I think this is somebody else. Anyway.
Basically, the candy store analogy is like sex is candy.
What I'm trying to say, though, about her sister, chat, is I bet that her sister, when she is of, I don't know how old her sister is, but when she, she's not going to have the problems that Pearl has, is what I'm saying, okay? Like, right, if she wants to be in a relationship, she'll be in a relationship. If she wants to speedrun Minecraft, she's going to goddamn speedrun Minecraft.
And girls get it right away. But most guys don't have access to sex till their late 20s, early 30s.
Girls get it right away? What? Wait, what? Wait. I'm trying to think of how this would work. Okay, this would only work if what? She's saying girls don't have sex, or girls have sex young and guys can't possibly, if they get it all, it's when they're like older and yes, she has friends, not anymore.
Okay, so if you get married like before that, they think that like girls should put up with cheating basically. I know. Because like it's not fair to the guys, because like now at 35
Wait, if you get married before what? Before the guy turns 35? I'm so confused. I am so confused, chat.
Friend or husband for them. Oh.
I mean, just here you can tell her friend isn't nearly as invested in this conversation as Pearl is.
Basically, the candy store analogy is like sex is candy, and girls get it right away. But most guys don't have access to sex. So
the candy store, like the Willy Wonka candy store, is sex? That ruins that movie for me, right? The Candyman song? Oh no, I can never hear that anymore. No, he's not selling those kids sex. He's selling those kids candy. It's literal candies. Wait, is it Willy Wonka in the beginning? No, it's like a different dude that's like... That was a cool candy store, though, in the beginning of Willy Wonka. I don't... Wait, so why... why is she comparing it to candy? Do girls get access to candy before guys do? What the fuck? But like, okay, I also don't think that girls, I don't know what she means when she says girls get access to sex before guys do. And also, is she talking about access to sex, or is she talking about being like, you know, groomed? Like it kind of sounds like she's talking about being groomed. She was raised to be about girl power. Where did her girl power go?
Their late 20s, early 30s.
Okay.
So
wait.
if you get married like before that.
Okay, wait. Okay, so here's what she's saying. Women are bitches because they will only date the best guy they can possibly get because they're hypergamous, right? We think too much of ourselves. We think that we're a 10 when we're an 8. We think that we're a 8 when we're a 6. We think that we're a 6 when we're a 4. You know, right? We overestimate our own attractiveness, and we're really annoying and won't get with a guy that's not more attractive than us. But then if we do get with a guy and he's not 40, then basically he's allowed to cheat on you, right? Men just fuck everything until they're 40. Only when they're 40 can they be counted on to be monogamous, right? You just put up with it, right? If your guy's gonna, but you don't fuck around on him because that makes you a bitch. You're a bitch for hurting his ego, but you don't have an ego because you're just a woman. So you just fucking tank that shit. You tank it like a pro. Oh my god, this is so hard to understand.
They think that like girls should put up with cheating, basically. I know, because like it's not fair to the guys.
Wait, it almost seems like she realizes that it's bullshit.
Like now at 35, they finally.
Oh wait, I know why I slightly relate to Just Pearly Things, sort of. It's that we both don't wear makeup. That's it, chat. That's it right there. I got tricked. I got tricked into having more empathy for her than I should have, and imagining that she was like an okay person until she lost her scholarship to Europe, and then she just like started making money being a pick-me on the internet, and this is what happened. This is what happens.
They got their money right. They got to the gym for 5 years, did all this stuff. Now they get to have sex with a lot of people. So why would they only settle for one?
Well, then why did they get married?
Come on, candy store analogy. If you tried saying that to any person
the getting married is an intent to settle down with. It's not necessarily that they want to settle down right then. And if you marry a guy that's under the age of 40, and you are surprised that he cheats on you, you're just basically a fool, right? He's supposed to cheat on you. But he's married you, so that's the intention to settle down. So when he's done cheating, he'll settle down with you. And then everything will be good.
Frequent incel forums on 4chan, you're gonna sound insane. When you have to keep telling your friend not to read any of what the chat is saying on your own live stream, you know you're cultivating a really awesome fan base.
You can't read the comments. Yeah, you can't read the comments too. Like you can't.
Which of course has only gotten better with time. 73% of these people don't think gay people should adopt. 76% think trans people should be institutionalized. I mean, what the fuck are these questions, Pearl? It's no surprise that when you confront someone in the real world with these kinds of talking points, you don't get much of a positive response.
Are women really that smart?
Of course they are. I think we're all equal.
Oh, you think we're equal? I think the men are smarter.
You didn't even say so.
Hell, Pearl has lost lifelong friendships over these takes. Her ex-best friend we mentioned earlier, Emily, being amongst the most vocal after Pearl publicly lied about her being too fat to get pregnant.
So Hannah and I were friends from 2002, pre-K, until last year when I stopped being friends with her. So in the beginning of her video, she's talking about our last conversation we had a year ago in March, where I confronted her about talking about women's bodies and their weight and all that cuckoo bird shit shit she talks about. And I was like, are you okay? Are you okay? And no, she defended it all. So I was like, okay, we're done. I'm sorry.
I mean, these two were close friends. There's no disputing it. Pearl is deluding herself to the point that it's affecting her personal life. Just like how Sneako's family didn't invite him to Christmas on account of his batshit opinions.
Do you know that this is the first year I'm not going home for Christmas? They don't, I have blue hair, woke family, kind of like you, and they don't fuck with my politics at all.
I mean, it doesn't take a blue hair people to not want to fuck with your politics. Like the Ye
It's never got to the point. It's never got to the point where I've been like uninvited for Christmas.
Wait, was this? I hate to break it to you, but normal people don't give so much of a shit about chronically online manosphere garbage, like whether or not women.
Was his banning from his own family Thanksgiving? Did that happen before or after his take about age of consent? Because I feel like I don't know if his family really is like progressive, or if they're just the kind of people that are like, yeah, Sneako, I don't like that shit that you're saying about, like, I don't like that, like, you know, you're endorsing, like, you know, child marriage or you know, worse, right?
And should give back their rights. In reality, these conversations,
like, there's some of the shit that Sneako says that's objectionable. If you're just like a slightly normal human being, you don't have to have any kind of strong political beliefs to.
They're so inherently ridiculous and inconsequential compared to what the average American is dealing with. We're living in a country where 30 million people are without health insurance. Millions of already employed people are having to work multiple jobs just to put food on the table. Almost half the population can't even afford a decent home. I mean, you see how these conversations Pearl wants to have are kind of silly? And yeah, I get the irony of me sitting here making a video on her, but my brain is broken. So of course I'll indulge her arguments a little bit. I just want to be sure that we're keeping this whole mess in perspective, at least. Like, man, people are just trying to make it through the day. The last thing anyone wants to do is listen to Just Pearly Things tell them what age disqualifies women from finding a partner. Who cares? Also, asking this person about age probably isn't the best idea. What the fuck was she?
What? Oh no, she's on that Sneako shit. She's on that Sneako child marriage shit, isn't she?
Just Pearly Things tell them what age disqualifies women from finding a partner. Who cares? Also, asking this person about age probably isn't the best idea. What the fuck was she cooking here?
Not that it's literally any excuse that she's
Somebody commented, whoa man, let her cook.
Doing this, because what she is doing, I can't even put into words how disgusting it is. But I've known her since 2002.
This is what I'm saying, chat. There's levels to these things, right? There's saying, they're saying the disgusting shit that Sneako says that most people, disagree with. Some people are more or less bothered by it. But then there's the shit that is like the, when you say like you think that 16-year-olds should get married to like 30-year-olds, that's when you lose like everybody.
I do not think she thinks that way. If she does, fuck her all over again. I don't care. But I don't think she does. I think she does it to rev people up and to get more views.
She got banned from Twitter for that age of consent take?
And to get more money. So all that to say, I'm curious to see once she does find a husband and find a man, is she gonna keep this act up? Because is she gonna find something?
Megastar, we should all travel exclusively by water slides. I have a dream, not just like, okay, I should not say that in the, I have had a dream where that was true, right? Where all travel was done by water slides and the whole world was basically a pool room, like the pool rooms. It was like an endless, like pool type structure. And yeah, you could go everywhere on, I think I must have like no clipped into the back rooms while I was sleeping, right? That's the only thing that really explains that dream. But yeah, I've dreamed about, just what you're talking about, right? And in a really scary way where like water slides are like, I don't know, taking you like down mountains and stuff, like, really scary, really like water slides that are probably not like entirely safe.
Somebody that shares these exact views with her, or is she gonna meet someone and be like, Okay, I don't actually think this way.
According to both Emily and Angry Reactions, Pearl's bizarre obsession with churning out the most mind-numbing takes imaginable seemed to happen overnight.
Because a lot of people be in my comments be like, she had to have been like this when y'all was dating. Bro, no, she wasn't at all. She was not like this, bro.
I mean, we know she used to be normal-ish. What happened then? How do you go from making such innocuous...
Used to have that dream, but with trampolines. I mean, I think if you combine the trampolines and the water slides, you could maybe make the water slides. The water slides in my dreams are a little bit unsafe, but they're not as bad as the airplanes. The airplanes in my dreams are the worst, chat. These are airplanes that, like, they're supposed to be like passenger airlines and you get on them and everything, but then they do like loop-de-loops and shit. Like they go through like, you know, holes and stuff, right? It's like just really dangerous stuff that planes should not do. And it's just like always the most like, I don't know.
Vlogs with your family to outright pandering to the lowest form of men on Twitter with no shame. Well, without making any unreasonable assumptions here, we know from Emily that Pearl has been consistently fixated on finding a boyfriend in the past, staying up late into the night, abhorring
I don't even know, chat. I had very similar dreams. It was with skateboards. Wait, was the whole world like a skate park? I could get with that.
over all the numbers and information she could possibly find in hopes of finally attaining a high-value man of her life.
Oh shit, chat. It is butterfly time. We hit the butterfly goal. And I'm messing up my hair with the butterfly. Let's try it on this side, maybe. You have like a roller coaster thing, reoccurring roller coaster dream, jumping through gaps in the tracks. Yeah, that's kind of like what my airplane dreams are like. It's just like, yeah, and you keep on thinking like, is there like some kind of like, does the person that runs these like airplanes, are they, you know, can I talk to them? Do they know that this is so dangerous? Like, it's just like, yeah, it's if airplanes, it's like airplanes that are doing stunts, you know what I'm saying? Like really dangerous stunts. And to be on one of these airplanes is just to like constantly feel like you're about to die. But you don't, somehow the plane, somehow everything's okay.
Liking.
It's honestly like sad because she was always trying to figure out what could she do to get a husband. I always told her that she did too much research. She was always online, like looking up relationship facts and stuff like that, and she would be up late like doing it. And I'm like, just stop. Yeah, just stop doing that. Like, let's just naturally look for a man.
Which again,
yeah, you'll give yourself like a complex doing that shit, whatever your sex is, right? If you're thinking you can study it and be like, always do these tactics or always do these habits, and you will be successful in your, you will get your man, you will get your woman, you will get the emperor, right? Yeah, that's never gonna, people, you gotta realize that everybody's different. And that's the beautiful thing, right? This whole like 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s and 6s and 7s and 8s and 9s and 10s thing, right? That's not real, because all of us have different aesthetics, and all of us probably even on different days have different aesthetics, right? You like one look that somebody has, right? And then maybe everybody adopts that look and you get kind of tired of it. And now there's a new look that is actually scoring higher.
Super chatted $9.99. I think that the manosphere weirdos are going to cause a third major branch of Islam to be formed based entirely off their most stereotypical bigoted opinion.
Oh my God. That's crazy. Like if a whole math meets Islam, is that what we're talking about? A whole math meets Islam type scenario? I mean, yeah, like this shit can cross-pollinate with anything. So, I mean, I guess I wouldn't be super surprised.
Everyone deserves to find love. Except I don't know how she expects to do it when this is how she advertises herself to the public. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I know exactly why she pivoted so hard to red pill content. We simply don't know the definitive reason as to why she's so susceptible to the manosphere. And oh wait, there is a reason, and she said it herself? Oh, okay.
Or even girls still ask me, like, how can you listen to this man? And I have one answer for you.
Wait, is the man Kevin Samuelson? Is that who we're talking about? Rapunzel just threw her ponytail out the window? Wait. Oh, To Catch a Man?
Low self-esteem.
Yeah, that's real. Her answer to the question, why do you listen to this sexist trash, basically boils down to, oh, it's because I hate myself.
From a young age, I haven't thought highly of myself. I never thought that I deserved a lot, to be honest. I never thought of myself as a queen. And I never thought of myself super highly.
They already think of Islam as homath because they're stupid and never read a single sentence from the Quran.
I'm gonna just be honest here. From a young age, I was...
Quaximus, once I dreamt I had a PlayStation 2. That dream was so real. I woke up and 100% believed I had one. Couldn't find it. Looked for hours. Came to the realization that it was a dream. Damn.
Humbled, okay? Most of my friends, right, were generally, like, more attractive than me. I was never the hot friend. Most guys, even the average guys, they would ask me about my friend first. And if that didn't work out, then they would come crawling to me.
I don't know, chat. Is any of this real? Does she have this complex, this inferiority complex, this imposter syndrome that is this real? Is any of this real? It feels to me that she is just trying to present a constellation of a woman who is absolutely submissive on, every level, down to saying women shouldn't vote, and who will, just basically, is it prostrate? Will prostrate herself, not prostate herself. I always get them mixed up, chat. Will prostrate herself, like, before him, right? And saying, I am not worthy. I am, like, right? Because all the guys that are annoyed that the women that they think are 6s consider themselves 8s, or, that this woman should, I'm on the same level of attractiveness, but she's, she's going after this more attractive guy. But, like, some of that's not even about, like, she's going after the more attractive guy, right? Everybody's differently attracted to anybody else. And look, there's people that, like, at least for me, like, there's people that I think are very attractive, that I think are very hot, that I'm not attracted to, right? That are just, for whatever reason, like, we don't vibe like we could be, like, lovers, right? So I've been in a situation before where, like, I was hanging out with some people I just met in Amsterdam, and it was a band, actually, and I kind of had my eye on the lead guitarist, but the drummer was trying to get with me. And look, there was I wasn't attracted to the drummer, right? And, like, I mean, I'm sure he could have read something like that into it too, but it wasn't about, like, this person's more attractive than you. It was just like, yeah, no, the vibe is just not there, right? And it doesn't mean that, like, just because I feel that, like, the vibe is there with the lead guitarist doesn't mean that the lead guitarist feels that way about me. Apparently that was not the case. But, it's just like, it's Midsummer Night's Dream, right? People are attracted to different people. Sometimes it's crazy and unfortunate, and it would work out so much better if the people that you were attracted to were also attracted to you. But it doesn't always work that way. That's life. So much of this shit is just these people, like, not accepting life, not accepting that everything is not easy, not accepting that your first try is not always successful, right? Now I feel like I'm giving relationship advice.
So, yeah, I would say low self-esteem. That's the main one. And yeah, being humbled.
That's why I can listen to Manosphere content.
This to me is an extremely telling moment, if not a pretty sad one.
It's weird, chat. There's something going on here where I think she does relate as one of the guys. I don't even know. Being humbled is what like makes me want to engage with Manosphere content. Oh my god, chat. I don't know what's going on here. I feel like there's levels. Oh my god, chat. Does anybody see what I'm saying here? Like, I almost feel like, you know, part of her it almost feels like there's like a part of her, I don't want to speculate, right? That maybe her gender identity is slightly more complicated than she gives it credit for. Because the way that she's trying to relate to guys is not exactly it's not entirely in a girl way. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. Maybe I just don't know.
It reveals how Pearl truly sees.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $10. When I was in college, other girls used to come up to me and ask me about my model attractive male friend, but he was gay. And he never HD a reciprocal experience about me. I get money now, right? Lol.
Is that how it works?
At Davidson,
according to Pearl, it should be.
99 cents. Man, what could possibly cause a certain majority of people think that success in life should just fall right into your lap?
Gee, I don't know. Davi. It's a mystery. It will remain a mystery because we cannot possibly do a little introspection and figure this out.
Sees herself, and how all the hate and misogyny that the Manosphere offers actually confirms all the loathing Pearl has always reserved for herself deep down, which I honestly can't help but pity. When you view yourself with such little regard as a person, and accept that this must be just who you are, your life becomes so one-dimensional and boring. I mean, who wants that for themselves? This all may sound harsh, but it is so hard to talk about Pearl's content without also seeing how deeply intertwined it is with her own self-image. Her entire persona screams insecurity and desperation, to the point where she has been widely coined a pick-me girl by just about everyone. And you can't blame them because—
But that smoothie looks good, right?
Being a pick-me is in the very nature of the character.
No, it's probably not good, Chad. It's probably somehow a keto smoothie. Don't you think she would do a keto smoothie? There's no way there's like a banana and strawberries in there. It's gotta be something else. It's gotta be something disgusting. It's like bone broth and like, I don't know, tallow. That's what her smoothie is made out of.
She portrays.
Permission? I want to give him permission, but if I chose to go down the path of high value man, I would know that it's a possibility, and I don't think I would want to ruin an entire family over that.
I was what?
Super in love, and I had—
Wait, what? I don't understand what she's saying.
Them because being a pick-me is in the very nature of the character she portrays.
Permission? I want to give him permission, but if I chose to go down the path of high value—
Would Pearl let her man cheat?
Man, I would know that it's a possibility.
So they just want to get, they want to get this idea that, like, you know, maybe she would be like a doormat for me, right? Maybe I could have this woman at home and just, you know, do whatever the fuck I wanted on the side, and it would be okay, because what's she gonna do? Where's she gonna run?
And I don't think I would want to ruin an entire family over that.
I wouldn't want to ruin a family. So you're ruining the family by leaving somebody that cheats you? That cheats on you when you're thinking about starting a family with them? Jeez.
Super in love. And I had children with the man, and I was really, really in love with him. He was a good man overall. I think I'd be lying if I'd say that I couldn't get over it. We should try to give men grace. I think that's part of relationships.
Wait, so when they say pro cheating, they don't mean like pro Pearl cheating, right? It is always going to be the guy, right, that's cheating.
Part of life.
Like, I think if a woman cheats, she's trying to leave you. If a man cheats,
yes.
just like it's like a handshake.
Yeah.
Ew.
I think we can all agree Pearl needs to chill the fuck out, and maybe she can do so with today's sponsor. Vance Global. Vance Global specializes in manufacturing only the best CBD on the market, using all natural ingredients which you can find listed.
Wait, is this one of these things that used to be is this the thing that the Trump law that passed? Like Trump passed some kind of law. I think it's against like hemp derived THC or something. So now all the shit says well, this one says Delta 8, right? But that's like a what would you call it? It's like a very similar chemical. Oh, I used to know. I can't think of the name for this. A chemical that's like just got like one or two constituents difference that sometimes in theory should do pretty close to the same thing as the like regular THC. It's just got a different constituent on one of its. Anyway, we got to get going, chat, because I got to give you an update on Minnesota. Then I'll come back to the Just Pearly Things and give you the debate between Anna Kasparian and Just Pearly Things. Let's see what this is really quickly while I go to the bathroom. I will be right back.
All right, welcome to our recurring segment, Get to Know a Senator.
Okay, so this is Senator Van Hollen. I've been disappointed. I don't know about you, but I've been disappointed in the Democrats and their response, or rather their lack of response to what's going on with the like mass Gestapo in our country. And, Senator Van Hollen, I don't know how much I agree with his politics, right? But he's been there from the very beginning, right? He's been there. He was the only senator to go to El Salvador to try to check up on, what had happened to somebody that Trump deported. So let's take a look at this. I want to see what this guy says about abolish ICE. So abolish ICE was a slogan in 2020. There were a lot of slogans, right? Abolish the police, for instance, or defund the police, right? It was, people argue about the tactical utility of these kind of slogans. But yeah, one of those slogans was abolish ICE. And in 2024, the Democrats were absolutely running away from that as hard as they could, and trying to distance themselves from the movement in 2020, especially something like abolish ICE, considering that they weren't going to fight Trump on immigration, considering that they virtually surrendered themselves to Trump on immigration. It wouldn't make sense for them to, to do anything other than to like absolutely distance themselves from any anti-ICE sentiment that they might have expressed or that someone around them might have expressed. But abolish ICE is in the title here, as is Gaza genocide and fighting Schumer. So let's see what this is about. Then we'll go to Philly D for an update, and then we'll, I guess, go to Anna Kasparian and Just Pearly Things. I really got to pee. Oh my God.
Guests have been J.D. Vance, Ted Cruz, Alyssa Slotkin, Jeff Merkley. Who else
Wait,
Let's
what?
Bernie. We've had Bernie.
Oh, we had Bernie.
Yeah.
Anyway, so if your boss hasn't been on there yet, reach on out to us. But today we're talking to Senator Chris Van Hollen. Senator Van Hollen, thank you so much for joining us here. Really appreciate it.
It's great to be with both of you.
And so one thing, and this was kind of the bait to get you into the studio that I wanted to talk to you about was, and I don't know if you remember this, many, many years ago, I mentioned to you that before the Iraq War, I had been among 20, 30 people at a talk you gave at the University of Maryland where you laid out in incredibly prescient detail, like why we should not invade Iraq and what would happen if we did. Unfortunately, as the audience knows, we did. And those things happened. With the help of your staff, we actually found evidence that this happened. If we can put up this element on the screen. This is from the Diamondback, which is the student newspaper for the University of Maryland. So Monday, March 3rd, 2003, this is an advertisement for a talk that Congressman Chris Van Hollen would be giving from 12 to 1:30 p.m. So you had just been elected November of 2002, so you're sworn in January of 2003, and the war starts within within 2 months. So just briefly lay out for us, like, how did you see what others didn't, and what did you think was going to happen? And
well, thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah.
And I actually remember that speech on the House floor because it's one of the earlier ones. I'd just been elected.
Well, and you gave a speech on the House floor like a week later.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And look, this sort of brings us to the moment we're in now with respect to many challenges. But when it came to Iraq, I mean, we all recognize that Saddam Hussein was a bad dictator. I would have liked to see him go. But the question was, how do you most successfully do that? And the Bush administration's answer was, you invade Iraq. And the problem is when you go in and break stuff, you really need to know what's going to happen next. It's easy to go in and break stuff. It's building stuff back that's really hard. And nation building is something that is, I think we've learned the hard way, that we should not be engaged in. So
some of us learned that anyway.
Yeah,
Apparently not enough people.
Look, so that was opening, I called it Pandora's box, right? Because what we did was when we went into Iraq, we unleashed all these forces, right? The different sectarian forces within Iraq. And then we tried to put a cap on them, and that didn't work. And the result was American forces on the ground for a long time, thousands of Americans killed, thousands and thousands of Iraqis killed. And the end result was actually to strengthen Iran, right? By getting rid of
Which
Saddam
I remember
Hussein,
you saying would happen at the time.
we strengthened Iran because they had been mortal enemies. I mean, they'd fought a war against one another. So the biggest beneficiary from the U.S. going into Iraq was Iran.
Yeah. You know, I want to express a lot of admiration for you and the courage that you've had on Gaza. You know, I know that was very difficult, especially under the Biden administration, going down to El Salvador with Kilmar Abrego Garcia at a time when there were other Democrats who were saying, oh, we shouldn't talk about this. This isn't a good issue for us. I'm curious how you sort of arrived at your worldview. I know you're born in Pakistan. Your parents, I think, one was State Department, one was CIA. You know, what has that journey been like so that you came to that place where you were able to see what many weren't on Iraq and have continued to be able to see some things that people are either not willing to see or unable to see?
So you're right. I grew up in a foreign service family. My father was a career diplomat. He went into the Navy and then into the Foreign Service. He married my mom, who was at the forerunner to the CIA at the time. She was a Russian language expert. She was the daughter of an English teacher, but she became a Russian language expert. So look, growing up overseas, and it's kind of like a military family. You go overseas, you come back, but it does get you thinking about what does America stand for. And I was proud to represent or be part of a family that represented the United States overseas. It also causes you to hold up a mirror and say, are we as good at home as we say we are? And in terms of my worldview, I believe in the power of America's example, in addition to the power of our military. And I think it's really important that we recognize, especially at a moment like we're in right now, that has really benefited us over time, and we're throwing away the power of our example, standing up for principles overseas. But it also, you know, I remember very clearly in Sri Lanka, because my father was posted in Sri Lanka, going to a village, and in the hut that belonged to the head of the village, there was a photograph on the wall. And it's kind of hard to see with dim light. It was a photograph of John F. Kennedy. Why was that there? Because the Peace Corps had been to that village and helped with their water and sanitation. So
he's kind of roundabout talking about USAID, I'm guessing?
So I've always believed that the United States can play a very important role around the world through the power of its example, and not be overly reliant on the power of our military.
Now,
I mean, it is important to note that, it's not either a reduction of U.S. soft power, which does include some, I guess you'd say, coercive power, right? You know, USAID has definitely been used as a vessel for, you know, U.S. Sort of like intelligence to work within. But just as often, it is a it is a beneficial program in some way that in some cases saves lives. And yeah, in cutting USAID, it will inevitably result in some deaths happening worldwide. But yeah, we've cut the soft power of the U.S. and have basically made. Am I right, chat? I feel like, okay, look, I am not in America anymore, but I lived there all my life before leaving, and I don't know if I'm able to perceive like the mood outside of the country, and also outside of the country is a big place. The rest of the world is kind of a big place. So, but I feel it's like it's pretty like a pretty universal feeling that you don't know if the United States is gonna like shake you down next, right? Or worse. Like it used to be that if you were like in NATO, you were like, no, the United States, if we were to come into a conflict where one of the NATO nations were attacked, the United States would just help defend, right? The United States does that. And now it's kind of like, if you're in Denmark, you're not entirely sure that the United States is not going to set up like an Israeli-style pager attack against your government as officials as the prelude to some kind of a invasion of Greenland, right? You don't know that. You don't know that anymore. Like, I mean, that's how I would be feeling if I was, which I guess I am, in another country. That like, all bets are off when it comes to the US, right? Yeah, what principles are we defending overseas? We given up the goat and just admitted it's about resource extraction. Yeah, it has been. It's just been that purpose has been pursued with a mixture of soft and hard power in the past. Some of the soft power resulted in, I guess, slightly more humanitarian conditions in some places. But also, it's used as a means of coercion as well. But I feel like I keep on hearing about, like, every few weeks I hear about, like, oh yeah, this actually is worse than it would have been had we not cut USAID. Like, that there's some compounding factor of something that got cut with the Doge cuts that has ended up like kind of biting the United States oftentimes in the ass. Anyway, let's continue. I don't know how invested I am in this. I really want to hear what he's got to say about ICE. I think he is he's one of the few Democrats that I feel like have had anything useful to say during this past week after what happened to Renee Nicole Good.
You had come to your knowledge of the sectarian situation in Iraq in a curious way. Get this story a little bit for our audience. So in the early 90s, you and Peter Galbraith.
Before Trump, the world still saw us as buffoons. No, but you got to admit that something's changed, right? Directive. I mean, you got to admit that this is a new it's not that the world respected the United States or thought that the United States was, doing the right thing, or didn't see when the United States was being, self-serving, or how there was a double standard in terms of the rules-based order, right? It's just that this new America, the idea that the United States would be attacking Venezuela, threatening Cuba, threatening Mexico, threatening Colombia, threatening Greenland, and thereby really threatening Denmark, right? A NATO ally. This was like all but unthinkable. You know, especially the idea of now they see us as a volatile buffoon. I mean, look, I'm a lot more. I get what you're saying, that the buffoon is still concerning. I think that's what your point is, right, Directive? That even a non-volatile buffoon still can do harm, still is concerning. But yeah, the volatile buffoon, but just like a dangerous rogue force that, like, obviously nobody wants to be under the crosshairs of. But there's got to be some thought of like, you know, we cannot continue on like this. There's got to be some. Does the world see people protesting? You know, the world does, but I think that there might even be an expectation for more protesting than is going on. Just given the fact that other nations tend to protest, like look at a country like France, for instance, there's like a higher baseline of protest and a you know, deeper severity of you know, the kind of strikes that can happen in that country in order to you know, act as the, in some cases, stop the government from enacting a law that people see as unfair. But yeah, no, there. I guess it's that, like, I don't think. Here's what I don't think the rest of the world understands. Maybe is that Americans have crisis fatigue, right? With Trump, there's a new crisis every day.
At DeVicliffe super chatted $9.99. I'm going to be real, you're only perceiving this because white countries are more openly critical right now. In Iran, they've always seen the face behind the mask of the USA.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. What I'm saying applies very conditionally, right? The countries to whom things have changed for, yeah, are, as you said, white countries in most cases. But I mean, like, you know, I'm not even talking about, like, you know, the criticism from, which actually is kind of mute as well, right? A lot of the time we don't see like as much criticism as one might expect. Although on stuff like Greenland, yes, like the, you know, criticism is, you know, is obviously going to be there on Greenland. But not as much of that, but like I'm talking about just concern for like the safety and sovereignty of one's own country, given the erratic actions of this rogue nation and the narcissistic madman, you know, driving it like a bull in a china shop, right? That's what I'm perceiving. But you know, I think the point Davi is making is to countries like Iran, for instance, like that is always how the United States has seemed. And given the volume of intervention, it's not just Iran that perceives the U.S. that way. You know, it's finding oneself on the opposite end of imperial barrels that imparts that perspective.
Galbraith, who was actually the brother of a friend of mine, James Galbraith, and happens to be the son of John Kenneth Galbraith, the famous 20th century economist. You guys are Hill staffers and do a very un-Hill staffer thing, which is sneak into northern Iraq, the Kurdish region, grab a whole bunch of documents and interviews with people there and prove that Saddam Hussein had used chemical weapons that presumably we had sold him on the Kurdish people. How did you get in? How does the boss sign off on that? And what what did you, like, how did that shape your politics, knowing that our ally had done this with our, I don't know, not with our backing, but we kind of encouraged the Kurds to rise up. And then we let him gas them with our chemical weapons. Like,
So I'm glad you brought this up. You're right. I was a staff member on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in the
So yeah, when George W. Bush went into Iraq with claims of weapons of mass destruction, it was on the assumption that Saddam Hussein was still in possession of the chemical weapons that the United States sold him in the 80s to use against Iran. Again, another reason why Iran probably, sees the United States already as a volatile buffoon rather than just a buffoon.
90s. Actually, I'm sorry, in the 1980s. This is late 1988-ish. And Saddam Hussein had unleashed his chemical weapons on the Kurds in the northern part of Iraq. And so, yes, Peter Galbraith and I traveled to the Turkish-Iraq border. We crossed into Iraq. Most of the interviews we did were with the Kurdish refugees who had fled into Turkey. And there were just these massive camps. And we actually camped out on the border. How we got permission to do it, I don't know. But we then interviewed a lot of the folks in these camps who gave us sort of firsthand accounts of Saddam Hussein's use of chemical weapons, because a lot of people were denying it. And I remember to this day, to your point on who provided the precursor chemicals. It wasn't necessarily we sold them chemical weapons, but the material that was used. I remember American chemical companies lobbying against the legislation we proposed when we got back, because we proposed full sanctions on Saddam Hussein, economic sanctions at the time. And we were able to ultimately get that out of the Senate. It died in the House. But
okay, I realize this is an interesting story, interesting background that I didn't know about. Senator Van Hollen, I am trying to get his perspective on what's going on with ICE right now, more than anything. And again,
Gaza, and maybe in the long run for Israel too, we'll find out.
Check this out on Breaking Points if you want to watch the whole thing, because it does seem like an interesting interview.
What leverage do you think you had that you didn't use? What could you have done that you didn't do? Like, if you had to do it over again, like, because the people trying to change Biden administration policy failed. Like, was there a path to changing that policy, or was this just baked in? And did you talk to Biden directly about this?
I did raise this with Biden directly. I mean, not so much near the end of his administration, but even on a couple of occasions, then I mentioned it to him. For example, when we had the collapse of the Key Bridge in Baltimore, he came to Baltimore. We spoke about the bridge. I mentioned we got to do something to stop the killing in Gaza. So, I tried to do everything I could. The main thing we did was get the Biden administration.
Okay, again, interesting, and we gotta find the bit about ICE. I gotta say though, as I'm watching these bits of the interview, I don't see really a better presidential candidate out there. Now, I mean, he has been talked about as a presidential candidate. He's definitely not a front runner. It's not like likely. I don't know. Somehow his profile is just not, that big or whatever. But in terms of, what I'm hearing, and what I've seen from him, this might be one of the better outcomes compared to somebody like Gavin Newsom.
Things like that. So we may have a situation where we pass appropriation bills for certain agencies, But what I'm saying, and I think Senator Murphy is saying, is that
focus on DHS.
When it comes to DHS, we will not support any funding for DHS unless and until we see these reforms.
And do you know where Senator Schumer is on that?
I think he supports reforms at DHS. I can't speak for him.
Rare moment of leverage that Democrats have in terms of government funding to force some changes at DHS and with ICE.
Across the country, CBP, who are supposed to be at the border, protect.
You know, when we had the Kilmar Brego Garcia case, CCOT, this notorious gulag.
There's dividing lines is around Gaza, but I think, you know, also the way that people have stood up or failed to stand up in this moment with the second Trump administration. You know, I mentioned before, and you mentioned going to see whether Kilmar Brego Garcia was alive or dead. You know, I think the decisions that were made on the previous shutdown fight, you know, everybody was sort of behind you guys, and then you had Schumer and a few breakaway Democrats deciding, oh, we're gonna cave without getting anything in return. I know you're part of what's called the quote unquote Fight Club. You and some other Democratic members of the Senate. So how do you see, like, how have Democrats done in this moment, and what
Wait, he was part of the Albright sanctions that starved 2 million people in Iraq and didn't hinder military operations in the slightest. I don't know who is willing to put Trump admin in prison forever. That's who I'll vote for, even if I disagree with them on everything else. All right, Davy, I will let Destiny know that he's got your backing. That's the first name that came to mind, right? When I thought of somebody who would imprison the Trump administration. I mean, seriously though, who do you see as being like most likely to? Because I mean, like on some level, you've seen what Obama's approach of not looking backwards but looking forwards has been. I mean, I get the fact that you know, if every administration comes in and prosecutes the previous administration on some technical bullshit, you know, just as a strike back, you know, it's not a healthy democracy, but at the same time, letting people get away with this kind of shit. Hell, letting Nixon get away to the extent that he did with that kind of shit is maybe something that you can't afford not to prosecute. Because otherwise it just comes back at you in a more virulent form.
Should they have done? How should they?
Like, I mean, do you see what I'm saying, Davy? The connection between the Patriot Act and what's going on in the street with ICE, with a law enforcement arm that was created in the Patriot Act. It all kind of you know, ties back to as different as much as, like, you know, Trump claims to hate the neocons, a lot of them are like Lincoln Project at this point. They're basically acting as Democrats because they hate what's going on with the Trump version of the Republican Party, but it does tie back to their policies. It does tie back to the policies of the neocons. And you could even, I don't know, you could probably make an argument for Venezuela as well. I'm not going to right now because, again, we're limited on time. I'm not sure how interesting this is going to be, chat, but I just wanted to see what he had to say on ICE in particular. The Patriot Act, the gift that keeps on shitting all over you. Yeah, pretty much. Immigrations and custom informants, they're not cops. Yeah, and they didn't exist prior to, like, what, 2003? This wasn't a thing. And what I've been, oh yeah, I almost got to this before. Abolish ICE is polling like better than it ever has been. right? At this moment, I think it was somewhere around 19% before. And this latest poll had it up around 45%. We're getting to like, you know, a plurality of Americans that are like, this needs to stop. Like, right, this organization this is a fucking nightmare. It's a Pandora's box, and we gotta shut it down. Ghostbusters style. But no, nobody's a Ghostbuster, you know, when it comes to the Patriot Act. Come on. Bustin' makes me feel good. My super chat was ignored by OBS the way I feel I ignored by my Senator Van Hollen. I have a complicated relationship with my district rep as well. So maybe I understand, but let me look and see what I did not see. Narwhal by nature, yeah. OBS did not pick that up for whatever reason. Maybe I'm being irrational, but every politician who enabled Biden staying in office despite knowledge of his health is a hell no for me. Well, definitely if you're talking about Kamala Harris, yeah. I have no interest in seeing a rerun of that campaign, right? I got no interest whatsoever to see that happen.
They have conducted themselves differently.
So I think a lot of Democrats were late to recognize the danger posed by the Trump administration. I mean, you know, people would sort of say, oh, maybe they're not serious. This is just rhetoric, even as the Trump administration engaged in lawless activity at home and overseas. And immigration was one of the earlier ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we had this case of Gilmar Abrego Garcia, right? He was snatched off the streets of Maryland. He was sent to CCOT, this notorious gulag in El Salvador. And when I went down there...
Wait, so the sanctions went into place because they saw... because these... Was he a senator at the time? No, he was a staffer. He was a staffer, he said, I think. And he goes... So, I mean, I guess he goes down on behalf of some elected official and confirms that the attacks took place with chemical weapons. Was it the precursors that the United States sold them? But I've heard this before, that Donald Rumsfeld, right, did some kind of deal with Saddam Hussein when they were fighting against Iran, right? Because that's who built Saddam Hussein up, was the U.S. Kamala versus Vance, 2000. Oh my gosh, Davy, sometimes the most obvious and, like, dare say I stupid, possibility is the best bet, actually. Like, that is a ridiculous, election, but it's just the kind of ridiculous election that would happen. And it's like so obvious. Oh no, what? Okay. Who thinks DeSantis could somehow mount a comeback? Right. There's always so there's there's Vance, who is trying to endear himself right now to the ultra right white nationalist wing of the Republican, or I won't even call it the Republican Party, the Groyper Party, I guess. They want to keep the Groypers in the tent. They want to keep the Groypers moderately happy. JD Vance thinks he can finesse the Groypers, but the Groypers are calling him the R slur, right? The Groypers are not fans of Vance. And they're not and basically because of who he's married to, have decided like they don't like this guy. But yeah, then you ask yourself, who else is going to inherit the Trump mantle? Vance is like the most likely possibility, the most obvious possibility, and you want to tell yourself, like, it's such a seeing that kind of race, a rerun almost of the 2024 race, is like an idiocracy plot twist. But again, I mean, where are we at? Like, we are living in the idiocracy. We are there. DeSantis is unlikable and short. Vance would win. Yeah, I mean, like, I think Vance has got a problem with his Riz, but DeSantis has no Riz, correct. I don't know, how would DeSantis come back? He'd have to, like, rebrand himself or something. I feel like he's already done that, hasn't he? Hasn't he already rebranded himself once? Wasn't he like a different guy when he... He's too short to be president. Can you imagine the president? They're worried about Zoran Mamdani eating, eating rice with his fingers. Like, what about DeSantis eating pudding with his fingers?
There were a lot of voices in the Democratic Party that said, no, don't do that, don't focus.
What do you think about this guy's voice, though? Do you think does that sound presidential to you? He's got the like interesting intonation. I can't quite emulate it, but
in El Salvador. And when I went down there, there were a lot of voices in the Democratic Party that said, no, don't do that, don't focus at all.
Did anyone come to you directly?
I mean, they're
Democrats above you in the
public
Senate?
record. Yeah, but not just there, but also around the country. And it was like, we shouldn't be talking about this because when it comes to immigration issues, the Trump position is popular. We should always change the subject to something else. I mean, here you have people being snatched. Now that's changed. Now we have people who are responding much more than they were before. But at that time, it was really very much a finger in the wind kind of thing.
What was the fucking goal of the sanctions? Anybody know? The Albright sanctions, as Davy said, what was the goal? What was that supposed to accomplish? Like I get he's saying the confirmation of the use of chemical weapons on Kurds in the north was the trigger for the sanctions being put in effect, but what was the idea to pressure Saddam to give up his, like, to give them away to someone, have somebody take the chemical weapons away, have inspectors come in there? I guess that's probably how it would work. They would like, what was the goal? What was the positive outcome that the sanctions were seeking? Because it seems like, killing millions of people is a pretty obvious outcome to something like that. I don't know what the good outcome would have been. Oh, really? Just to pressure the regime for, like... Wait, Vance went from a corporate Al Gore guy to his current form was created by Rob Dreher. Wait. He does have Al Gore Riz, doesn't he? Wait, no, maybe he doesn't even have Al Gore Riz. I've never thought about him in his Al Gore guy state. I guess I wasn't that aware of Vance. I wasn't really paying as much attention to elections in Ohio. I do remember. Wait, who is he running against though? I think the guy he was running against would have been.
And despite the fact that you had this gross violation of the Constitution, and things began to change back then. I mean, when we had the Kilmar-Brego Garcia case, folks like, Joe.
But could that ever be presidential? Could that intonation ever be presidential? Would that work? Like, or is this gonna can America have a goofy grandpa like this as the president?
Rogan on his podcast.
Because like, I mean, I'm looking at the other options, and we're talking about, Gavin Newsom. Davy said Kamala. Again, as silly as it would be to run a virtual repeat of the 2024 election with Kamala running against Vance this time, who, listen, if they run Vance and somehow Trump is still around, you know what they're going to do? They're going to, at the very least, make it seem like that Vance is a stand-in for Trump, that Trump will be there behind the scenes telling Vance what to do. So for all the like MAGA faithful who want to vote for Trump one more time, you can secretly do that by voting for Vance, right? Because that's the only way. Like, otherwise, I think that Vance gets a fraction of Trump's support. I think there's a limited number of Trump supporters who will transfer their enthusiasm onto JD Vance, because he's just not, in fact, I mean, not a lot of people have the effect on a political party. Do I have to remind us that it wasn't always that a figure would dominate a political party? That's a fairly rare thing. It's starting to, you're starting to see cracks again here and there, right? So it's not as solid as it was, but yeah, this guy fucking owned the Republican Party. I don't think that anybody that is like that I can see on the political horizon is going to be able to own the right wing the way that Donald Trump has. Oh yeah, Kamala basically sabotaged herself. Absolutely, Iraq.
We're saying, I'm not into this just denying people their due process rights in the Constitution. And that's what this administration's been doing, just taking away people's due process rights. So I do think it's changed, but to answer your question, I think there were a lot of folks who were very slow to recognize the real danger to our democracy, to our Constitution, and to our country.
So I guess my question is, has that actually changed? There's a possibility of another shutdown fight, and you have some, including, in this part I will need your piece to be in for, Senator Chris Murphy.
Okay, this is the part I'm interested in, right? This is the part I really want to know about. Are they going to do anything about ICE with the next shutdown? Or have they basically like tucked tail and run when it comes to leveraging the shutdown for anything?
Indicating that we should use this opportunity, Democrats should use this opportunity to force changes at ICE in the wake of what I would call a murder of Renee Good, being shot 3 times by this ICE agent as she's there in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Let's go ahead and take a listen to Senator Chris Murphy make the case.
Wait, Vance has only existed as a partisan political figure? I always heard like that libs glazed him over Hillbilly Elegy, which I must confess I never read, except for the sex scenes with the couch, right? I read those because, good erotica is hard to come by. But definitely when the alternative is RFK Jr.'s text messages, I will take the couch fucking scene from Hillbilly Elegy, page 168, over the alternative any day. But Trump was a popular apolitical figure for decades. Okay, so when's the first time Trump is political? Maybe the ad for the hanging of the desire to execute the Central Park 5, right? Would be my guess as to where Trump, kind of announces his political allegiance. But I mean, I don't know. I guess that doesn't mean that the public picked it up necessarily. I thought that Vance was somewhat embraced by like NPR wine moms that were. Didn't they make a crappy movie out of the book? Yeah, and I think it might be on I feel like it's on Netflix. But I'm just like, that sounds like the worst thing in the world, right? That sounds like a punishment. To be like, you know what you're going to be doing tonight? You're going to be watching Hillbilly Elegy, the story of J.D. Vance, a semi-autobiographical tale of a man who rises from the Appalachians and learns to become part of the ruling class. I don't know. This is like, somebody reminded me today that if a person was on the ground of the Capitol on January 6th, wait, it's Alex Jones and a bunch of kids? Oh yeah, Fuentes and 2005. Oh, is when he comes in with the is 2015. It's the first time Trump is political in an adversarial way. So you're talking about the birtherism? Wait, JD Mandel, is this popular TV for Trump? Vance was a beloved figure because he did a racist analysis of black culture, but for white people, and libs loved it.
You're proposing sweeping reforms to DHS, from requiring warrants for arrests to banning masks during enforcement to limiting ICE's use of firearms in civil operations. Do any Republicans support your plan? Is it realistic that this could actually pass, Senator?
Well, Republicans need Democratic votes in order to pass a budget for the Department of Homeland Security. Yeah. And what we're talking about, I wouldn't necessarily categorize as sweeping, right? We're simply talking about, essentially going back to the way that ICE was operating when they cared about legality, right? Identification of officers, that's something that has been standard practice in every law enforcement agency all across the country. CBP, who are supposed to be at the border, protecting us at the border, operating in the interior with no training on how to deal with complex urban environments, that's brand new. So we just need to get back to a Department of Homeland Security that is prioritizing the law and prioritizing keeping people safe. And yes, I think that it's reasonable for Democrats, speaking on behalf of the majority of the American public who don't approve of what ICE is doing, to say, if you want to fund the Department of Homeland Security, I want to fund a Department of Homeland Security that is operating in a safe and legal manner.
So is it appropriate, do you support using this sort of rare moment of leverage that Democrats have in terms of government funding to force some changes at DHS and with ICE?
Yes, I've been very clear. I will not vote for one more penny. I guess we're getting rid of the pennies. One more dollar for the Trump ICE operation. And I hope we will use this moment for that purpose.
I think I got what you're saying, Davi. Yeah. So it's almost like the apolitical status forms this weird like basis of support for, and that's why Trump is slightly OP to other Republicans, is that he's got it's like the Arnold Schwarzenegger effect, or at least what I imagine, right? Because like it's wild that Arnold Schwarzenegger ran for and won California governor. But when you think about it, it's very simple how that worked. Guys, well, mostly guys, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger fans who might normally not vote had a chance to be part of history, right? and elect go be part of their favorite movie star becoming the governor, right? And I think that sort of matches the MO of the podcast presidential election, the strategy of getting to apolitical people through podcasters who didn't normally talk about politics but were somewhat positively disposed, somewhat culturally identified with with things associated with Trump, which was becoming like MMA and like anyway. So I mean, like, this is what Vance is maybe missing, right? And what most politicians frankly are missing, right? The exceptions really that I can think of being Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jesse Ventura. I wonder. Anyway, this is speculation, chat. I mean, not that speculating why people voted for Arnold Schwarzenegger in California in the 2000s is not speculation as well, but that's major speculation to whether Jesse Ventura's status as like a pro wrestler had that kind of effect in the Minnesota race, where there were people that are like, you know what, I never vote because like I don't give a fuck about politics, but holy shit, my favorite wrestler, or anyway, also, Ventura, like Trump, has a personality that is in some ways larger than life, right? I don't think that Schwarzenegger exactly had that going for him. If he could have been the guy from the movies, if he could have maintained his, like, because he does essentially kind of play one character for the most part. If he could have just maintained that character, I think he would have been, well, I don't know. I mean, I guess he was pretty successful as is.
And this is why the Department of Homeland Security's appropriation bill in the Senate has been so hung up. I mean, we've passed other bills, appropriation bills, out of our committee, but some we've not. And this one is one that I will not support advancing without the kind of reforms that Chris Murphy's talking about.
And what's the end game then? Because it seemed like that's where Democrats kind of fell down last time. That they kind of snatched defeat from the jaws of victory in that shutdown, because it felt like they just kind of lost their nerve after.
Wait, he did a Terminator movie while he was governor?
Shutdown had gone on so long. So how do you avoid that this time?
So we do have a different situation now. We have already moved, for example, 3 appropriation bills, like for the Department of Agriculture and a couple others. There may be other bills where we were successful at putting up safeguards around the funding.
Mm-hmm.
The Commerce Justice Science Bill is one of those where we completely rejected the Trump cuts to science and the National Science Foundation.
Wait, does that mean I'm in the wrong business, Davy? Like, am I just like undermining myself by should I talk about pop culture and like true crime first, and then talk about drama? Be the all Ethan Klein channel. Like, Ethan Klein, this just in, Ethan Klein took a shit. It's tested negative for Giardia this time. No, but like there's something about like the having oneself established in the world in some non-political or especially like cultural milieu creates a bonus effect on your ability to your ability to succeed in politics.
And NASA Goddard and things like that. So we may have a situation where we pass appropriation bills for certain agencies. But what I'm saying, and I think Senator Murphy is saying, is that
focus on DHS.
When it comes to DHS, we will not support any funding for DHS unless and until we see these reforms.
And do you know where Senator Schumer is on that?
I think he supports reforms at DHS. I can't speak for him with respect to the actual strategy of not supporting that bill at this particular moment.
There was a memo that circulated in the kind of DC progressive world a month or two ago, and I'm curious if you saw it, that made the case for Chris Van Hollen for Senate Majority Leader. Did you see that memo?
I heard about the memo. So actually, no, I did see that memo.
Okay.
I know what you're talking about.
All right, so what do you think of that memo, and would you run if Democrats took the majority, or even if they don't, would you run for minority leader? Is that something you're open to?
So it's not something that has been, top of mind for me. And ultimately, this is a question of the Democratic caucus. And if you go back, for example, to your point on the shutdown strategy unraveling, you can see it's not just about one person. So look, my goal right now is to fight like hell every moment we've got against the Trump administration to work to win the midterm elections in the House and in the Senate. And then I do believe, I'm a strong believer in the fact that we cannot just be the party of no, that we need to put forward a clear agenda for the future that tells the American people we are not the party of the status quo.
Yeah.
And that is going to be my main focus.
So you say it's a question for the Democratic caucus. Is it also a question for the Democratic base, though? Especially at this period in time when you're between president, there's no clear leader of the Democratic Party. So I think it's sort of an old-fashioned way of looking at, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer say, they just tend to the business of the House, or they just tend to the business of the Senate. The Democratic base, and the numbers bear this out, are very frustrated with Jeffries and specifically with Chuck Schumer. They feel he is failing at the job of standing up to Trump, and I think I agree, and I think you probably agree that they have a pretty strong case that they could make there. So does their frustration matter at all in that calculus as well at a time when they feel like they're losing their country?
Yes, their frustration definitely counts. It counts in leadership races. It will certainly count going into 2028 when it'll be a referendum within the Democratic Party.
Remember that all the reports said that people read Trump as more centrist than Hillary in 2016 because he existed in the media world primarily. That and pushing back against, when the Bush administration has made itself so unpopular, pushing back against that will give you credit. And it seems like that was something Trump was a little bit more into than Hillary.
Party on the direction that we want to take.
Even though obviously it turned out to be, he turned out to be more of a neocon than anyone could have imagined.
Going forward, I would say that at this point in time, and again, Senator Schumer, I think is now better reflecting.
Oh no.
The views of more of the Democrats across the country. That said, and it became public, so I can talk about it. As you know, the first rule of Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club, but
until somebody talks about it. So.
So there is a group of us who've expressed frustration, not only about the direction the caucus taken, but also with respect to how the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee has gotten involved in some of the Democratic.
That's something that blew my mind in 2016 about Trump. Lithium says people thought he was a moderate Republican in 2016. Something that blew my mind about him is that he would say all this racist shit, right? There would be all these clips of him being encouraging his bloodthirsty crowd to beat up protesters. And Like there were people that were like, no, this guy's chill. No, he's totally chill. He just wants to build a wall. That sounds like fun.
Primaries. That's really what
I just mean, like, I don't know how you could, like, or like, I mean, it must be that some people just do not consider like racist shit like that to be like immoderate or something, right? That somehow that is like
triggered a lot of the frustration among this group. You know, I was, you know, I was quite clear how frustrated I was that you didn't have the leadership supporting Mamdani in New York for mayor.
What did he say about that? How did he justify not supporting the Democratic nominee for mayor?
I can't remember what he has said publicly, but you know, all I know is the result.
normal by nature. I think lithium means white. People thought he was moderate at first. Also, white men, the cat grabbing was a lot.
Yeah.
And
oh, the cat grabbing. I forgot about the cat grabbing.
And you know, here you have a mayor.
Wait, how does that shit get memory hold? I have completely lost memory of like grab her by the cat. Like I forgot that ever happened. That is scary. That is so scary.
Who ran on the platform of affordability that everybody says we should be focused on, and we should be focused on lowering the cost of living for Americans so people, you know, living paycheck to paycheck can actually get by, and we want to increase the size of their paychecks too.
And one of the
so that was, you know, that was an example where, you know, if you want to have a big tent Democratic Party, and I do, then you can't say you're not going to endorse, you know, the guy who was the Democratic nominee for mayor.
One of the grievances that this, according to the reporting that the Fight Club brought to Senator Schumer, was recruiting Janet Mills.
Yeah, he hugged a gay flag. I always saw the image, the version of it where it was upside down.
When Graham Plattner was already in the race, and then clearly backing Haley Stevens, even though they're claim they're not. Well, there's a competitive primary there. Has the
I mean, I kind of know why I forgot about Grab Her by the Pussy and like so many other of Trump's greatest hits. It's because he's doing some other bullshit like the very next week. He just floods the zone with bullshit, and nobody's ever, when you have a moment and somebody's like, okay, what do you think is bad about Trump? You're just like 5,000 things like fly through your mind. You're like, oh, you're having so much trouble answering that. Well, it must be that nothing. It must be that Trump is great and everything's going great. This is an A+++ economy. This is really great. This is the best border we've ever had. I'm enjoying the vibes of the border. It's a great border. He molests the flags, yeah, and people. Yeah, and the song. I feel like he did something dirty to YMCA.
Fight Club thought about or talked about endorsing, like as a group, against the Democratic establishment's candidate? Like, where are you? Well, let's start with Maine. Like, have you spoken with Graham Plattner? Are you supporting him? And should the Fight Club, like, if they're going to fight, like, they're going to fight?
So, okay, let's start with Maine. I've talked to both Janet Mills and Graham Plattner a couple times. My view is that the Democratic primary voters should be the ones who, you know, decide on that election. And
chat, could a goober like this ever be president? Like, this would only work if America just decided we want goober, like, all together at the same time. They're like, he's so goofy.
You know, we got upset because that is an example where the DSCC did weigh in very strongly on behalf of one of the candidates in the primary. And it was our view, and it remains my view, that, you know, that's a question for Democratic primary voters.
Wait, I heard he said that, like, YMCA wasn't supposed to be gay, but he said that Macho Man wasn't supposed to be gay?
And the same was true about Michigan, right? With respect to Haley Stevens, that they were weighing in on behalf of.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's better than Gavin. Dems have absolutely no bench. And like, I somehow just don't think that AOC is gonna, I mean, like, I don't think AOC is gonna run for president.
Her to the exclusion of the other candidates. So,
and like, there's been stuff that AOC has kind of dropped to the ball on, to be, completely honest, more recently.
So our basic message was we need to, you, the DSCC, need to stay out of these races. Now, we did make an exception in the case of Minnesota. We together have endorsed Peggy.
Welcome to Maryland, Irene. No one's ever accused us of being cool. But I mean, sometimes like uncool can be authentic. And I do think that Van Hollen has an authenticity about him that, I mean, despite the fact that, yeah, he's, God damn, I didn't realize he had that political history until he started talking about it, right? The sanctions being imposed. We need a YMCA cover that replaces those letters with LGBT. AOC said some real weird stuff today.
Flanagan, who's the lieutenant gubernatorial candidate there. And that's because we also sensed that the DSCC was weighing in on behalf of, in this case, Angie Craig.
Right. So then, okay, so if you're weighing in Minnesota, what will it take to get you into Maine?
I don't know.
Or Michigan?
I think our main reaction in Maine was that the DSCC went in. So look, I'm continuing to look at these races. And I don't know, I do think that we're stronger when we can take sort of collective action, and we were able to get a consensus on that when it came to the Minnesota Senate race.
Senator, I'm curious why you changed your mind on Medicare for All. I was very happy to see. But I'm just wondering if your views have evolved on where we should be economically and what it's going to require to, give working people a shot in this country.
Yeah. So the short answer is my view has not changed on that fundamental question. I mean, I've been very much supportive of getting eventually to Medicare for all. But I had taken the view earlier that, I was one of the people who was for the public option when it came to the Affordable Care Act, and then we didn't get the public option, even though the House had been supportive of it back in the day.
Okay, look, we gotta move on. Otherwise, I'm not gonna.
Hi, it's Monday, January 12th, 2026. You're tuned into Why America? I'm Legia Miller, coming to you from Minneapolis with more updates. Today we're discussing...
I always forget that about her.
What's happened over the weekend as door-to-door raids and further surges of ICE officers land in Minneapolis.
That's gotta be scary. Hear me out. Boris Johnson, 2028. He was born in the USA. Wait, why is that name like?
Minneapolis, and what this means moving forward, both for
Bojo? Oh my God. Bojo. Why? It took me a second.
And listen, I know last week I promised you a second part breaking down the Venezuela conflict, and that is
coming. How did I memory hole Bojo?
I promise. It's hard to keep up with the barrage of news lately, which I do believe is entirely the point. And also, this shit in Minneapolis is happening.
I mean, yeah, on some level, right? I mean, I don't think that Trump is doing like a war that he had no interest in, and pursuing like ICE crackdowns that he didn't want to do. I don't think he's doing that specifically to distract from Epstein, right? I think it's both, right? It's like it's a side benefit, and this is his style. Always keep shit coming so nobody can focus on any one thing. There's always a million crises, and it causes the media, if they want to keep up with it, they've got to constantly be like, Donald Trump did this other scumbag thing today. He also did this scumbag thing. He also did, he said this, and we have proof right here that that's a lie. He's lying. If you do that, then you make it really easy for the right wing to be like, oh, the media is just in the tank. They just hate Trump, I guess, and not that Trump is just like the worst fucking dude ever.
literally in my backyard and my front yard. It's coming at me from all sides. So it's pretty hard to ignore it. And I think that much like LA and DC and Chicago before us, we are a training ground, just as Trump promised, for the regime's tactics for enforcing total submission.
Bojo couldn't even stop himself from having a party during COVID lockdown. Didn't Gavin Newsom do something like that? Is that shit real? The French Laundry or whatever?
Of the populace. What's happening in Minneapolis helps us to predict what's to come, especially now that the courts have impeded Trump's ability to use the National Guard to do his bidding. Through the process of elimination and experimentation on the streets of American cities, it seems Trump and his goons have discovered that ICE offers the best potential for Trump's own Gestapo force. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about Hitler in this one too, so buckle up, Buttercup. Thank you to my partner on today's video, PDS Debt. Credit card debt sucks. I've struggled with it. I know how stressful and overwhelming it can feel to watch those debts pile up. And it's so hard to live your life under the constant strain of worrying about credit card debt on top of literally everything else going on in the world right now. And of course, it's the credit card companies that win when you have to keep paying them huge amounts of interest every single month. It can feel so good to finally take back control of your life by tackling those big scary debts, especially if you can get a little help along the way. If you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, you need to check out PDS Debt. PDS Debt provides a service to match you with debt solutions tailored
Ethical
to your financial
React.
situation, and they have a team of people ready to help you with your
Although-
debt journey. They understand your specific scenario and will help provide alternative solutions to becoming debt-free.
Ethical React, although I can't vouch for the sponsor.
PDS Debt is offering a free debt analysis. It only takes 30 seconds. Head over to pdsdebt.com/Miller to get your free debt assessment today. You'll receive a full breakdown on how to save on interest each month and the quickest way to take care of your debt. There's no minimum credit score required. Whether your credit is bad or fair, they're here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back where it belongs, in your savings account. PDS Debt is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, boasts hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google, and holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. And getting started is easy. Go to pdsdebt.com/Miller to complete your free debt assessment in just 30 seconds to see what options are available to you. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/Miller. Thanks, PDS Debt. Okay, first, I want to issue a correction to my video from last week about the potential legal consequences for Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent who murdered Renee Good. After listening to Mark Joseph Stern on Slate's Amicus podcast, I realized I was too quick to write off potential legal consequences for Ross, and I misstated the process as well. And this is why I always consume content from lawyers who are smarter than me, and Stern and Dahlia Lithwick over at Slate do great work, both hosting the Amicus podcast and in their writing for Slate, so you should check them out. Stern pointed out that any potential prosecution of Jonathan Ross brought in the state of Minnesota by state prosecutors, in that Ross could argue that it should be removed to federal court since he was acting as a federal employee. Now, I said that last week as well, but what I got wrong is that if the case moves to federal court, it would still be prosecuted by Minnesota state prosecutors, not by federal prosecutors. So it wouldn't just move to federal court and die because no federal prosecutors would take it. The same state prosecutors would continue pursuing the case, just in a different court. So that's going to go ahead and be my bad on that one. But the reality still stands that the feds have taken over the investigation, and that will absolutely create a roadblock to state authorities accessing key evidence. That doesn't mean that a state prosecution won't happen. It just means it's going to be a long and bumpy road. But it absolutely is not true, as Kristi Noem lied about last week, that Minnesota does not have jurisdiction over the issue. The U.S. Constitution firmly places the police power in the hands of the states. That officer can absolutely be charged by Minnesota state authorities for committing a crime on the streets in Minnesota. You enter the state and commit crimes here, the state's going to have jurisdiction. Whether or not Ross is immune from prosecution is something they're going to have to argue in court, but dog killer and non-lawyer Kristi Noem does not get to say categorically that the state just has no jurisdiction over the case. And Minnesota AG Keith Ellison, along with my county attorney Mary Moriarty, have announced that they will be separately investigating the case. And I will say that the public officials in Minnesota surely are lending.
Je mange quoi? I don't know how to say it in French. It's a rose apple. It's like an apple, but it has a fuzzy part on the bottom. It's a pear-shaped apple, and it has like a middle that has to be cut out. I don't know. It's an interesting fruit.
credence to the right-wing fear-mongering about radical liberal cities. A Jew, a black man, and a lesbian are fighting tooth and nail for Renee Good's killer to be brought to justice, and for ICE to get the fuck out, as our mayor Jacob Fry said in the hours after her killing. And listen, I'm not gonna sing Jacob Fry's praises, okay? He's a Democrat who more often than not sides with the police and big business. Him and I have exchanged DMs in the past because I've been critical about him online.
Une sorte pour Assion, je crois.
We don't stand Jacob Fry, okay? I did not vote for that man. But we can recognize when someone we disagree with is doing good work, and I appreciate that he hasn't been mincing words in his opposition to ICE being on our streets. I cannot say the same for Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, who are supposed to be leaders of the opposition party, but we'll get into that. And the reality is that Minnesota officials may not need evidence from the feds to mount a good case. On Friday, new video surfaced from the perspective of Jonathan Ross, who was himself filming as the incident unfolded. As I pointed out last week, he had his phone out and it never left his hand as he pulled out his gun and shot Renee Good 3 times. I will not be showing that new video because I draw lines for myself about what I watch, and that's not something I want to engage with. The initial videos that surfaced that I showed in my video last week.
What the fuck is this dog killing thing about Kristi Noem? She says she lived on a farm, and she said that's just how you have to be on the farm. A dog is a working animal, and I think she claimed the dog was dangerous or something, like after the fact, but she bragged about it. She wrote a book where she was bragging about the like austere life she lived on a farm, and just thinking this would ingratiate her to conservatives, and not realizing that her narration of her, killing her 1-year-old dog was something that really turned a lot of people against her. Yeah, it was like a 1-year-old dog. It was like a puppy. Yeah, I don't even know. Her explanation was that she thought the dog was dangerous, but I think that was like post. I think that was like after she was asked about it. But yeah, that stuff is real. She actually did that, and she was kind of a different person before she got taken on by the Trump administration. Like this whole like her whole makeup beauty routine that she does now, I don't think this is something she did back in the day. So she looked different, and yeah, she was trying to be the next rising star Republican legislator, and then the book came out, and the only thing that the only thing that caught people's attention was her story about killing her dog, and people did not like that. So Trump, this is what Trump does. He bails out failed right-wing enterprises, and Kristi Noem is a great example of that. She needs to rebrand herself. She needs to write her own history that is not about killing a dog, because that is like literally all that she's known for at the outset of becoming Ice Barbie. And now that she's Ice Barbie, she can be known as, I don't know, one of the villains of history. It feels like she's almost playing a role. Like this is like a villain role or something that she's doing here, right? I don't know.
Showed a car and a blurry gun.
Oh, she dropped it in a quarry, I believe. Yeah. She dropped after she shot the dog, she dropped it in a quarry. And she's saying there were like people there that saw her doing it. They were like, Trump, who uses like a dog as an insult. Oh yeah, and one of the few presidents that has not had like any sort of pet, I don't think, right? Did Trump ever have a cat? I could see Trump having a cat. Honestly, Trump seems more like a cat guy, but I don't think he is. I don't think he's like an anything guy. I don't think he's a pet guy.
And that's it. This one is much more graphic, and it does not support a case for Jonathan Ross of
The builders were watching her, throw the dog's body into the
self-defense. As a reminder, the standard is, would an objectively reasonable officer have acted in this way? According to reporting from The Advocate, in the video, we see from his perspective, Renee Good smiling and saying, "I'm not mad at you." We see her sharply turning the steering wheel away from the agents. We see she's unarmed. We see Ross to be nearly fully clear of the SUV's path. We see him shoot her 3 times point blank and hear him mutter "fucking bitch" afterwards as her car careens off. This was an unarmed woman fleeing. In order to prosecute him for murder, a jury would have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that Jonathan Ross acted unreasonably. That is still a high bar, like I said last week, but this video makes it just that much more surmountable. Over the weekend, thousands gathered in Powderhorn Park, a few blocks from where Renee Good was killed, and as ICE presence increases in Minneapolis and across the state, as Kristi Noem promises to send in even more officers, there have been sightings and raids in smaller rural cities like St. Cloud and Alexandria, home to immigrant populations seeking affordable housing and agricultural work. And for just a moment of hope core, here's a video my ma sent me from the main street of Alexandria, Minnesota, population 15,000, where she said there have been ICE raids at a local restaurant and construction site. She was there this weekend in the frigid cold, along with, I don't know, probably 50 protesters, including my aunt and uncle, who are liberal farmers. You love to see it. Made my heart grow a few sizes.
no pet. Like, no, that's real New York right there. Yeah, except that it wasn't ever from the mandate of the landlord for him.
Tests were largely peaceful across the state, aside from some mild property damage. Apparently, one ICE officer suffered a minor injury after having ice thrown at them, which I believe that's just called poetic justice at that point. Despite Governor Walz's order to have the National Guard on call in case they're needed, their presence has so far been unnecessary, at least not to protect the state against the violent radical protesters the regime claims have taken over Minnesota. The only violence we saw here over the weekend were the violent arrests carried out, often without proper warrants, by ICE agents. Yesterday, video was released of ICE officers pepper spraying protesters on a residential street before ramming the...
Yeah, I mean, I've heard about this chat. There's at least one place, they busted in without a warrant. Just as I was saying, like, if they don't have a judicial warrant, you're golden. I mean, at least in one case, they're kind of playing fast and loose with that.
The door of a home and arresting a man inside. A distraught family member came out holding a piece of paper the agents used to justify his arrest. According to reporting from the Associated Press, the piece of paper was a warrant signed by an immigration officer, not a judge. Those warrants allow for the arrest of someone in public. They do not allow for forced entry into a private residence. And J.D. Vance told Fox News, quote, "I think we're going to see those deportation numbers ramp up as we get more and more people online and working for ICE, going door to door and making sure that if you're an illegal alien, you've got to get out of this country. And if you want to come back, apply through the proper channels." Though, of course, even those who have applied through proper channels are being swept up in the dragnet. Not to mention the fact that going door to door...
Sorry, liberal farmers, but we give farmers too much respect. Wait, who's glazing farmers?
...is actually against our constitutional rights. ICE officers need to have warrants, and they need to be seeking out a specific individual for apprehension. They don't get to go door to door Nazi style. Okay, and this is where we're going to get into what this all means for what's to come in Minnesota and around the country. We are currently being made an example of here in Minneapolis, something I knew would happen eventually, but it doesn't stop here. Trump has vowed to do what...
She looks like a brat stall. That's one evil brat stall.
...whatever he can to punish blue states through cutting our federal funding and sending in ICE agents to terrorize our people. Because let's be clear, he's not just terrorizing our immigrant populations. They are most at risk and suffer the greatest consequences. But with Renee Good's killing, it has been reinforced that anyone is subject to killing at the hands of the state, and they will do whatever it takes to then cover up the murder and laud the killers. As I have been saying since November 2023, when I first covered Project 2025, remember back then when no one was talking about it? Even back then, I was saying they will not stop with just criminal illegal immigrants. Their plan is holistic. It is total. Under the state, women are fucking bitches. Trump won't even acknowledge that Renee Good was married to a woman. He's constantly referring to her wife, Becca Good, as her friend. LGBTQ people are being erased and targeted. Disabled people are being erased.
It feels like like a pushing back into the closet or
and targeted. They will not stop until everyone has complied. It does not end with Renee Good. Her killing was not the climax. It was just
But you know, I mean, I talked about this the other day, that what makes the clip that they released, the one that JD Vance was crowing about, the clip that was taken from the camera of the killer, what makes that clip work for right wingers? I also already mentioned the fact that the phone gets folded away and people interpret that as a collision, as a car, you know, bumping into him, because that, like, you know, something happens with the phone. Quickly, the brain asks itself what is causing, you know, the phone to not be visible, and you know, you're left to think maybe the car hit him, but it didn't. So anyway, there's that aspect, but then there's also you get the clearest view yet of the victim, and you know, the idea is like to get right wingers to think she's not like you. Don't worry, this couldn't be you. She was a liberal bitch, and you know, not adhering to gender norms, like 100%, right? So, you know, it's kind of I mean, that's what I think more than anything, that's what they're selling this with. Our children must be as miserable as we are, says MAGA. Thank you for the bits, Omega Star.
the beginning. And I try really hard to remain factual and level-headed every day for you guys, because I'm not trying to fearmonger. I'm not the type to release clickbaity, all caps headlines to scare you into clicking. I reject that tactic to gain views. I want to present the facts because I know I feel much more calm when presented with all the information. But I would be dishonest if I said I don't think it's going to get much worse. That big, beautiful bill passed last year. Remember that thing? I did a whole episode.
Sounds like Nazi Germany, says Jersey Texan. What does it feel like? Does it feel like Nazi Germany over there? I mean, I'm getting the fear, but I've been getting the fear ever since like the election happened, right? I've been pilled on the situation at hand, right? I just wonder what it feels like there. Like it feels like at least some people are starting to wake up and realize exactly what's happening. Because like I think the biggest danger is that with under the constant barrage of fucked up violations of human dignity, international law, etc., that we're getting under the Trump administration, it's really easy to just kind of get numb to it all and like normalize what's happening as just a political swing. I'm in New Jersey right now, but I've been watching the Status Quo, and we aren't knee deep in this anymore. It's waist deep. Yeah. Apparently Status Quo's been covering a lot of the protests pretty extensively.
Episode breaking it down, it provided for tripling.
Shit is fucking terrifying. That's what it feels like. I don't want to like over react or
ICE's budget in 2026, including the recruitment of 10.
Yeah, it seems like definitely in Minnesota, it's at least I can see it's scary right now. I'd be scared wherever I was, right? Especially if the whole thing is in the past with Trump. Like the saving grace has been like, okay, but I live in California. Okay, but I live in Oregon. Okay, but I live in Vermont, right? This shit's not gonna affect me, right? My state government will to some degree insulate me from this. And in the past, that's been somewhat true, but now actually being in a blue state probably puts you in more danger. That although it's really hard to, compare, I don't want to, minimize what people in, in red states are feeling. Last night I heard ICE was going door to door. Yeah, well, that's what JD Vance has been saying, right? And that's illegal. Like that is not, something that they can do. And we have I've seen at least one video where it looks like they're coming in without a judicial warrant, which is illegal. To me, it feels like they're ramping up into killing their opposition. I mean, this is I don't know if this event was like engineered. Look, if anything, chat, if anything, it was the ICE officer who saw a chance to present himself. Like it sounds like this is something that ICE is doing. They set up, I can't remember, chat, officer something danger, officer related danger, officer instigated danger. There's a name for this, right? When the actions of a law enforcement officer result in a situation in which they can consider themselves in danger and use that danger as a pretext to use deadly force, right? This is a known thing that ICE seems to do. I would suspect sometimes they're, it doesn't end in a fatality, and sometimes it does. Like, I mean, the situation in Chicago, right? Do people remember that, where they said they were boxed in or something? There's like a, I think they dropped the case. They were actually going to charge the woman, the person that they shot, until it turned out, like, I think the text messages, right, would be the text messages were released, and they were really bad, and they didn't want to prosecute it any further at that point.
1,000 more officers. According to reporting from Common Dreams, quote, ICE's budget is expected to triple in 2026 following the passage of Republican budget legislation last year that has allowed it to launch what it calls a wartime recruitment strategy, hiring as many as 10,000 new officers with minimal training. Last week, the Washington Post reported that the agency had earmarked $100 million towards online recruitment advertisements meant to draw in people who have attended UFC fights, listened to patriotic podcasts, or shown an interest in guns and tactical gear. Past reporting I've read indicates that it will be hard for them to find 10,000 people that they want to recruit. When past presidents have attempted to ramp up ICE hiring, it cost a lot of money and was largely unsuccessful. But this regime is funneling an unprecedented amount of time and money into the recruitment efforts and signing bonuses, and they're lowering the standards in the process. So now, poorly trained, heavily militarized idiots will be given free rein to terrorize cities across the country. And they're only just getting started on those recruitment efforts. 2026 will see a surge of ICE agents across the country anywhere that tries to put up a fight. Additionally, courts across the country have, for the last year, been impeding Trump's ability to take over National Guard forces and use them against civilians. He keeps losing that battle.
So now this is what has come up in chat, I think yesterday, right? When I think I mentioned Tim Walz calling up the National Guard in Minnesota. Somebody in chat said, yeah, just like he did in 2020. And that chatter relayed to me that, in 2020, Walz had called up the National Guard, used it to, in some ways, suppress the protest movement. My understanding was that the purpose of Walz calling the Minnesota National Guard was in some level to have them, on standby in case they're needed to protect Minnesota citizens. But obviously, if that means clashing with ICE or other federal law enforcement, that is definitionally a constitutional crisis. Now, there may be situations in which that kind of constitutional crisis is the best outcome or the only way of stopping Trump. But Hassan has been talking about this, and he seems to be under the impression that Walz is calling up the National Guard this time for exactly that, to protect Minnesotans, right? Not to. And so I mean, it is similar to 2020, but I guess not exactly the same in some ways. seen the Hassan video going over the DoorDasher. Actually, we covered that yesterday. We covered the DoorDasher video. I didn't cover Hassan. I have seen Hassan cover it, but no, we just went over the original like DoorDasher video. The only thing is, like, I think Hassan did have a part of the video that I didn't have, which was her follow-up video, which told a little bit about the, it was kind of an epilogue. Walt's only missions National Guard when he says he wants people to peacefully protest, never mentioning protecting people. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I do know that there is some kind of phenomenon where if you as a governor call up your National Guard before the president does, that like you're in a situation where the president can't take control of your National Guard, right? But obviously this invites all kinds of very concerning scenarios, right? But we're in a very concerning scenario, so it's like this shit is realistic to think of. But yeah, I don't know what Waltz's intentions are, right? Given what the chatter yesterday, chatter from Minnesota was saying, I don't think I trusted them as much as initially I did based on what they said. But, Hassan seems to think that Waltz, calling up the National Guard is the thing that Waltz needs to do.
Court because it's illegal. And so he recently announced that he would be pulling the
I feel like I covered too much Hassan already, like I would have just reacted to that video, but
guard from most major cities.
It's a little weird to react.
All the ones that object to its presence. But we know Trump, and he would not have done that if he really thought that it was a defeat. Using the National Guard was just one tactic that they were using because they didn't have the manpower in ICE yet. Now that avenue has been largely exhausted, and they are turning to ICE. ICE and Border Patrol and other DHS officers.
Well, I mean, in other news, Minnesota and Illinois have sued the federal government to try to keep ICE out, right? We'll see how that works.
Are part of the executive branch, firmly within the federal government. While states have the right to continue to prosecute the ICE agents who commit crimes on the ground in their jurisdiction, states don't necessarily have the right to just order ICE to leave. Federal law is the supreme law of the land, and Trump's goons have done everything they can in a very short period of time to consolidate as much of that federal power into Trump's hands as possible. States have been moving.
Let's just go wild National Guard Battle Royale. I feel like there's a video game of that, Davi. I feel like there's some like real-time strategy, or like not real time, but what is it, turn-based strategy, that's like if the 50 states were all separate countries and they went to war to consolidate. I don't know,
to pass legislation to Trump.
The Golden Dome will be the storm
to regulate ICE.
Wait, the Golden Dome being like the US's like missile defense system?
Such as banning the use of masks and requiring agents to identify themselves. But we also have a whole ass constitution that bars a lot of the activity being carried out by ICE, and that doesn't seem to stop them. Individuals are also suing ICE and ICE officials for various violations of their rights through places like the ACLU and other legal organizations. According to Politico, quote, in Illinois, a Democratic state senator has filed—
Every state that should file a class action to get ICE out of their state.
Legislation that would bar anyone hired by ICE under Trump from obtaining employment in state or local law enforcement. In conservative Tennessee, a lawmaker has filed legislation that would prohibit federal immigration enforcement actions.
Imagine reacting to a reaction of a reaction. I've done it before, Warhammer. It's not pretty.
On school property.
Sometimes you have to, but...
And in New York, Governor Kathy Hochul signaled she'll support legislation that would allow residents to bring civil lawsuits against federal immigration officials for constitutional violations. wins. And listen, I know this is a David and Goliath situation, not to get biblical on you, and lawsuits aren't going to stop ICE in its tracks, but it certainly gives the feds a headache. And much like the poetic justice of pelting an ICE officer with ice in the frozen tundra they are attempting to terrorize, pelting the federal government with pesky lawsuit after lawsuit does slow them down and make their work that much harder.
We found out yesterday that ICE is weak to ice. I'm not saying, in terms of ice as a, as a throwable object. I mean, in terms of, they are, I think, -4 agility and -2 dexterity on ice, right? Instead of it being a buff, it's actually it's actually like a nerf of their abilities.
And that is important. But the reality is that Trump is now going to be doubling down on ICE as his personal military, the same way Hitler did as he gained power in pre-World War II Germany. The nature of the Gestapo was that they were a secondary army, one in plain clothes.
Yeah, this is the most disturbing thing about ICE, right? It's not like, is like what it's doing already is bad enough, but it keeps on getting worse, and it feels like it's on a trajectory for mission creep, right? For ICE's mission to slowly become, more and more pervasive all over. I mean, this is an organization that's not supposed to have jurisdiction over citizens. They get around that with a legal gray area where, they technically don't know you're a citizen, until they've looked at your paperwork. And they'll kind of play dumb about this in order to go after people that are inconvenient to them, people that are watching them, recording them, documenting them, confronting them, making life, making their job of mass deportations a little bit less efficient, right? They have kind of, pushed it to where, American citizens that were not supposed to be part of their jurisdiction to begin with, right? Are now. I mean, there was a guy. What was that guy? Chat. I almost do want to watch the Hasanabi stuff now. There was a guy in that was working at Target, and like they came up and they grabbed him. He was like a 17-year-old or something, and they beat him up really bad, and then they dumped him off at Walmart. Like they throw him out of a car at Walmart. Like on top of brutalizing him, they're also like dropping him off someplace, someplace else. One of the guys gun discharged when they fell. Yeah, we saw that yesterday. We did our ICE is weak to ice in terms of them slipping on ice yesterday. It was pretty cool. Is ICE incorporated in the way that checks from the Treasury or from a ghost corp could be funding guerrillas or terrorists? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's funded by the big beautiful bill, by an act of Congress, as far as I know. Yeah, he was working at Target and they dumped him at Walmart. They anyway, in addition to being, injured from them beating him up, he was also, now had to find a ride back to where he was at.
At the beginning, one loyal to the leader, not to the...
They were raiding the Target. Yeah, that's when they snatched him.
People, one that didn't have the control and oversight that had been established through years of laws and precedent for the existing armed forces. They existed in a legal gray zone that was just permissive enough for them to enact the worst of his initiatives, while anyone attempting to stop them scrambled to pull the correct legal levers to do so, by arguing that the president has unitary executive authority under the Constitution, which means he is the ultimate purveyor of the will of the people and therefore gets to have complete control with no say from the other branches of government. Trump's goons are arguing that includes ICE. This is made painfully obvious in the way that they are in lockstep in the narrative surrounding Renee Good's murder, how they are willing to look at the same videos we are all seeing and tell us she deserved it. ICE can do whatever it wants and is above the law because they are an arm of the president who has absolute immunity, and they will continue to argue this as atrocities continue to pile up. And much like in pre-war Nazi Germany, the so-called opposition party is offering very little by way of opposition. Both Jeffries and Schumer have refused to announce any measures to curb ICE, including through the appropriations bills they both say they're too busy working on to focus on ICE, despite increasing calls from inside and outside Congress to defund the organization now that it is clear that they are committing illegal acts far outside their intended role in civil immigration enforcement. Civil. They are not a criminal enforcement organization. According to reporting from Truth Out, quote, Reps Pramila Jayapal and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez are among the progressive lawmakers calling on the Democrats to demand reduced funding for ICE, even if it means another government shutdown. Jeffries and Schumer have made clear they are not cut out to run an opposition party. They've made that clear pretty much every day for the last year and even before that, and their refusal to use the little leverage they do have to push for cutting ICE funding, something Americans increasingly are in favor of, is just the latest proof of their inability to meet this moment. Separately, there have been increasing calls by Democratic lawmakers to impeach Kristi Noem for obstructing Congress, violating the public trust, and self-dealing. The reality is that with Republicans controlling...
I do worry with the, efforts to impeach Bondi and Noem. They got to be careful a little bit about spreading themselves too thin. Trump's strategy now seems to be to claim that the Democrats, if they are elected, will impeach him. Obviously, anybody who knows about the nature of the Senate knows that even if the Democrats won a majority, they would still need Republican votes to impeach him. That's not impossible, but also not likely. And so, but he's still trying to use the fear of that as a way to bring more of his diehards who might not normally sit out midterm elections, bring them out to the poll to try to retain as much of the Senate and the House as they possibly can.
Both the House and the Senate, and being completely unwilling to assert their authority in any way against the Trump regime, any attempt at impeachment at this juncture of Kristi Noem or anyone else would fail, period. But the problem is that Trump is very aware of this. Last week, he publicly stated that if Democrats take back Congress in the 2026 midterms, then he would very probably be impeached. And when you take this together, a dramatically increased ICE presence and use of ICE as the president's personal military, combined with an acute awareness on the part of the president.
The other thing that I worry about, and look, obviously, I'm more worried about what ICE is doing than this. But the other thing I worry about is he is sort of running them through a warlike situation. Warlike in that when they come into an area, because of how their rules of engagement, right? Because of how they've acted, they are unwelcome. They are unwelcome everywhere that they go. They get yelled at. They get cursed out. They get called Nazis, right? And I'm worried that this is somehow building them up some kind of loyalty, right? More than they already have. Because remember, the kind of guys that ICE is going after, they are Trump, they are basically, they fit the profile of a J6er, right? I don't know how many J6ers he's actually got in ICE, but I would guess it's a non-zero number. I would guess that having J6 on your resume might actually get you to the front of the line in terms of ICE recruitment instead of being any sort of an impediment towards getting that job. So yeah, it's a little bit disconcerting. Like I said, the more disconcerting thing, the more worrying thing is what they are actually doing to people. And I would never begrudge somebody who was pissed off at ICE and wanted to wanted to voice that confrontationally. However, there is a power in there is a power in the neutrality / positivity of the inflatable animal protest that I would hope that we would try not to lose in the midst of this response, right? Where obviously humor doesn't feel appropriate, but this kind of I don't know how long, anger doesn't sustain itself very long. So, it drains you, right? So I don't know. I would hope that, it's still, there's still some kind of, still some of that energy from the inflatable animal protests, that going forward. The first time these people have been called Nazis or yelled at, definitely not. And look, it's a good thing that it's incredibly unpleasant to be ICE right now. I don't think that ICE is winnable. I don't think that treating them nicely is, frankly, that's absurd. So yeah, that is the distinction I'm drawing here, right? That's why I said that I would not begrudge anybody their anger at ICE, right? It's perfectly justified. They drew the first blood is the kind of response I'd expect if I actually was saying that it's wrong to give them a hard time, rather than just saying that there's different ways to protest, and
and all his goons that they are violating the Constitution and committing clearly impeachable offenses, that spells trouble for the 2026 midterms. Given the results of the elections held this past November that saw overwhelming Democratic victories, as well as slumping approval numbers for Trump and his
I guess what I'm saying is that, it is they're having a shit life right now, and they deserve it. What they're doing is fucked up. ICE is having a tough time dealing, like Brenda Triplett is saying, they're being chased out of businesses everywhere, as they should. But what they're experiencing, I think, is more likely to, they're not going away is the thing that bothers me, and they're going to get more radical, and they're going to get more, I don't know. I just see this going in a really bad, I think that ICE is in a spiral where every bit of pushback that they get is it's causing them to do things that are gonna cause more pushback, right? That's what I mean by a spiral. And that does not portend well, right? That means these people are going to be even more dangerous going forward. Hampton Inn won't take Fuentes or ICE anymore. There's also a problem from what I've heard with wherever ICE, wherever they have people's, whatever hotels they have people stay at, protesters tend to be finding the hotels, and they and making a lot of noise outside, and pressuring the hotels to not take their reservation anymore. It does matter for for the future that there is, given that there is this is such a watershed moment, and there are people that have not looked critically at Trump before that are looking critically at him now, that are seeing the reflection of their friends and neighbors in the people that ICE is going after, shooting and killing. And I just want to make sure that there's a space for people to kind of join those that they might have previously thought, you think the National Guard would back them over citizens? that, you know, what I'm saying, Narwhal, isn't that I think so. Hassan seems to think so. I'm not sure what to think about the National Guard. I do know that the only chance, I guess, to prevent Trump from using, you know, your own National Guard against your citizens to the extent that he can, because remember, like, at some point, somebody's got to, you know, question the legality of their orders. They won't be okay with staying in roach motels or tents outside. Material conditions matter for motivation. Yo, I wish I could say I think we could break ice. I don't think that's gonna happen. You know, more likely what happens is the ones that aren't like it just kind of lets, because they're just hiring so many people right now. And yeah, some of them will wash out, and that's good. But the ones that don't wash out, they're gonna have this like it's gonna be Trump's Gestapo. I mean, there's no stopping it at this point, right? Should we? I don't know if we have time to get to Hassan's thing. I was supposed to watch the Kasparian thing tonight. Oh my god, we've just done the preview. I did the pre-fight, like a preview, like the Pearl chat. I think I just gotta start being like one topic at a time. Isn't there a streamer named One Topic at a Time? I gotta only take one topic at a time because that's the only way that I won't get over my head. That's not what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for.
Renee Good. Say her name.
Renee Good. And I say her name. Renee Good.
Renee Good's name was chanted all across the United States this week in what's been called the Ice Out for Good movement, with people going out into the streets of Minneapolis, New York, Los Angeles, Houston, Philadelphia, Boston, DC, and on and on. And in total, you had the activist group Indivisible saying that there were at least 1,000 events planned just for Saturday and Sunday.
Stand up, fight back. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here.
We demand justice for Renee Nicole Good.
It even reached the Golden Globes, where you had celebrities wearing pins featuring slogans like "Be Good" and "Ice Out," and those including the likes of Ariana Grande, Wanda Sykes, and Mark Ruffalo. And that is, you had one battle after another, which is a movie about a white nationalist authoritarian regime hunting down undocumented immigrants, winning 4 awards, more than any other film there. Now, all that said, that does not mean this reaction has been universal. Right? The reaction from the American right has been pretty dismissive of the whole protest movement. And among those, you had people like Fox News host Rich Edson being like, why aren't people protesting the repression in Iran? And there you had AOC's former communications director, Corbin Trent, just shutting him down with this answer.
But isn't that the same, though? Where's the protest against the regime that's killing people in the street right now? I mean, I don't see anybody at Columbia.
Well, they're doing those today, and it's called the ICE protests.
Well,
what?
Are they talking about Iran at the ICE protest?
No, I think they're talking about the regime that's shooting people in the face.
And for many, not just these protesters, they really do see it that way, that Trump's federal agents here, they're not just ordinary—
Wait, was that Fox News?
A hostile occupying army and
regime that's shooting people. Well, they're doing those—
Trent just shutting them down with this answer.
But isn't that the same, though? Where's the protest against
Oh, this is somebody from AOC's campaign?
the regime that's killing people in the street right now? I mean, I don't see anybody at Columbia.
Well, they're doing those today, and it's called the ICE protests.
Well, are they talking about Iran at the ICE protest?
No, I think they're talking about the regime that's shooting people in the face.
And for many, not just these protesters, they really do see it that way, that Trump's federal agents here, they're not just ordinary law enforcement, they're a hostile occupying army in communities that do not want them there. It's why increasingly we've seen just too many videos to count of people confronting ICE agents, filming them, shouting at them, even getting into one-on-one debates like this guy did.
Get the out of our city! I'm not gonna get out of your city. Yeah, you're a Nazi. You work for the orange fascists and cheat. You Nazi piece of shit.
I'm not. Don't point that gun at me. You take off your mask, you little. Just leave him. You. That's right. Get the out of here. Get the out of here. Get the out of here. You. You.
It's your own day to take over right now. What's up? Answer me, mother. Come on. Take over my mom's job. It's your own day to take over.
Now, Trump's allies, they insist that these people, they're just radical fringe activists saying that the majority of Americans actually back what they're doing, but the data, it just proves them wrong. Right back in February of last year, ICE's approval rating was actually plus 16. But now, as of the day that ICE shot and killed Renee Good, it's minus 14. I mean,
that's still too high. That's still too high. Minus 14 is what? Like, it would be like 57 opposed to ICE, 43% in favor of. And most likely there's also people that didn't answer, didn't have a strong opinion or whatever. But you know, it's roughly, 57 to 43 is a 14 point. It still feels like too high, but hey, I'll take it. Especially considering what he said about it having a 16 point, you know, it was like, you know, 58 to 42 before like earlier this year. So really scary that this organization that is turning into Trump's Gestapo, and that these, you know, are not gettable people. When I was talking about the inflatable protests, I don't mean to like win over the hearts and minds of ICE. All right, that is a ship that has unfortunately sailed long ago, and yeah, you know, them having a miserable time at what they're doing, or even just like existing as you know, as ICE is a good thing, and it's the only thing that is gonna thin their numbers. The thing that worries me though is that those that are left, those that go through the whole, you know, like when people spend like a crisis together and they bond really strong, and like whatever fucking their goal is, they start to really like look at that as being this like high, you know, this, you know, it becomes like an important, almost like spiritual thing. That's what I'm worried about with ICE, right? Is that like the whatever is left over, the people that do not wash out of ICE are going to be the fucking hardcore, I mean, and considering where these guys are drawn from, right? Considering how many Proud Boys, for instance, that are probably in the ranks of ICE, how many Gen Sixers, as I said earlier, are in the ranks of ICE, right? It's only going to make them like more dangerous.
Maybe more important than that, from September of 2024 to just this month, the share of people who support abolishing ICE more than doubled from 19% to 42%. And that is, you've got poll after poll showing clear majorities of Americans disapproving of how ICE has done its job and say that the agency's tactics are just too forceful. All while, when Americans were asked, do they believe there is a war or conflict happening in US cities, nearly 6 in 10 Americans said yes, with 16% saying they're not sure and just over a quarter.
What is that? Renville and Philly said, do this here. In Philly, they said, do this here, and we will prosecute you. Yeah, to what Jonathan Ross, to him shooting Renee Good.
There's no war, no conflict. And it's really not hard to see why, right? You've got local and state officials in Democratic states openly condemning ICE's conduct and refusing to cooperate with them. You've also got countless videos circulating online of masked agents.
Wait, was that Seattle? I haven't seen, I haven't checked in on Seattle. No, that's Minneapolis.
Conflict happening in US cities, nearly 6 in 10 Americans said yes, with 16% saying they're not sure and just over a quarter.
Wait, do you think there's currently a war happening in US cities? 49% there's a conflict but not a war. 9% there is a war. 29% or 26% no war or conflict. No war in Bossing Say, am I saying it right, Chad? I always say the name of the city wrong, or the place wrong, and 16% not sure. I'm actually, like, look, I do think that there is something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. It's pretty fucking scary and dangerous, and, you know, there's no telling where it could go. But I wouldn't expect a YouGov survey to, you know, pick up on. I'm surprised at how many normies are actually, you know, to some degree waking up as to what is happening like right now, right in front of us.
Saying there's no war, no conflict. And it's really not hard to see why, right? You've got local and state officials in Democratic states openly condemning ICE's conduct and refusing to cooperate.
Warhammer Dragon, you got Philly D. You got the dead to right here. Should shooting someone in the face point blank be considered murder? Leave your thoughts down below. What do you think about this?
You've also got countless videos circulating online of masked agents brutalizing people or threatening them for seemingly no reason.
I can record. I am back. Get your hands off of me.
But I guess the thing that I was saying in terms of remembering, like, all the ways to protest is not in terms of like how you appear to ICE, who is just gonna probably get more and more virulent, although maybe the numbers could be winnowed away. Hey, maybe the Democrats could actually like hold on this time and use the debt ceiling as leverage to get some of this funding cut, because that's what makes ICE so dangerous is their funding, right? Also dangerous is the fact, I haven't talked about this yet, chat, that Trump passed $1 trillion for military in the big beautiful bill. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough. He now wants 1.5. He wants a $500 billion more. So yeah, like this guy is an out of control kid. You should not let him get more toys. And the more fucking shit he has access to, the more weapons he has access to, the more dangerous the world is. I would say, like, we got to try to shut this shit down on all levels, right? Shut the funding to ICE down, shut the military funding down. If he's going to do shit like this.
I'm not in your way and I'm not stopping nothing.
Fuck you! Fuck you, mask police! Take your fucking mask off! This is your warning. For what? Stop fucking following us. You are impeding operations. This is the United States federal government. Over here. I gotta get to my house. This is your warning. Gotta get to my house. Go home to your kids. Go to church. Go to home to your kids. This is your last warning. Exactly. Let people go to church. You did not learn from what just happened? Go home. Learn what?
And so over the weekend, you saw a lot, including protesters gathering outside of the hospital in Portland, where 2 people shot by U.S. Border Patrol were being treated, or with Homeland Security saying, just like with Renee Good, that the people weaponized their vehicle against federal agents. Also in Washington, D.C., you had protesters gathering in front of the White House on Saturday and then marching to ICE headquarters on Sunday. Right, and on Friday night in Minneapolis, you had people surrounding hotels where ICE agents were supposedly staying, and they chanted, played drums, and banged pots to keep them awake. We also had the city's police chief there saying that a group of people split off from the main protest and began damaging hotel windows and spraying graffiti.
There were 29 arrests last night. We are aware of one police officer
Cliff
that
super chatted $9.99. As we can see, ZSOF liberal promoting Handen the fried corp animal balance so that the fever will break. JK.
Okay, this is a German accent. The fever will break, so that is what Obama has told me. The fever will break.
injured.
That's what Chuck Schumer is counting on.
From a chunk of ice that was thrown at them.
You also then had the mayor adding,
the vast majority of people have protested peacefully. This is what Donald Trump wants. He wants us to take the bait. He wants those agitators to get a hold of this crowd in a way that it makes them cause harm to others and or damage to property.
But regardless, you had Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem telling Fox News yesterday that ICE...
Yeah, in some ways, Trump does seem to be the most major force driving things towards a weird simulacrum of 2020.
Up its presence in the Twin Cities.
We're sending...
the funny thing, though, for me is for Trump to be trying to engineer this, right? I feel like the protest movement was the inflection point on Trump. I feel like that was where, for whatever reason, that is where the momentum started to turn against him. And I don't think we get people in the media who recognize that enough. And half the time you get people like blaming 2020 for the failures of 2024, lest we blame the actual politicians running in 2024 for their own failure to run an effective campaign.
More officers today and tomorrow. They'll arrive. There'll be hundreds more. And in order to allow our ICE and our Border Patrol individuals that are working in Minneapolis to do so safely, we're going to continue to, if they conduct violent activities against law enforcement, if they impede our operations, that's a crime, and we will hold them accountable to those consequences.
And that's coming after she reportedly sent a memo to DHS staff telling them that any visits to ICE facilities must be requested at least 7 days in advance. Even though federal law and the courts have affirmed that members of Congress have the right to make unannounced.
So for anybody who's having trouble identifying the fascism in this equation, you can feel it seething under Kristi Noem's statement right there when she says it is illegal to impede the project of mass deportations. It is illegal, in other words, to protest to the extent that it makes, you know, our project that being real, nobody asked for, right? What was sold to the American people was a bill of goods. Surely, you know, there is a culpability of the voters and you know, throwing other groups under the bus in doing this, but they weren't voting for like the mass deportations of like anyone and everyone who doesn't pass the Peter Griffin paint scale test, right? They were voting in their minds for, you know, the deportation of violent criminals who they were being told were somehow bypassing the wheels of justice, right? You murder somebody, you know, you steal something. If you're an undocumented, somehow the Biden administration is just being like, oh no, no prosecution for you. You run free and do more murders, right? Never fucking happened. But that's what people thought they were voting for. And what they're getting is Gestapo shit. And they know that they didn't vote for that. Although they may be wrong. They may be wrong. They may have failed to understand the meaning of mass deportation. If they thought that mass deportation was going to come without this kind of violence, without this kind of, you know, chaos, right? Then they don't really understand the, you know, the nature of what they ordered, unfortunately. But yeah, using this, like, the people voted for it as an excuse, as a, you know, what fascism seeks to do is to represent usually the will of the masses. Now, like the masses minus whatever groups they don't, you know, think are worthy. But yeah, the president symbolically represents the will of the masses, and a, you know, anyone doing direct action against a program like this mass deportation is necessarily almost committing like a crime of the spirit against the people, the will of the people, as exemplified by their overlord, by their king, right? It's a weird thing.
Visits to facilities funded by regular congressional appropriations. But Noem, she argues that since the detention facilities are funded by the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, the law just doesn't apply to them. So when Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, Angie Craig, and Kelly Morrison tried to visit detainees over the weekend, you saw this.
Shortly after we were let in, 2 officials.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this. Yeah, they changed the rules, right? Members of Congress are supposed to be able to do unannounced inspections of these facilities, right? Just to ensure that, you know, the you know, policies that, yeah, the Congress as a whole has funded, you know, of what is actually going on there, right? In this case, in the detention centers of ICE. And Kristi Noem has apparently changed this so that you have to give a 7-day warning for your, you know, the whole idea of these visits is they're supposed to be able to check, you know, like if they do it without warning, right, then they can really see what's going on. If they have to do a 7-day thing, then it's like, well, okay, they have 7 days to like, make the facility look like it's not doing what it's actually doing, to make it look somehow more humane. Fascism isn't meant to be publicly offing a member of the Volk publicly. Yeah, this is a bit of a kind of blows up in their face. Yeah, just a bit.
Came in and said that they received a message that we were no longer allowed to be in the building and that they were rescinding our invitation to come in and declining any further access to the building.
It is our job as members of Congress to make sure that those folks detained are treated with...
But you got to understand the kind of silo that the average right-winger lives in, right? You don't think of your Volkish coalition or whatever, right? You don't think of the the acceptable, the real Americans as being a minority. But when you start to make the carve outs where you say you're brown, so not one of the Volk, you are Jewish, so not one of the Volk, you are and you start to be like, you are a lesbian, so not, definitely not one of the Volk. They don't realize how close they're carving their coalition, how kind of how it sort of like it gets them into the territory where popular will can upset their apple cart at this point.
Humanity, because we are the damn United States of America.
Also, I'll say while we're talking about Kristi Noem, we should also talk about this moment and this clip that's making the rounds from her interview with Jake Tapper. Because Tapper played...
Fox is justifying her being targeted because of her LGBT identity. I mean, yeah, Jesse Waters went after her for that. And that's the meaning of the first person POV camera video release, right? That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to put you in the guy's shoes, get you to think that him putting his phone away was him getting hit by the car, and then to also activate any kind of hate you have for smug looking liberal women who may or may not be in a lesbian relationship, right? This is what it's designed to do. And I think it works on less people than they realize. I think Davi's got a point in that they're kind of carving their in group out group a little too thin.
These clips of January 6 rioters attacking Capitol Police officers and then asked,
by this standard, would any of those officers be justified in shooting and killing the people causing them physical harm?
Every single situation is going to rely on the situation those officers are on. That they know that when people are putting hands on them, when they are using weapons against them, when they are physically harming them, that they have the authority to arrest those individuals.
The president pardoned every single one of those people.
And make sure that they're getting justice for their actions going forward.
President Trump pardoned every single one of those people.
And every single one of these investigations comes in the full context of the situation on the ground.
With two other figures, J.D. Vance and AOC, sparring off over Renee Good.
I mean, we should have watched that chat. We need there's so a few things I think on the Sunday shows that Holman was on there too. 147. Thank you, Narwhal. Yeah, Tom Holman was on the Sunday shows this week. There's so much I need to catch up on.
It's killing.
Did I say 200? Did I say 2025? Chat, I should know that the real year is 2569.
A woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe against our law enforcement officers.
I understand that Vice President
Vance believes that shooting a young mother of 3 in the face 3 times is an acceptable America that he wants to live in, and I do not. I do not believe that the American people should be assassinated in the street. Thank you.
When Trump was asked about Renee Good, he just justified her death.
Everyone's seen it, and the woman was very violent. She's a very radical person. Very sad what happened. Her friend was very radical. We have to respect her.
Her friend.
Our law enforcement. At a very minimum, that woman was very, very disrespectful to law enforcement. And you heard the same noises. You saw the same crunch that I saw. You can't do that with law enforcement, whether it's police or ICE. Or
heard the same crunch. He's definitely talking about that video. Yeah, that's the only way that you could sell that. You have to believe that the theatrical, like, it's almost like a Foley thing, chat. You know what I'm talking about? In movies, the best sound for, like somebody stomping on the, or stepping on the snow isn't actually somebody stepping on the snow. It's like with sand or something. The best sound for a breaking bone is actually breaking broccoli into a, like, you know how they do Foley sound, right? That's what this is. It's the sound of his phone being put back into his pocket and the kind of movement of that being, sold to the audience as coming from the car colliding with the officer, when that never happened. And you can see that from other angles, but because they can show you this one and say, like, see, he got bumped. And you're like, well, I mean, I guess that could come from being bumped. So I'm going to go along with this lie. We gotta use our critical thinking better than this. I don't like, this is so frustrating. I identified like 3, what was one of them was like the Hassan dog thing. People thought that they saw proof. They thought they saw Hassan shock his dog, right? Even though the supposed remote control that he was pressing to shock his dog was off screen. But you sell yourself on like, yeah, he's reaching for the remote control. How would it be possible that Kaya would yell just then? People convince themselves that they saw proof that Hassan was shocking his freaking dog. When I have the honesty to say, I can't tell you for sure that he's not shocking his dog or that he didn't shock his dog right then. But I can tell you that there's not enough evidence to conclude that he did. But that was the other one. And then this thing, and I'm trying to remember. There was one other video incident that I identified earlier. I can't remember what it was now. Anyway.
Border Patrol or anybody else.
With many hearing that going, so the penalty for disrespecting law enforcement's execution? But as scary and concerning as Trump's federal...
For being disrespectful. I think that is terms a little bit more loaded than we're giving Trump credit for. I think that it's like she is to him, just like Rosie O'Donnell. What did he say about Rosie O'Donnell? She's a nasty person or something like that? Say what you want about Rosie O'Donnell. I mean, I'm sure, she like anyone else gets prickly at times, right? But, she's not a nasty person. But Trump's able to sell that because of who Rosie O'Donnell is. In the same way that he's able to sell, she's a disrespectful person. She's a you wouldn't want to have her around. She's very smug, very, very disrespectful. She doesn't know her place, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of loaded. It's kind of loaded what he's saying there.
Agents are to the country right now. You've got people saying that it's just one component of a much broader effort to consolidate power around.
She's a nasty woman.
Presidency, and with that,
wait, I think it was actually, wasn't it Hillary that he said nasty woman about? What did he say about Rosie O'Donnell? I can't remember. Who is Rosie O'Donnell? She's an American comedian that had a morning show, maybe, or something, that beefed with Donald Trump in 2016, and then moved to Ireland, I think. Trump, somebody in the Trump administration joked about revoking her citizenship.
We actually had a New York Times reporter asking him, when it comes to law and order, the military, etc., do you think that the judges have no right to stop you on anything within those categories? And at first, Trump replied, no, I didn't say that, then going on to complain about how judges have stopped him. But then he added, now, I will say, if I feel it's important to invoke the Insurrection Act, which I have the right to do, that's a different thing. Because then I have the right to do pretty much what I want to do, but I haven't done that. Right? And actually, regarding Trump attempting to exercise his right to do pretty much whatever I want to do, one of the
Rosie starred in the most offensive movie I've ever seen. What movie was that?
Huge areas we're seeing him try to do that right now is regarding economic policy. Right? Because yesterday, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell released a highly unusual video announcing that the DOJ had opened a criminal investigation into him. And in addition to this whole situation being absolutely unprecedented, making you think, what the hell is going on? I cannot understate how insanely consequential this is for you and all Americans. But where we have to start here is with the allegation, the investigation, because according to Powell, the Trump administration claims that the investigation concerns a $2.5 billion renovation of the Fed's headquarters that went about $700 million over budget, as well as the testimony that Powell gave to Congress about—
stop defending shot callers. I don't know who in chat is doing that, but I mean, doing that is like giving Ethan Klein or whoever, it's like giving them ammunition, right? The idea that people, I don't think Hassan would particularly like, people bringing up any sort of defense or, anything they want to say about shot callers when it comes to that, right? It's, because it's like, it turns into the OJ thing. Like, yeah, if I did it, if I shocked Kaya, here's the collar that would have been used. And is it really so bad? Yeah, that's probably not something that I don't think he even wants to be defended that way. So I understand what Narwhal is saying
about the project last June. You see, Powell, he says this is just a big pre.
Okay, so we're on the Powell thing now. I want to move us along, if I can, to a few more things on ICE before we need to get to that. It's starting to get dark here, chat, so we need to get to the debate.
What's going on in Minnesota right now? At least 2,000 ICE agents have come in there. I've gotten reports from people that they're coming as far as from Oregon, driving across country, getting into that space, assaulting people.
Look at that. As she sends in hundreds of ICE agents, it sounds like thousands of Americans are showing up.
Gas stations. They're assaulting. Instead of, you would think the response would be like, we've got to just chill out a little bit. They are going harder. They are looking to intimidate people. It looked like they knocked this one guy unconscious that they pulled out of his vehicle at a gas station. And from what I could tell, from the video, this person they were accusing of videotaping or something like that. It's not even clear that this person was a target for, their fascistic so-called immigration enforcement. There's footage coming out of a ton of footage coming out. A lot of it, Bovino can be seen in these things. We've got one clip where I just want to pin a medal on this guy who's just screaming at Bovino as he leaves a Target bathroom, et cetera, et cetera. This woman also deserves a medal. Is this the longer version?
Yep.
Now, this is really long, so we're going to probably skip through parts of it, but I've watched this whole thing. What happens is this. A woman and her... I assume her partner is in the house. He's male, she's female. She has a kid.
Oh, wait, is this is actually them going over what we went over yesterday?
And she orders food from DoorDash.
Okay, shit. I'm kind of curious, did they cover other stuff here? No, it looks like, this is a pretty big, the video itself, chat, is like almost 15 minutes. And then, I don't know if it looks like they didn't cover it, but Hassan did. There's a follow-up that the TikToker, did, to the video. Let's see if PSA has anything new. And if not, chat, we'll just move on to, we'll move on to Anna versus Pearl.
All right, we're back. Hi, John.
Hi.
In the wake of the killing in Minneapolis and the administration basically doubling down on their operations in Minneapolis and St. Paul, there was a ton of chaos over the weekend. I think it's worth taking people through what people are seeing there. I want to start with a video out of a gas station in St. Paul.
Get back! People hate you.
I feel like I don't I mean, Pod Save America is playing this. It should be like, it's not. I guess I should probably ride the pause button anyway, just to make sure.
Stay back. Stay back.
Sorry? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Leave! Hurry up! Move! 1, 2, move! Hurry up! Hurry up!
So there's two pieces of that video.
Can you imagine if that's like the gas station that you usually pick up gas from, like on your way to work or whatever? Can you imagine driving by there, almost turning in, and then realizing there's something really fucked up going on in there, realizing you cannot go to that, you know, gas station, and then maybe, I don't know, maybe even getting, you know, pulled over by ICE anyway. They check you for your, you know, ID, even if you let them, even if they end up letting you go, right? Which they don't always do. Sometimes they see ID and they're like, X to doubt, right? Sometimes they just like, they want to give you a hard time, right? I think is what it really is. And they want to inconvenience you more. But you know, even if they let you go, like that's so disruptive to your sense of like home, of normalcy, of community, right? The fact that like, yeah, sometimes there is a bunch of masked thugs at the gas station, like, you know, manhandling everybody that stops there, that they can reasonably say they got probable cause to, you know, to take them in and you know, say that they're not citizens.
Video. First, you have basically someone filming ICE agents. Clearly, the agents are getting angrier and angrier, and he just lunges at this guy and then chases him, and they all come in to chase him and throw him in a car. They release that guy later that night. We also included the second part of that because what you see is in the chaos of these moments, you have a person in a car being directed to leave, but there's agents all around the car. And like, put yourself in that situation. And you're being told to move. They're right next to your car. You're looking around. There's people all around. You're afraid you're going to do the wrong thing. You know somebody was shot and is now being accused of being a domestic terrorist because after dropping their child off at school, was clearly trying to get around somebody in a similar circumstance. What did you think?
I mean, first of all, you're allowed to film ICE agents. It is completely legal. Mm-hmm. The administration has basically now called that, and ICE has called that like a threat. It's threatening, but it's not. The fact that they released the first guy, shows that they couldn't have charged him with anything, so he didn't commit any crime. So basically what they did is they just assaulted him.
Yeah.
So federal law enforcement just decided to assault an individual who was filming them. And also, there's like 8 of them. You need that many agents? I mean, the whole fucking...
These are Proud Boys. They never want to fight with fair odds, right? If you know anything about Proud Boys, they will, they'll form up lines against counter protesters, but instead of like, any kind of like 1v1, they'll grab people, pull them behind the lines and like beat them down as a group, right? That's how they fight. That's what Tucker was probably saying when he said he didn't think this was any way for, what did he say? Like this no way for white men to fight. I mean, it's Tucker Carlson, so there's got to be a racist angle, but I think that's that kind of fighting that people don't remember. The Proud Boys, ran through DC a couple of times before J6.
Thing is absurd that we are somehow, and this goes back to like what everyone was doing last week, that we're like parsing the different angles of the, and I get that, I did it myself too, but like the whole thing is fucking absurd. There's no need for this many ICE agents.
Wait, who are we meowing at, Ranvel?
They're not doing targeted enforcement operations. They are going after people. They are basically delegitimizing the very idea of protest. And of course, the second part about the person that was in the car, this is what happens all the time when people are in car. They get conflicting orders from ICE. And I don't know if that's intentional. I don't know if ICE is just not coordinating with each other, which certainly seems possible as well. But I said, George Redis, that happened to him. There were early reports that it happened to Renee Good. Unclear if it did, but certainly in that situation, it wasn't get out of the car, it was go. So like, what are you supposed to do if you're in a car and you find yourself surrounded by a bunch of ICE agents?
Yeah, ICE agents who are like radicalizing before our eyes, who are
this is what I'm talking about, right? And everything about the situation that they're in is radicalizing them. There's almost like no avoiding it, chat. If you don't, if there's no opposition to them, if everybody is really nice and polite to them, then it is gonna, like, less people are gonna wash out. But at the same time, you know, when it's like this, where there's, you know, constantly they're hearing whistles blow and constantly they're being called Nazis, constantly they're, you know, they're unwelcome wherever they go. Right? The ones that stick around are going to be even more radicalized, right? It's almost like a, what do you call that? A crucible, right? Is what we got, a crucible situation going on. So what I'm saying is that, like, you know, you can make life hell for these fuckers, and Lord knows they deserve it. But don't expect them to melt away, I guess. This ice is, you know, gonna, maybe part of it will melt away, but unfortunately, everything that's going on is pushing it towards being more solidified, and this very much does look like the beginning of Trump's paramilitary. This is a feature of every instance of fascism. Chat, I think, has like some kind of a paramilitary, you know, organization attached to it.
Clearly angry, and there's adrenaline. Like the moment where that person, like where the agent like lunges at the camera, he's just angry. He's angry. He's sick of being filmed, sick of having a camera in his face. There's so many of them. This is what, look, once the other agents see their officer now in some kind of a confrontation, they have to jump in, and it's just all very escalatory. There's a video floating around of Bovino going into a bathroom at a Target to take a piss, and he's just surrounded by agents. They phalanx him like he's in like a hostile war zone. And all of this just raises tension. Like, these are,
I think I saw this.
Now they are now going into these places. The people are shouting at them, rightfully so, that they don't want them in their communities. And all of it is just a powder keg. And here and there we are seeing what happens. Let's go to the next one. This is somebody being kind of threatened while very calmly in their car. And I do think it's worth watching the details of what it was like for this person.
For what? Stop fucking following us. You are impeding operations. This is the United States federal government. I live over here. I gotta get to my house. This is your warning. Gotta get to my house. Go home to your kids.
Isn't this fucked up? You know, you can kind of tell what's happening here, right? Behind, like I said before, behind like Kristi Noem's claim that anything that impeded with this mass deportation program was illegal by almost like beyond law, like in spirit was illegal. It was like a sin, right? Was the right, is the feeling that you get from Kristi Noem, right? You can feel the seething fascism beneath her words, just like you can feel the what is wrong with this country, that these guys can now truthfully claim they're with the federal government, right? That a few years ago were with a hate group, or you know, who knows, or we're doing Gen 6, right? Like, there's something really fucking wrong when this guy is telling you, you do what I say. I'm with the government. I'm with the federal government here, buddy.
Kids, go to church. Go to home to your kids. This is your last warning. I serve the Lord. I will arrest you.
Oh, the ICE cannot handle ICE. Once again, chat, this is their weakness. We thought it would have been a strength, given that they're called ICE. You'd think they had like some kind of bonus on ICE. It turns out it's a -4 to agility. -2 dexterity when they're walking on ice.
Go to church.
Yeah, what is this guy doing? Was he trying? He was trying to go to church. It sounds like.
Let people let the people.
I guarantee you're not gonna like the outcome. Go home to your children.
Wait, is he actually trying to go to church here? And they think he's like. See, like, this is the other thing. These guys are getting paranoid, chat. Have you noticed this? When we watched some of these guys get arrested, right? And them go off in their self-righteous manner about how much they were doing for this country and how they didn't deserve to be treated like this, even though they're like, doing drunk driving and, dangerous, fucked up shit, right? They see themselves as heroes and they're paranoid and they're like, you don't even know. Everybody's trying to dox us. Everybody's trying to get us. You don't even. Do you know what being doxxed means? Do you know what it means to be doxxed? Right? They're getting more and more paranoid, and we're gonna see incidents where they're confronting citizens that are not following them because they've gotten paranoid and thought, oh, I saw that purple Honda, 3 times today. Looks like they're following us, and turns out, buddy, it was a different purple Honda each time, right? But that, you know what I mean? It doesn't, these guys are the authorities. These guys are the authorities, right? It's up to them when they're in a dangerous situation and can use legal force. It's up to them when they think someone has been following them. It's up to them if they think that your skin color does not pass the Peter Griffin paint square test, right? These are the authorities. These are the guys that are ultimately making that determination. That's a scary situation. Go to church is an insult. Oh my gosh. So wait, he's telling them to go to church because they're like not, they're demons. Is that the idea? You don't know what the fuck you are doing? Oh, is that what it means? Okay.
It's Sunday.
Yeah, go exactly. Let people go to church.
You did not learn from what just happened? Go home.
Learn what?
So he says, did you not learn from what just happened? And
it's the second video I've seen where someone says, didn't you learn from
learn what? If I don't listen to you and stop exercising my First Amendment rights, my right to just be a person in my own
Wait, the ICE is telling him to go to church or
community, you're gonna kill me? That's the lesson. And if you see this person is being told to go home to your children, stop following us. Now they're starting to claim that like just following them to observe them is impeding. They're claiming that's now a violation.
Mark my words, chat. It's only a matter of time till they roll up on somebody that they think is following them that is just trying to go about their day. That's going to happen.
There's a person with a gun drawn on the other side of the car. Why is the gun out? And the other part of this is what you're seeing more and more too is the agents are all filming. They don't have body cams, or they're claiming they don't use the body cams. Some of them may, some of them not.
Yeah, they're somehow worse than brown shirts or black shirts. They're filming. They're influencer Nazis, chat. What is up with that?
But they're not releasing body cam footage, but they are filming. And so now you have a bunch of agents that are now all going to have their
Wait, I thought they ruled that they had to have body cams. Oh my God.
Phones in one hand and their guns in the other, presumably, right? Because instead of having body cams that will record everything objectively to release, they will release.
And chat, I want to point out that from what I observed, at least, it seemed like that officer, Jonathan Ross, right? It seemed like he had his phone in his dominant hand at first and actually had to switch hands in order to have his gun in the dominant hand. So you can see what their priorities are just from that.
Objectively whatever they fucking want from the phones. We also have no idea what they're using for facial recognition and all those other things, which, go from sounding conspiratorial to seem obviously what is happening. But now they're now saying, learn the lesson of what happened, which is if you don't...
Wait, they should learn the lesson.
Follow an unlawful order. If you seem at all like you're annoying us, who knows what...
Do they think that the way that this is going to go down is people are just going to be intimidated and they're going to be like, yeah, geez, man, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was that serious. I was just like, following you around. blowing my whistle, yelling La Migra. I was just doing it for shits and giggles. I didn't realize this shit was serious. Well, geez, if you're gonna threaten me, I guess I'll back off then. Wow, that is not how this is going down, right? If anything, I'm more afraid of people, getting there's a palpable feeling of an justified feeling of panic, I think, in the streets, at least of Minnesota right now, if not, the United States at large. And what Trump seems to be trying to engineer is a situation that would allow him to, allow him the pretext to declare a state of emergency. Yeah, like it feels like he's trying to set up a situation where he's going to have a free hand to use his new Gestapo, his newly radicalized Gestapo, to do whatever needs to be done to stop the elections from actually, serving their purpose and electing a very different majority, at least in the House, if not in the Senate as well.
What could happen?
Yeah, well, they're using...
trying to stop the midterms. I think that's a goal. I think also, it's weird. It all just kind of comes together, right? This takes the attention off of Epstein. Like this pushes us closer to, his ability to invoke certain statutes. And then this also... gives him the pretext, if he wants to try to stop the midterms or interfere with the midterms.
Two sort of like broad legal standards, which is impeding law enforcement operation and
stalking and
using
right?
a vehicle as a deadly weapon, right? Which is, so if you're in a car, any move you make in the car that they don't like, they can say, oh, you've weaponized your vehicle. And if you're around ICE and you're protesting, or even if you're not protesting, even if you just happen upon them, they'll just say that anything you do that's annoying to them is impeding.
This is what I'm predicting, chat, that there'll be a time when ICE is like stuck in traffic and they go off on the car in front of them as if that car is impeding them, or they or they just interpret, somebody innocuously going about their day as as being protesters somehow, as impeding their operations, which they're treating with this quasi-religious reverence, right? But really, I think it's about Trump. I think they're doing strongman fascism. Trump is the strongman, and they're trying to pull they're trying to say that he symbolizes the will of the people, and that you're hence Kristi Noem calling it a crime, seething, that is a crime for ICE to be impeded at all.
Impeding their investigation or impeding their enforcement operation. So they can make that case if they want. It's not like it's a real legal case. Like of course they can say that anyone's impeding their investigation or impeding a law enforcement operation, but like that doesn't mean it's true.
And also, all of this is a threat. Inevitably, if they were actually to follow this to its conclusion, obviously they are threatening you that that you could be hurt, that you'll never get to that point, and they're dropping lots of charges if they were to bring something like that. But then at some point, some judge would say, "What was impeded?"
I don't know if you heard the Daily had an interview this morning with the chief of police in Minneapolis. And this is a guy who came in right after George Floyd and basically had to like rebuild the whole Minneapolis police department because most of them left, and has really focused on like de-escalation. He's getting interviewed about this. And so like, what did you think about, the ICE officers? He was like, well, first of all, like it's basic training to never put yourself in front of a car like that. It's also like even more important than that, the training is to de-escalate in every situation possible, because you want to build.
Ranville says after they tear gassed a neighborhood today, they were yelling at a guy to move his car. he was yelling, "I can't see."
Trust with the community.
Yeah, yeah. And again, they're gonna treat this like that's so that's a classic cop order that is impossible to comply with, right? Like a lot of times when you hear cops saying, "Stop resisting" or whatever, like the person's not really resisting. They're just saying that as a pretext to brutalize the person.
And so whenever possible,
Or it's like if somebody literally does not have the range of motion for their, for their hands to be put behind the back and they pull their fucking arm out of alignment, right? In order to make it happen. And the person like yells in pain, right? It's like, stop resisting. Classic cop move. Classic cop move.
You want to de-escalate and you want to go up to someone and say, name, registration, could you please step out? This is why I'm pulling you over. This is, and you do that. And then if someone asks you a question that's, even somewhat reasonable, you answer the question. And none of this is happening with ICE. None of that.
And because
they don't want to de-escalate.
Well, they don't want to de-escalate. And it's so much about dominance, right? They're not actually like, they have so internalized this idea that they are on a righteous crusade against a left and kind of anti-American, pro undocumented immigrant sort of group of like rabble rousers that they are now like they are like pilgrims in an unholy land, which is Minneapolis, Minnesota. I spend a lot of time now in Minneapolis. My fiance is from Minneapolis. Like it was hitting me today when I was just looking at all of this because people from Minneapolis, they love this place. It is a special place. It is a kind place. Mm-hmm. It's never been like, you could have watched Fox News for the last 20 years. They've not spent a lot of time up until they started villainizing Somali immigrants, saying that
George Floyd.
And George Floyd. But like that Minneapolis is not like on the top 10 list of right wing. It's San Francisco, New York, right? Like LA. But like Minneapolis is just it's never been the focus of national attention in this kind of a prolonged way. Like it just isn't that.
Okay, as much as I would love to hear Lovitz try to put his thoughts into words, let's take a look at the other clip they have. I want to get to Anna Kasparian.
A few hours later, and let's watch it.
Hey, what you Hey! Fuck you! Hey! Fuck you! You guys are all on video! What's your name? What's your name?
Jonathan Garcia. I'm literally a U.S. citizen.
Give us a phone number.
U.S. citizen.
Get the fuck out of here, Irene.
Why are you kidnapping us?
Give us what's the phone number we should call? That's my mom.
That's your mom?
Yeah.
Call you. And your first name's Christian, right?
Christian Romano. This guy right here, they let him out of the vehicle. They tortured him. This guy right here.
Okay, so you saw them take this guy away. This is the video I was talking about earlier, right? They take this guy away. He's working at Target. They're pulling him out of the Target. He says he's a U.S. citizen. They apparently beat the shit out of him. And eventually confirmed that he was indeed a U.S. citizen and dropped him off. No charges at a Walmart.
Yeah.
You okay, man? No, I'm not okay. Bro, shit's crazy. My man's bleeding. They slammed me on the ground. We got to be able to call somebody.
That one really got me. It's
Jesus.
Just in the response to the Renee Good killing, they're obviously lying, and they're maligning this person. Even on its face, right? So it's like, so your position is that she dropped her kid off at school, and then decided to commit murder. Like that was the plan. Like it's obviously ridiculous, but it actually is, I think, to me, a larger. It is their way of thinking, which is
the funny thing is somebody in this equation did have murder on his mind, and I think it was Jonathan Ross. I think he saw his opportunity, right, to do exactly what is described. I gotta find the name of this. What is it? Officer instigated danger. officer created jeopardy. They're able to set themselves in a situation where they can claim that they're in danger. They put themselves in danger, like stepping in front of a car that is trying to get out of there, right? If you think that your, gun can be like I don't know, a deterrent against somebody pulling out when you're trying to apprehend them, it's like one thing to have it there. It's one thing to point it at them, but yeah, then to fire it, right? Is crazy to stop, somebody from fleeing, right? Unless what you're dealing with is like somebody that's already done violence, already taken lives, right? But anyway, they set up these scenarios where they can then claim that they're in danger, and basically they get to murder somebody for free, chat. And guys like this fucking fantasize about killing liberals and leftists. That's what we're seeing, right? The irony is that there is somebody that had murder in their heart that day, and it was not Renee Good.
There is no amount of force that can't be justified. And also, by the way, like how they feel is what matters the most. Did he feel threatened, even if they created the circumstance? That they have an endless amount of like generosity and like and consideration for people that they view as on their team, right? But then for somebody like this, right? For some, they're nothing, absolutely nothing. That no, it was we had a feeling, we had a hunch for a second. This guy was not extremely immediately and completely compliant. So it is justified having a dozen people bash him to the ground, throw him into a car to verify he's a citizen, then throw him out of a Walmart parking lot. We're just doing our jobs. We're just trying to enforce our immigration laws, right? There's no sense of consideration. There's 100% total consideration for someone on their team. Zero consideration for anybody who might disagree with them.
I mean, the Department of Homeland Security just posted about this and said, oh, he, under 18C, whatever, that he impeded a law enforcement operation. Well, then why'd you throw him out of a van instead of charging him? It's just like it's all...
Yeah, if there was a case there, they would have held on to him. They would have charged him.
It's all lies.
It's bullshit.
And they don't even care if they're good lies now.
Yeah.
They just want... we're going to use force. And I even think, aside from broadcasting it, which they love to do, even those ICE agents, when they went into Target, whatever happened, they realized that like they can't if this guy was like yelling at them, or they can't let it go because other people are watching. And so they need to show dominance.
Yeah.
And so once they get the guy in the van and they realize, oh shit, we don't have anything to charge him with, and he's a US citizen, well, let's beat him up a little bit and throw him out of a van. And, the difficulty of suing them or taking them to court is that these guys have, they don't have absolute immunity like JD Vance has, but they have qualified immunity. And so it's really difficult to sue them successfully, as George Redis is finding out now, because if they are doing their job, they're in an official capacity and they're doing their job, they have a lot more leeway than they should.
The other thing that's happening too is that wherever these people are now going in Minneapolis, they're being hectored, right? If they're on the streets, if they're in a public place, people are now coming out and yelling at them. And there is something...
Yeah, it's like that hostile territory, the thing that they were saying earlier, except they created the hostile territory, right? It's hostile in the sense that if you like, I don't know, kill a bunch of villagers in Minecraft, you're not going to have a good time, like the Iron Golem's going to, aggro on you, right? If you.
Is happening where, first of all, they're being trained for shorter and shorter periods of time. There's I
love that I go to, my brain goes to Minecraft.
Where Mark Warner is pointing this out to a kind of a CNBC panel that tends to not want to describe Trump as he actually is, and more like the kind of smooth operator who is always kind of playing chess behind the scenes. And he's like, they're being trained for 47 days because he's the 47th president. That's ridiculous.
I know.
Indefensible. And you have these poorly trained people, a lot
it's clownish
of whom are being recruited via this sort of right-wing propaganda. They have an idea in their mind of what it's going to be like. It isn't like that. That's the other thing I do think is happening. If you, the anger you're hearing, for all the, I am sure, ways in which they are kind of telling a story about what's happening to each other and from above, right? A lot of it's amazing how often Bovino is in these clips. He is there.
It's intentional.
You can see it, like they are feeling the difference between the idea of enforcing immigration laws in this way and the actual experience of it, and what it's like to have your fellow Americans looking in the eye and say, like, fuck you. Like, fuck you.
The question I gotta ask at this point with the prominent public appearances by Bovino, are they trying to get like somebody on the team killed? Like, is that what they want?
For being here. Fuck you for doing this. And I do
they do look like they are spoiling for any kind of provocation they can get.
I think that is creating, like, it's
For sure.
making all this tension worse. But I do think it's like you can see it that there's this, that some of this anger is the delta between what they thought it would feel like and what it feels like to be like this inside of an American city. And there is like a little bit of a kernel of like of like hope inside. Like, the reality of this is so brutal and so gruesome and so ugly. It's why Homeland Security is putting out all these videos trying to explain it and defend it. They know that this is not good. Like, they can do all the bluster they want. They know that the American people do not like seeing this happen in an American city.
Yeah, that's why they have to lie all the time.
Let's just end with this one moment, just to give you a sense too about the kind of like strange and like fascistic propaganda that the administration is putting out. This is something that the Department of Labor put out. Let's see this.
Oh no, what the fuck is this? Also, yeah, I don't trust them not to like use. Okay. What? Wait, I didn't even get it, chat. Where was like
Who that's for? I don't like that's for such a narrow slice of their most online groyper base.
Yes.
It's just very, I don't know.
Yeah.
I see that and I'm not like the videos really disturb me. I'm like, that's fucking weird.
Yeah, it is really weird. That the people in charge of social media for various government agencies are fully right-wing online, white nationalist pilled people putting out.
Do we need to watch this again? I just like, I saw like, okay.
The Department of Labor put out. Let's see this.
Gotta mute it. Okay, it's George Washington. What are we seeing? Like, civil, no, that's the Revolutionary War. Davy Crockett. Is this AI, chat? This has got to be AI. George Washington. You know, I would honestly expect this to have like a funk track. Maybe I'm just not up to date on my fascist aesthetics. Yeah, a lot of this is Revolutionary War stuff. Oh, Kit Carson. Okay, so you're talking about like the oppression of First Nations here too, I think. Uncle Sam. That Uncle Sam must have been like World War I era, I'm guessing. War Bond from World War II, I think. I don't know, chat. What do you make of it? It's some kind of griped up shit.
I just don't know who that's for. I don't like, that's for such a narrow slice of their most online.
But what the fuck was that? What even was this?
Groyper.
Banana Wars era?
Base.
Yes.
It's just very, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I see that and I'm not like the videos really disturb me. I'm like, that's fucking weird.
Yeah, it is really weird. That the people in charge of social media for various government agencies are fully right-wing online, white nationalist pilled people putting out this content.
If they're not in the I Love Hitler group chat, they certainly enjoy it. They wish they were.
Yeah, they just weren't invited. It's like, is everyone hanging out without me? All right. Well, we'll have more to say on Pod Save America. We'll be out tomorrow morning. That's it for us.
Please subscribe.
We're gonna check on this really quick and then we'll go
to the very latest with regard to the killing of Renee Good and the fallout from that, the way the administration is handling it. And one of the ways they're handling it is apparently getting in Twitter fights with Ryan Grimm. Let's put B1 up on the screen here. This is the vice president. Now, imagine you are vice president of the United States. And no offense, Ryan, but
I agree.
I don't think that this would be how I'm spending my time personally. So anyway, Ryan said something I think is objectively correct. He said that the vice president was genuinely psychotic, innocent. He shot an unarmed woman twice through a side window and then called her an effing bitch, let her bleed out, and fled the scene. So this is in reaction to J.D. Vance, completely venerating the ICE agent who
Calling him innocent. Yeah.
called him innocent, who killed Renee Good. And J.D. Vance replies, "These people," meaning you, "are incapable of not lying about this. Side window, ? You can see the photos of the car with bullet holes. The shots came from the front of the car because that's where the officer was standing when he was hit by the car. He is allowed to discharge his weapon in self-defense." Ryan.
It's interesting.
So much wrong with that tweet. So much wrong with that tweet. Where do we start? Let's see where Ryan starts.
Your response.
It's interesting to go through there and count the number of just falsehoods in it.
In his claim that you're lying, the number of lies, yes.
Like holes is a lie. There's only one hole.
Mm-hmm.
Bullets is a lie. Standing in front of the car is a lie. And that he's allowed to discharge his weapon in self-defense is generally true, but not in the circumstances that he put himself in. It was self-created risk.
Hit by the car does not appear to be true either.
And hit by the car. I would lost count of all the incorrect assertions.
This is what is so hard about pushing back on Trump's wall of bullshit. It is hard to even keep track of all the lies.
In that thing. If we can put up the photo next to show, if you really don't believe me, you put up B23 here. So this is an image of, this is one of the frames. This is before he has fired his first shot. MJ kindly circled, in turn MJ kindly circled the legs there. So for people who are confused, because it's hard because the fact that the other guy's silhouette is blocking the other dude. This would be open and shut across the spectrum if that other guy wasn't there and you could see him. So now here, that's the smoke from the first shot that does hit the front windshield. But notice where his legs were.
And look where that shot is.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the furthest corner of the windshield, which is not actually what you would hit if you were standing in front of the car.
Right. And so the fact that you can see his legs means that he was not in front of the car. If he was in front of the car, you wouldn't be able to see his legs. Now, what started this was J.D. Vance had said, quote, "What the press has done in lying about this innocent law enforcement officer is disgusting. You should all be ashamed of yourselves." And he said that in response to the video that came from the officer's phone, which we noticed early on. We're like, wait a minute, is that a phone in his hand?
Mm-hmm.
Is he actually filming? Turns out
he's an influencer and a killer.
Was filming. It was leaked to Alpha News, which is a publication that has has close contacts with police unions in Minnesota. And so, and then the fact that there was a coordinated, immediate response on the right to say this vindicates him, suggests that they really believe that. They put this footage out. And so we can roll this footage. This is the footage that J.D. Vance was responding to. So here he is. He gets out of his car here.
You can see the dog in the car.
You can see the dog in the car. He's circling.
Chat, do you think it would help to put together, I don't know, if you side by sides if you can line up the time of the shooting and put it up side by side to kind of show, here's this area, here's the part where you think he's getting hit by the car. And here's a view that shows that he's out of the way of the car. So, even though this, picture you can convince yourself that he's being hit, this picture is clearly showing that he's not, right? I don't know if that would help or if at this point it is just a test of whether you are loyal to the Trump administration.
Around, and then he comes around the side, and I think this image right here is what the right was seizing on. They're like, look, she's a liberal. Look at her face. You can tell she's a liberal.
Yeah.
We told you she was a liberal.
Yeah, I called this. Seems like Ryan agrees. Think it would be useful. I mean, Maybe to some people.
She deserved it. So now what he has.
I have seen a lot of like media. Like I haven't seen a lot of opinions. Obviously Asmongold is happy about the shooting, thinks she deserves it. There are definitely people out there, especially the MAGA faithful, who are defending this, but for the most part, people are not defending it. However, I have seen a crazy amount of the media defending it. Yeah, New York Times did something like this. Dan BV83 is saying, I wanted to watch that.
As here, he's gotten her license. So he has no reason to like
There's
keep
so
her
much
seen,
stuff,
keep
chat.
her
There's
seen
so
or
much
anything
stuff.
else. He now switches hands. He moves his phone from his right hand to his left hand. So now you see her turn to the right. You see that?
And also think of the way that she invokes her veteran status, right? This is like challenge this guy's masculinity. Somebody in chat earlier said that, does this have to do with toxic masculinity? And I definitely don't want to oversimplify it or attribute it all to one factor, but there's definitely some of that, I would guess, in his motivation. Also, I think his main motivation though is he signed up for ICE to kill liberals and leftists, right? It's maybe not that deep.
Her, now he shoots her. And then he calls her an F and B. So you saw her turning the wheel to the right. That means he saw her turning the wheel to the right. His feet are on the side of the car. He then shoots her once through the front windshield, twice through the side window. J.D. Vance sees that and just completely lies about what's in it.
They seem to, I think you're correct, that the real thing that they find to be vindicating here is that these are liberal lesbian women.
Right.
And so
They're like, case closed.
for
Deserves
a
it.
rabid online movement, like the new right online edgelords, the fact that they look like they're liberal and they're lesbians means they deserved it.
Right.
And that is I think that is the primary point of the video. And you've got, the one woman, her wife, Renee's wife, who's there sassing the officer, basically fat shaming him.
And did they bleep out her saying that she was a veteran or something?
I don't know. And I think that's worth mentioning too, is like this, we have no way of knowing if this was edited in any way also to make this as favorable as possible for him. But then the other thing that they seized on is, at the end when he fires the shots, the phone kind of goes and they act like that's definitive that he gets hit.
Okay.
Even though the video does not show that.
Great minds think alike. I don't know. I guess I've already made this point. So we don't. Let's look really quick. See if we can find New York Times MN shooting. Because I've meant to cover this a long time ago. Oh my God. What Trump told us about. Wait, where's the... Yeah, I thought it was New York Times, right? New York Times. Just go to the New York Times page maybe and see what is on.
On Wednesday, in Minneapolis, a federal agent fatally shot a motorist, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. Trump administration officials said these were, quote, defensive shots, fired because the officer was being run over.
And a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over.
But our analysis of bystander footage, filmed from different angles, appears to show the agent was not in the path of the victim's SUV when he fired 3 shots.
There it is right there. That is kind of all you need to see. I mean, I get that it's frustrating that there's another officer, the one that reached his hands into the car that's kind of in front of him, that obscures him a little bit, but you can see the important part. The important part is where his feet are. His feet are not in the path of the car.
At close range. Here's how events unfolded. Moments before the shooting, the victim's maroon SUV is stopped in the middle of the street. Multiple unmarked federal vehicles are idling nearby. Secretary Noem alleged the motorist, quote, was blocking the officers in. Bystanders are blowing whistles and yelling at federal agents.
Go home to Texas!
Then, federal vehicles start moving toward the maroon SUV, with sirens and lights blaring. A federal agent films the scene on his phone. The driver rolls forward slightly, turning left.
Okay, so that federal agent is the shooter.
Then stops and waits for others to go ahead. Two agents exit this silver pickup and walk toward the vehicle. Moments later, shots are fired. Let's look at the scene again more closely. This is the agent who shoots the driver. He walks around the car filming and disappears from view. Other agents pull up and order the driver to exit her vehicle. One of them grabs at the door handle and reaches inside. The SUV reverses, then turns right, apparently attempting to leave. At the same time, the agent filming crosses toward the left of the vehicle and grabs his gun. He opens fire on the motorist and continues shooting as she drives past. The moment the agent fires, he is standing here, to the left of the SUV, and the wheels are pointing to the right, away from the agent. This appears to conflict with allegations that the SUV was ramming or about to ram the officer. President Trump and others said the federal agent was hit by the SUV, often pointing to another video filmed from a different angle. And it's true that at this moment in this grainy low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV.
Chat, we shall henceforth refer to this video as the Asmongold angle.
But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact, his feet are positioned away from the SUV. The SUV crashes into a white car parked down the road.
What the?
A bystander runs toward the collision. The federal agents on scene do not appear to rush to provide.
Like, chat, if they're like killing people's, husbands, wives, moms, dads, aunts, uncles, and shit like this, like, I'm really scared for what's going to happen, because I know Trump wants somebody to fire back with deadly force, right? And that's going to happen. It's a good thing, especially considering the partner of the person they just shot is a veteran, that partner did not, like, what was it, like, I think their house is like several blocks away, so this wouldn't have happened in this situation. But imagine that their house was right there, right? How likely is it, if they're shooting and killing people, that somebody's going to run in and come out with a gun? And then the ICE agent gets shot, and then Trump is like declaring the Insurrection Act. I don't know. This is bad.
At emergency medical care. Eventually, the agent who shot the motorist approaches the vehicle. Seconds later, he turns back around and tells his colleagues to call 911.
Shame! You shot someone! You shot someone!
Agents block several bystanders who attempt to provide medical care, including one who identifies himself as a physician.
I go check a pulse. No! Back up! Now! I'm a physician! I don't care.
At the same time, several agents, including the agent who opened fire, get in their vehicles and drive off, apparently altering the active crime scene.
All right, there we have it.
ถ่ายรูปมุมไหนก็จอยกันทุกการใช้ชีวิต FWD ประกันชีวิต
Tens of thousands of protesters demonstrating across the U.S. this week and demanding justice after the deadly ICE shooting of Renee Good in Minneapolis. All while the DHS secretary says hundreds more federal officers will be deployed to that city. We're joined now by MS Now senior contributing editor Michelle Norris in St. Paul, Minnesota. And Michelle, I understand you have some new video of an encounter with federal agents. Walk us through what happened. What are we about to show here?
I'm here outside the Whipple building, but when this happened, I was in South Minneapolis, near Lake Street and Chicago Avenue. There are thousands of ICE enforcement officials all over the city, and what happens is you can just encounter one of them, a group of them making an arrest of some kind, and that's exactly what happened to us. We were driving down Lake Street. A group of men approached a woman at a bus stop, pulled her aside, asked her some questions, and then walked her into a vehicle. It did not appear that she produced any kind of papers. It wasn't clear exactly what they were talking about, but it happened very quickly. Pulled her aside, asked her a few questions, put her in a vehicle, and she was gone. There are people who actually sit with some of the people that are on their way to work right now, blow whistles when they see ICE on the run. They didn't even have time for that to happen in this case. She was gone. But we did hear the reaction to this from the commuters that were just on their way to work, waiting for the bus, and they had lots to say about it. Let's take a listen.
They just jumped out 4 deep on a random woman sitting at the bus stop. That's crazy, bro. And grabbed her. Didn't even ask for ID, nothing. They just take bro was wearing product glasses.
There was another man who was there who confronted one of the vehicles and just kept saying to them, "This is not America. I am so ashamed of America right now." There were people who were getting out of their cars, either trying to witness this and take videos or try to engage with the ICE officials in some way. When you watch something like this happen, it does raise a lot of questions. Is this about safety? Is this about catching people who are schemers and fraudsters? Is this about catching the worst?
I can give you an unequivocal no on that one. I can give you an unequivocal no. The irony too is it's not even about going after people that are illegally here, right? With the Somali community, you're talking about a group of people who are, many of them, many of them born in the United States, and others of them naturalized with citizenship, right? So there is no real excuse for them to be here except for hate.
Worst of the worst. When you see them apprehend a woman who is getting ready to go to work or wherever she was going at the bus stop, all throughout the city, this is what's happening. But what is also happening is there are now thousands of citizen patrols all over the city that are trying to record this, in part to protect people, in part to monitor this, in part to monitor this for posterity so that the rest of America understands what this looks like. Immigration enforcement is not new. This is a border state. We're near Canada, here in Minnesota. There have been Border Patrol agents here in the past. There have been immigration apprehensions.
Yeah, people don't understand that the Border Patrol is actually allowed to operate within, I don't know, I think it's like 50 or 150 miles of any border, port, or maybe even airport too. So yeah, that basically equates to a good percentage of America and an even larger percentage of urban America that the CBP was able to operate in, even before even before this term of Trump. Some people may remember that I don't know if it was CBP or federal. I think it was CBP that were like just black bagging people in Portland in 2020. That was going on under the direction of the Trump administration
in the past, but with this militaristic type of intervention, with people being pulled without even paperwork, and with the question of hanging over the air, where is she even going? Will she remain in America? Will she be sent someplace else? A lot of people in this state are really concerned about that, and that's why you're seeing the level of protests and the high degree of citizen activists that are now trying to record this and push back against this policy.
And Michelle, I know we don't know this one woman's story that you are showing on this video, what appears to be in her detainment by ICE or immigration officials, but DHS did give us the following statement related to this video, quote, "Allegations that DHS law enforcement officers engage in racial profiling are disgusting, reckless, and categorically false. What makes someone a target for immigration enforcement is if they are illegally in the U.S., not their skin color, race, or ethnicity.
Which are merely probable cause. For these people to be kidnapped, for their ID that they do present to be disbelieved, and for ICE to just basically cause them as much problems as they possibly can. Because that's what they're here for. They're here to let you know that if you're not an American like them, right? If you're not a heterosexual, traditional, white, American, you are not welcome here. And hence, it's the irony is how mad they're getting at people telling ICE, no, actually, you're not welcome here, right? And it's true. It's true. It's a lot more true than for any group that ICE is going after.
It goes on to say, under the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, DHS law enforcement uses reasonable suspicion to make arrests.
There we go.
No indiscriminate stops being made.
Reasonable suspicion. In other words, skin color, accent, etc., etc.
Of course, we have reported on cases of U.S. citizens being detained at times. What are people in Minneapolis telling you?
Well, they're questioning that, quite frankly, because people are witnessing this. We've seen hundreds of videos at this point. It is not clear in this case that we witnessed why they approached her, if they knew her name, if they knew if she was here illegally. But most of the people who are being apprehended are people of color. They are Somali, they are Latino, and they don't know, in many cases, why this family, why this individual. It does appear to be indiscriminate. Now, I'm not saying it is, but on the outside, it does appear to be that they are grabbing people and then asking questions later, and that's one of the things that makes people uncomfortable. The other thing that makes people very uncomfortable, and this is not just citizens, but I've had a chance to talk to several officials here, police officials, the Attorney General I talked to over the weekend, government officials, and they're concerned that there is a force here that is larger than the combined police departments of Minneapolis and St. Paul that appears to be accountable to no one. And a little bit of transparency would probably go a long way in allaying some of these concerns to help people understand how they are conducting their business, why they are approaching.
Oh my God.
Where they're going when
I love the mind of the media. If they were just a little bit more transparent, then maybe, they would realize that.
You've also been criticized for your comments. The shooting,
that the
we should
obvious
know, was
targeting
Wednesday
of
at
Minnesota
10:37 a.m.
for our
Eastern.
diversity.
Just over 2 hours later, the Department of Homeland Security put out a statement definitively asserting what had happened, defending the ICE agent, accusing Renee Good of domestic terrorism. That's a characterization that you reiterated in a press conference half an hour later. Now, Republican Senator Tom Tillis said, quote, "It was very unusual to have a senior law enforcement official to draw a conclusion about an event where the scene was still being processed. Generally speaking, law enforcement would recognize that a life was lost, that families are changed forever, the shooter's life will change forever. We're collecting video, we're trying to assess the situation." Why did you not wait for an investigation before making your comments?
Well, everything that I've said has been proven to be factual and the truth.
Yeah, except for the opposite. Except for the opposite. Yeah.
Administration wants to operate in transparency. I have the responsibility as the Secretary of Homeland Security to know this information as soon as possible. Had just been in Minneapolis the day before, had already had conversations with officers on the ground and supervisors, and knew the facts, and decided that the department and the people of this country deserve to know the truth of the situation of what had unfolded in Minneapolis.
But with all due respect, Secretary, the first thing you said was, quote, "What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow."
Correct.
So this is how the mainstream media, this is the closest you're going to get towards just calling her a liar, which she is, right? So there's like, oh, there's a few discrepancies with the verified truth in this situation. Secretary Noem, what say you? What say you?
Weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and rammed them with her vehicle. That's not what happened. We all saw what happened.
It absolutely is what happened. Those officers had been out in enforcement action. A vehicle had been stuck. They had come to help get that vehicle out. That's when this individual started blocking traffic for minutes and minutes.
You said that the woman attacked them and surrounded them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle.
blocked the road for a long time and was yelling at them and impeding a federal law enforcement investigation. And that's what you need to focus on, Jake, is they were breaking the law by impeding and obstructing a law enforcement operation. They were breaking the law already, and these officers were doing their due diligence of what their training had prepared them to do to make sure they were handling it appropriately.
The training had prepared them to give contradictory orders to a civilian. Their training had, prepared them for taking jurisdiction over American citizens. There's so much wrong with this. Their training had prepared them for stepping in front of a car, a moving vehicle, in order to then claim that this constitutes a danger to you, even though you are in no way in danger. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's everything wrong with what she's saying. A better actress than many of the Hollywood stars.
You said within hours of her being killed, you said that
she's definitely become a different person since she was the Republican rising star that they had come out, to try to be. So she was going to be their new, I don't know, MAGA Nikki Haley or something, right? She was going to be a rising star until people read her book where she talks about murdering her puppy.
she was a domestic terrorist. How do you define domestic terrorist?
She weaponized her vehicle to conduct an act of violence against a law enforcement officer.
She weaponized her video to follow an order of a law enforcement officer, which contradicted what another group of pigs wanted her to do. Hence the, fact that they... But really, chat, that guy just wanted to shoot a liberal. That was what he was thinking the whole time. He's like, oh, maybe I can stand right here.
Public.
How
so
can
as
you
they are doing that,
how can you assert with certainty that she was trying to hurt the officer as opposed to she was trying to flee the scene?
if you look at what the definition of domestic terrorism is, it completely fits the situation on the ground. This individual, as you saw in the video,
Grumpy Jones, check out NPR's reporting on this, right? There was a eyewitness report of contradictory information, right?
Video that we released just 48 hours after this incident showed that this officer was hit by her vehicle. She weaponized it, and he defended his life and those colleagues around him and the public.
The question is, I don't doubt. My position is, I wasn't there. I didn't see it.
Jake Tapper, he's so insufferable. Yeah, R.I.P. Cricket.
Some people say that it clearly showed that she was trying to hit him and did. Some people say, no, she was clearly trying to move her car and flee and get away. I don't know. What I'm saying is, how do you...
Grumpy Jones, what was there a second order? It doesn't, that's not good policing, right? If I'm a cop and you're a cop and we go over to stop somebody, but I'm like, hey, listen, I just want to get around this person. Hey, could you get out of the way? And then you go over and you go and try to get into their car. Is that good policing? Or is that setting up a dangerous situation? At what point do the supposedly professional law enforcement officials, supposedly trained, even though we know they're only getting 47 days of training now, that is how long it takes to make you an ICE officer, right? This is, does that seem like good policing? Just standing in front of a moving car seem like good policing? Or might that be something that they warn you about in manuals, right? Now this guy, the other thing though, this particular cop doesn't have the excuse that I guess the other ICE officer saying, hey, I was only trained for 47 days. This guy's been an officer for a while. He's had time to really think about how he feels about leftists and liberals. And apparently he feels so that if he ever has a chance, he will engineer a situation to be able to murder one of them and get fucking away with it and get hundreds of thousands of dollars in GoFundMe money for murdering somebody. So Grumpy Jones, if that's the side of history you want to stand on, I would say, just watch the ice because it's very slippery out there, Grumpy Jones. And it's not too hard to imagine that person under the crosshairs of ice the next time being yourself or someone you care about.
No, how can you assert for a fact within hours before any investigation, this is what happened?
The facts of the situation are that the vehicle was weaponized, and it attacked the law enforcement officer.
The vehicle attacked him. He had to defend. You know how to stop an oncoming car, chat? You know how you stop an oncoming car? If there's a car coming at you and you don't want it to, well, actually the best, as Mr. Miyagi says, the best block is don't be there, right? But no, you know, a good way to stop a car, you know, something that won't stop a car is shooting the driver, right? Killing the driver doesn't stop the car. And that would be if he was still in front of her when he fired those shots. Instead, chat, those shots came from the side of the car because he wasn't interested in stopping the car, even if shooting the driver would stop the car. He was interested in killing a liberal. And that's what he got to do that day. And monsters like this fucking lady are allowing it to happen. The question is, will the American people allow this to happen? Or does something inside you cry out for justice? Only time will tell, chat.
And he defended those individuals around him. That is the definition. When there is something that is weaponized to use against the public and law enforcement, that is an act of domestic terrorism. It happened in our shores. It happened here in our country. You don't get to change the facts just because you don't like them. We will continue to look at this individual and what her motivations were. We know that there was, throughout that morning, she had harassed and impeded law enforcement operations. That raises the suspicion level with all of these.
Chat, I gotta say, she's more machine than a woman at this point. Like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like a human talking, does it? It feels like some kind of weird flesh bot.
Enforcement officers, as far as
like, it feels like she's made of fucking vinyl and like linoleum or something.
Paying attention.
Look at the way her fucking mouth moves.
To what her capacity is. And as you see on the videos, and they've proven out, that this law enforcement officer took the action that his training prepared him for, and he worked to make
that is a thing talking to us.
sure that he could save his own life and those around him.
How can you assert that there's no ambiguity in this before any investigation has taken place?
I had just been in Minneapolis and had been with those officers, had seen what they were facing on the streets every day, and had talked to their supervisors as soon as the incident happened and had gotten the facts and seen videos before I ever went to talk at that press conference. And the Trump administration and President Trump is the most transparent and open government that we've ever had.
Look, he's definitely transparent in a sense, right? It's not very hard to tell that he's lying. I think even his own fans admit that at this point, right? They know he's a liar. They just think he's their liar. And that he would never lie to them. Sure, keep thinking that. Keep investing in his scams, because Trump would never lie to you. He would never sell you a fucking piece of shit phone made out of junk as a Trump phone for, like, you know, multiple times the amount of money that it's worth. He would never do that, for instance.
The information, give them what they need to know about a situation so they could have the truth as soon as possible.
So if this agents were perfectly fine, if everything he did was
Wait, Vamp says, I think Noem is a Nexus 6. We need a void conf test. Oh no.
Does that mean that other ICE agents should
He
look
wasn't
at what...
perfectly fine. He was injured. He went to the hospital.
No,
He
his
was
actions
treated.
were fine. I didn't
In
say...
fact, I think a lot of people and guests, and even you yourself, called this situation.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Chris Petsava says they transparently cover up the files. That's right. They didn't even redact right, chat. They couldn't even. They're so incompetent.
Something very different and untruthful about what it was, as far as.
What did I say that was?
Oh my gosh, you're right. She does kind of look like Blair White. Oh no.
That this was not a correct definition of what was happening on the ground.
I said that your description, they were attempting to push out their vehicle and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle, is not what we see on the videotape, and it's not.
It absolutely is the facts of what happened on the ground that day. They were there pushing out a vehicle earlier. They had helped each other.
But that's not what you said. That's not what you said.
Yes,
they were pushing out a vehicle.
Absolutely what I said.
All right, chat. I'm looking at the bonus poll. All right, I'm looking at this right now. 81 votes so far, so make sure to vote if you haven't already. Looks like Peter Thiel's in first place with Andrew Callahan talking to Nick Shirley. In second place, we do have some dono money pushing us towards Nick Shirley. So make sure that if you've donated or if you want to donate, to know that you can put your money where your mouth is just by letting me know, hey, I want to see that Andrew Callahan thing. I want to see the the Fallout thing, whatever, I will turn your donation into a percentage, add it to the topic of your choice. Or you could just say, hey, you know, how about just give the people what they want? We got an option for that too. It's called Vox Populi. Whatever you do, chat, make sure to hit that like when you're, answering the poll too, because we're coming up on, oh God, we got to do the Kasparian thing, but then we'll do the bonus content after that. But yeah, like right now it's looking like it's leaning towards Andrew Callahan, Nick Shirley, which I know, definitely, you can't spell incompetent without ice. True. Blade Runner, the puppy is crying for food, Noem. It's looking for you to take care of it. What do you do? That's the Voight comp test.
We all have seen the video. I don't need to relitigate it. We've all seen the video. She is blocking the street. They approach her.
You haven't seen the video of the entire morning and the previous encounters with this individual.
Oh, we have aired it.
Oh yeah, if you knew what a bitch she was, you'd be totally cool with us killing her. Yeah, absolutely. Omega Star is putting it behind Peter Thiel and the video essay.
Yeah, on Thursday we were airing and noting the fact that she was there for several minutes, for minutes and minutes and minutes. She was protesting without question.
And at previous
the Jawbreed.
That morning, that absolutely
the Jawbreed
had been previously down the block on video that you haven't seen. There's more information.
But the
question
is
was
not
impeding law enforcement operations throughout the previous moments and hours before
the question is, what was she doing when she was moving her car?
The question
That's the question.
Is why are we arguing with a president who's working to keep people safe? Why are we arguing with law enforcement?
Why are we? Yeah, he who what is it? He who saves his country has committed no treason at all. Why are we arguing with that? Trump is our savior. How dare you? You must not like America. All right, so Peter Thiel is getting, it looks like 22 oh my gosh, chat. It's gonna be fairly close. I don't know. Is Andrew Callahan still slightly ahead? Possibly. Wait, how long did it take for Derek Chauvin to finally get arrested? I don't remember, but yeah, you're right. It was not. Peter Thiel matters so much more than Nick Shirley. Yeah, I mean, there's supposedly Andrew Callahan ambushes Nick Shirley and just kind of shows him to be the fraud that he is. I haven't watched all of it yet, and in general, I haven't watched a lot of Andrew Callahan since the revelation. She's a shitty animatronic, Jake. She's only programmed for one set of dialogue. Damn.
That have gone on in this country for years, and we're working to collect murderers and rapists and drug traffickers.
But you have been ignoring those people. You have been not investigating those cases in effort to meet like Stephen Miller's hunger for deportations, right? He wants more and more deportations. Turns out deporting rapists and murderers actually really hard because they're dangerous people and sometimes they fight back, right? Deporting day laborers, deporting non-violent, peaceful people that contribute to the community turns out really fucking easy, so they've decided to do that instead.
Off the streets of Minnesota, and we don't have local law enforcement and local elected officials that are partnering with us to help do that work. Overwhelmingly, the people in this country said they wanted America to be safe again, that they didn't want dangerous criminals on our streets. I would encourage the elected leaders in that city and in that state to work
And look,
with us.
I mean, she's talking down to Jake Tapper in a way that's pretty pedantic, but understand that like her people, that's not pedantic, right? That's just authoritative. That's like, I think this is like the only way that a woman is allowed to be authoritative in the right wing.
We can do our operations without the kind of opposition and people that are conducting and perpetuating the kind of violent rhetoric that we're seeing today.
DHS policy authorizes use of deadly force.
Exercising their right to free speech. That's what she wants to end.
Only, quote, when no reasonably effective, safe, and feasible alternatives appears to exist. Could he not have just gotten out of the way?
That this individual and this officer is a highly experienced law enforcement officer. He has years of training and specialized training for these types of situations.
Is that why he got dragged?
We're grateful that he's alive. It's a tragic
Well, in a previous incident
situation, and we're going to continue to work on the investigation into the individual and find out what the motivations were behind her actions that day.
We're grateful that that he's alive too. I want to play this moment from the officer's cell phone video.
Get out of the car.
Okay, so there it is, right? He's putting away his phone, but people think it's her bumping him.
Fucking bitch. Is that Agent Ross's voice calling Renee Good a fucking bitch?
I can't determine which one it is, but it could be, sir.
In June of last year.
She's laughing.
Agent Ross had his arm pinned.
She's holding back laughter.
In the back window of a car as an undocumented immigrant who was a criminal drove away from a traffic stop. It dragged him about 100 yards. Here's what Vice President Vance said about the incident this week.
Oh yeah, Nadia, you're absolutely right about safety, the invocation of safety being a canard here.
That very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody
Oh yeah, I guess he's allowed to shoot people in the face now, right? When ICE officers get sensitive, right? We should just put up with the violence that they commit because they're feeling sensitive that day. He was feeling a little sensitive. You know, her partner, her wife, said, you know, told him to go get some breakfast, and you know, she's a fucking military veteran. Did he feel a little bit emasculated, maybe? And he felt a little sensitive, so we just go. That's the price we pay, right? We get sacrificed every time one of them gets sensitive. It's not that it's up to the department to determine who is emotionally capable of performing their duty, right? No, it's well, he got sensitive and he killed somebody, so that's your fault. Enemy within. Go fuck yourself, JD Vance. You've picked the wrong enemy. Your enemy turns out to be like 70% of the American people, and that is not going to end well for you.
him with an automobile.
You're just the kind of guy that Trump would forget to pardon, aren't you? Don't you think, chat? This is just the kind of guy. I'm sure Trump will pardon most of his people, right? The people he really cares about. I'm not sure that Trump is gonna do a preemptive pardon on JD Vance. This guy's gonna fucking see a judge potentially. I don't know. Let's hope somebody in the administration sees some form of justice, because you cannot allow this to go on. You cannot be an Obama and say, we look forward, we don't look backward. No, we're going to look backwards, and we're going to eliminate the fucking threat. We're going to eliminate the potential for this shit ever to happen again. We're going to set an example that shows what will happen to you if you try to fucking run away with our country, you son of a bitch. You weird little inhuman troll.
If this is relevant,
you fake fucking hillbilly LARPer. Fuck you, JD Vance. Fuck you.
It's horrible that that happened. If it's relevant, which the vice president seems to think it is, do you think this understandably very traumatic event that this officer went through last June might have influenced, as the vice president is suggesting happened, how he responded?
Now, there's no indication to that, but the facts are that we.
But then why bring it up as a goddamn excuse? Why is it an excuse?
Vehicles weaponized.
Why are you bringing it up? If that's not relevant, then that's not relevant, right? If that didn't affect his judgment, then good. I mean, it's better than, you know, somebody that's been through trauma, allowing their trauma to, I don't know, compromise their sense of, you know, not murdering citizens in the fucking streets.
Over 100 times.
I shouldn't say citizens, chat. I feel Ucky saying that. It doesn't fucking matter if she's a citizen or not. It doesn't fucking matter. They can't be shooting people. They can't be killing people. They can't be gulagging people. They can't be dehumanizing people. They need to leave people the fuck alone. That's what they need to do.
The last several months against our law enforcement officers. So they definitely know that the threat is real, that individuals who are trained by activists to go out and to impede their law enforcement operations will weaponize their vehicles and try to run them over and drag them and not stop. So they certainly go into these situations with that knowledge that that could happen, and that's what their training prepares them for.
What evidence?
Yeah, and in what way does shooting the fucking driver prevent that? You gotta understand, when somebody gets shot, they slump over. Their weight goes down, right? That gas pedal, boom, gets depressed, right? She was slowly like nursing the gas to drive out of there, you know, without you know, hurting anybody. And then when you fucking shoot her, yeah, she fucking goes forward.
Looking at that so many other people around the country look at, and they say, it looked to me, her tires were turned to the right, she was moving her car, and they see a woman trying to flee. You say she was trying to kill the officer. No.
Nadia, I think it thought that hillbilly was like a hateful word or something.
Has happened.
I mean, I don't know if it's like.
Why are you so certain that your interpretation is?
That's wild, though, that Automod's got that. Like, we don't want anyone calling anyone else a hillbilly. We can't.
Truth when
can't have that.
Hasn't even happened.
Jake, I'm watching the videos.
Other
I'm
people are
talking
watching
to officers.
the videos
I'm getting
and
the
coming
facts.
to a different conclusion.
Everything that we've stated as the Department of Homeland Security and this administration has been factual. And I wish we would talk factually about what we see every day.
You know, nothing about the way that you look is factual, bitch. We've seen the fucking pictures in Vanity Fair. All right, there's nothing real about you.
These protesters, what they do, what they say, how they chant over and over, kill ICE, attack law enforcement, how they're trained to perpetuate violence against them and to stop the work that they do every day. Each of these law enforcement officers takes an oath to protect this country.
I think they say crush ICE and melt ICE. I haven't heard anyone say kill ICE.
And uphold the law.
But if they did, you like they're fucking killing us, right? So they got the they got the right to react like that.
Go out every day and enforce the laws of this country to keep people safe. So these individuals that are out there harassing them while they do that work, doxing their identities, threatening them and their families, it's unacceptable.
They're going to be identified at some point by a court, okay? If there's any justice at all, right? Doxing is going to be the least of their concern.
And that's why President Trump is so strong in support.
And you too, Kristi Noem. Like, you should absolutely spend the rest of of your life in jail for what you've done.
Their operations in all of these cities.
I wonder if they let you do revisions. You know, if you've got revisions to do on your plastic surgery, like can you do that in jail, or do you have to wait until your sentence is up? Because if your sentence is never up, I mean, I don't know what happens when you don't. You know, I feel like this level of plastic surgery it's requiring a lot of upkeep. I don't know if the she better hope that the medical you know, plan is great.
The officer appeared to have fired 3 shots. The first one through the front windshield.
Sublimate eyes. That's awesome. I love that, Teo.
Through the side window. What is the justification for the second and third, given that the officer was out of harm's way?
You're watching the same videos that I am, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're watching the same ones. So you see how quickly the situation unfolded, how the officer was in front of the vehicle when she sped off, how she ran in.
So quickly that he took one shot that could not possibly stop her car, could not possibly protect him. He took another shot after she is completely out of the line of anybody, and then a third shot to boot. Yeah. Great. Anyway, they might send them to Israel. This is some very Israel shit right now. Chat, speaking of, well, okay, I can't do a speaking of Israel. It's a very Israel shit. We've got some very, I don't know what this content is. This was recommended to me. I hope it's going to be good. I kind of have to pee. That's Just Pearly Things. We watched a little bit about her earlier from Jawbreak. And let's look and I got to take a look at the poll one more time. But first, this is going to be the last content before we get to bonus topics, right? Looks like we're going to watch one bonus topic. We get to 200, I'll watch 2 with you. Peter Thiel essay is winning, and it's also got some juice behind it, thanks to a megastar, but let's see, yeah, I think Andrew Callahan, here, I'll put it up just so you can keep track of it. And remember that if you've donated, or you do donate, you can let me know in the chat, which item you want to support, including Vox Populi, which just basically makes it so that the whatever wins in the poll wins in real life. 35 plus 28. Is that right? I did this wrong. 33 is what this should say, right? 33, I put 55. God damn, what's wrong with me? 33, and that turns into 55. And then 35 plus so yes. Oh shit, look how close it is. It's 55 to 63. So get your votes in if you haven't already. I'll try to update the polls at the end of things, and also know that it is it's tilted towards Andrew Callahan, but by less than 10 points. That's where we're at right now. Anyway, let's see what Pearly Things has got for us tonight. Or World War I. What is this, chat? It's a new channel. It's called World War Debate. I don't know anything about this shit. It says ACX1 Studios. So I don't know if this is a new force in the debate world. In the past, we've had modern day debates. We've had platforms like Dylan Burns' Hippy Dippy, platforms on Twitch like Prime Kai. Right, those are most of the notable ones that I can think of. Am I missing? I mean, obviously Piers Morgan is kind of a platform for debate, but yeah, this seems to be a new entry. Fairly new channel here, World War Debate. Only 2.4 subs. I don't know anything about them, chat. You know, like it is, you know, if you have some connections, if you have some clout, right? Or if you have some money, you know, you can put together several fairly decently known personalities and do one of these debates. It's not, you know, it's not exactly hard, but you know, to create a platform where people actually consistently want to do, like I've seen these channels come and go is what I'm trying to say. So we'll see if this one stays. And that is music. I don't know if it's copyright free. I don't trust it to be. There's Ben Swan, the moderator. No, wow. There's some production cost in this, okay? I mean, it's not. Oh my God, what? Okay, so we got 4 minutes until the main event. This is the main event, chat. They do like an undercard. Pisco, chat. Pisco was on the undercard. No, is that fucking who I think it is? Yo! That's Gavin McInnes, chat. What the fuck am I watching? That's Gavin McInnes, right? Is that not so erudite? What is going on, chat? This is like a reunion of people that have sworn off fascism, supposedly. That like you'd think the Destiny Orbit would have learned with Nick Fuentes, but here they are. Doing I don't know, is not so erudite a moderator? Gavin McInnes too? I'm guessing that this... What the fuck? The Cabal? Oh my God, what is this guy reading? It says something about Cabal, the Cabal question. I don't know, chat. Maybe it's not anti-Semitic literature, but he's sitting right next to Gavin McInnes. What am I to make of this?
Even you guys watching the weird logo for an hour. Thank you guys so much. We love you to pieces. The big event is here. Again, Anna Kasparian versus Pearl Davis. We're going to be breaking down feminism. Has it been good for women? Has it been bad? And I think we got to go to the expert on that. Gavin McInnes, what do you think about what feminism...
What is this shit? Holy shit, chat.
For women,
wait,
to women.
Look, there was even problems with the Hippy Dippy, right? Even Dylan Burns, liberal Dylan Burns, right? NAFO boy Dylan Burns, right? Even he had issues with, you know, when he tried to recruit conservatives to debate for his Hippy Dippy panels, right? He ended up getting somebody that turned out to be a Proud Boy and a Gen 6er, that is Suspect Sushi. So this has always been an issue with when you're going to try to do these debates. Sometimes you kind of end up, you know, with something that is beyond the pale. And this is fucking Gavin McInnes, former founder of the Proud Boys, right? He renounced his title as leader, I think, at some point, but I don't think the connection is broken. There he is, Chad. I don't know what he's up to these days, but here he is.
By women.
I hope I didn't say Gavin Newsom. Did I Gavin McInnes, right? I'm not gonna get those two mixed up tonight. I'm not gonna call him Gruesome Newsom. He's even more gruesome, chat, than Newsom. This is the gruesome Gavin. This is a real gruesome Gavin. This guy shoved a fucking dildo in himself on stage and like shit it out for clout. I kid you not, right? The Groyper, if you think that Nick Fuentes being very, very gay and the far right, you know, being strangely homoerotic with figures like Bronze Age pervert, if you think that's a new thing, you know, this is now with him, it's more of like a frat thing. I don't think that the dildo was an expression of Kevin McGinnis's sexuality or anything like that. I think he's just being, I don't know. I mean, this is the kind of provocative shit that they do. They're like, here, let me take a. I'm not even making this up, chat. Like for like Ozzy Osbourne, you know, bit off the heads of bat. This guy, inserted a foreign object into himself.
I think both these girls should be at home in the kitchen making sandwiches. Why are they even here? Why are they debating?
And look, another thing I'll throw at you is that in general, you know, it's not at all out of character for debate platforms to have some kind of a connection to like far right extremists, right? In fact, it would be more of the exception if they didn't.
Good.
Because guess what makes for good, exciting debates? When you can debate a Nazi, right? You could debate a right winger. You could debate a neocon. You could debate a MAGA fan with a MAGA hat. But what if you could debate an actual Nazi? Wouldn't that be cool, right? Then it'd be really easy for you too, because you'd be up against a Nazi. And anybody who doesn't like Nazis are gonna say that you won the debate, you know, because they're invested in seeing the debate as you want. And of course, the Nazi fans of the Nazis are gonna say the Nazi won the debate, and so everyone goes home happy. You pretend to slay the dragon, right? You know, we've seen this shit before with Lauren Southern, with Nick Fuentes, with like half of the people that Destiny has platformed. To be honest,
political discussion.
They should be cooking and cleaning right now. They shouldn't be allowed the stage.
All right. Well, let's hear the counterpoint from the ladies. Okay, Kyla, thoughts on women should be making sandwiches?
If they're good at them, but men should make sandwiches too, if they're good at them.
Now, let's be honest here. Do you think feminism has been good for your species?
Yes.
You think it's been good for women?
Yep.
What is this cursed fucking garbage?
Any thoughts on why you think they've been good? Why it's been good for women?
This is the moderator, chat. Like the guy that Kyla is talking to here is the moderator, right? That's the middle of the road. I don't know what the fuck, Gavin. Yeah, it's all Canadians here. Good point.
I think that it is both inevitable within a society and a moral good. Yeah.
Now, when we find out that almost 60% of women say they have mental illness, do you think that has anything to do with feminism and this kind of demonic energy that we all know feminism is, right? Demonic energy. Do you think it has anything to do with them kind of going against their own wiring, basic instinct?
Chat, why did Anna agree to do this? This is crazy.
I just think women are more honest about what their mental status is at.
Oh, so you're saying men just eat it?
Yeah, they eat it more.
That's probably.
Isn't that a red pill narrative that men are suffering? Men are dealing with a higher suicidality, or at least higher, completion of a suicide attempt, right? It's isn't this always the thing that they say?
Why we're better, you know what I'm saying?
You say that, but you guys are killing yourselves more. You're addicted more.
Vam says species. We're all the human race. I don't know about these guys. I don't know about Gavin and his weird friend. I don't know what species they are. They might be a Garthan, chat. Maybe this is they're the Aryans, right? You can tell by their superior genetics how superior they are to everyone. They've definitely drank from the white monster, chat.
In jail more, so I don't know. This
we're
idea
out there
of,
building society.
Wick TV, that sussy baka, that Nazi collaborationist Wick TV had Enrico freaking Tario on. God damn. God fucking damn it.
Arrested for that.
Look, once Twitch poll, always Twitch poll, chat. You make a fucking deal with the devil when you join that lot.
What?
You're making moves. You're changing the world.
Do you understand? This is not the Gavin Newsom. I was not sold on a Gavin Newsom, Kyla, whatever the fuck her name is, not so erudite, and other weird Nazi guy debate. I was sold on an Anna Kasparian versus Just Pearly Things debate.
Going to be some collateral damage when you end up in
By
jail.
doing like murdering and raping people?
No, fucking getting arrested for bullshit.
Well, I don't think that this is a
turned
gender-
women
Getting arrested for bullshit like Gen 6.
into sluts and alcoholics, and they don't like sex or booze.
You, sir, are drunk. Shut the fuck up about alcoholism. You sweaty goblin.
It's been a complete catastrophe. They want to be moms.
What's a political correct term we can use?
These guys are drunk right now. If these guys chat are not drunk, right, then you know what slur they're getting used against them.
I don't know. If I'm being frank,
Women living their best lives?
I have no idea what the PC term for whores would
What
be.
about libid?
I have no idea. I don't even know where to start.
Maybe libidinous retards?
Okay. Is libidinous retards?
Libidinous?
What would you say?
Leviticus?
Libidinous.
Libidinous, sorry. I flunked first grade. Listen,
can anybody identify this piece of shit? I think they flashed his name up earlier. I should have taken note. I feel like I should know who the fuck this is. Know your Nazis, chat. Your very life may depend on it.
I think that's been good. The promiscuous society culture that we're in.
Yes and no, right? Like in many ways, it's allowed people to like explore relationships long before they have to commit to like marriage. And so it's allowed for like a decline in divorce over time. However, at the same time, it's also led to like risky sex. The issue is that, here's my argument for feminism. Feminism is about choice. It's about agency.
I'm sorry, what? Birth control has led to risky sex? Is that what she's saying?
One of the most fundamental things that are inherent to the American project, and the issue is that people can choose the wrong thing that you don't like for them, and that doesn't mean you get to rob them of agency. Yeah, but they also get to choose good things.
Choose the wrong thing. Choose feminism.
Well, but
by the
the
way,
other option is being a slave
you married
to
your
just
high
the
school
right
sweetheart.
choice.
You're
Nope.
very traditional.
Not my high school sweetheart.
They went to a camp for kids who are in trouble with the law.
She
That
married
actually
her
speaks.
first love.
So that actually speaks. I've lived all of the traditional worldview that you guys love and purport for, and I'm telling you that it isn't just everything. It isn't what is
So you
best
hate
for
your
everyone.
husband.
No.
She loves her husband.
I love my husband.
So you're mad. So
I love your
traditional.
But the issue is that if you look, for example, at people who marry like one of their first relationships, for example, orgasm rates amongst religious women is at like an all-time low. Yep.
Damn.
They don't have good sex when they get married
No,
early and
no.
young.
I gotta
A
ask
lot of
this.
the time.
I gotta ask this. Should we care that women are having orgasms?
Like, these are the kind of guys that cannot, like, they've never had sex without drinking so much that they shit themselves in bed. So I don't think they've really satisfied any woman, right, in their life. They probably fell asleep and messed up the sheets, right? What a fucking nightmare. Can you imagine, chat? It's just like you don't get a fucking lover in your bed. You got a baby whose mess you need to clean up. These guys, right? They are not fucking making anybody happy.
Not paying for anything.
They are paying.
What did you return to? I don't know. Two guys that. This is Gavin McInnes, Davy. Do you recognize him? Do you know this guy? Have you heard of Mr. McGinnis and his flying circus of shitheads? Flying circus of sociopaths?
I think they pay a significant amount of taxes. That's why they've entered the workforce, is why they have so much political power. It's important. Should they have good sex? Yeah, of course. If you love your partner, right? Like, this is one of the issues I hate with the gender paradigm, is it creates this tit for tat where if they get anything good, then we get nothing good. And it's like that, what I want in relationship is for both sides of the relationship to be happy and successful.
Do you feel that in modern day society, women both want the perks of traditional relationships and the personal.
Shut up.
Some do.
Shut up.
Some do. But the issue is that not all do. No, but the issue is not all do, right? But I don't want that in many ways.
Like the only way you think that being a trad wife is a perk, right? Which I think is what they're talking about, right? That you don't have to worry about the workforce. You just have to worry about, well, let's see, you're not really allowed to divorce your husband, so that better end up good. He better not beat you. He better not beat the kids. He better not make a situation that is like untenable for you because you're kind of stuck in it. And then you're working day and night to keep the fucking house together, and your labor is not appreciated in any fucking way. You are looked at as a freeloader while you are keeping the family together, right? That's what that's the perk that we're talking about, right? All you have to do is give up your own identity. You have to be Mrs. whatever your husband's name is. And as long as you're cool with that being the Miss Pac-Man of your husband, then, it'll probably be great for you.
While I have a very traditional relationship, I also am the breadwinner, right? I also, in many ways,
awesome.
the career stuff. But at the same time, if you look at Nick, nobody would look at my husband and think that he's not masculine.
Who is her?
He's ripped.
Chat, do we know who her husband is? I feel like I should know.
Masculine man.
He's masculine. He just beat Ben Thorpe in an arm wrestle, right? And so we know that even though in many ways I'm defying the traditional gender roles, I'm also satisfying it. And this is all I want, is for people to make choices. I don't want to tell people how the relationships must be. I'm going to tell them, here's what generally works for most people, but it might not work for you.
Oh my God, because she has to do the relationship advice shit. Like, right, to exist in this world, she is not talking about Nick Fuentes. There's no way. She could, jeez.
Okay, and final thoughts as we got a minute to the debate. Final thoughts, Kevin.
I just thought of this right now.
I love it.
I'm just like I thought men should wear leather jackets.
Yeah.
Tonight, I just thought of this. I don't think women really like sex. Like, they like pleasing their man and they like having a stable relationship.
We all know what that outlook comes from.
And they know he likes it.
Yeah, they don't ever. I've never seen a woman enjoy sex. I wonder why. It's weird. I don't think they like it. It's always like a chore for them. They don't want to do it, right? They've always got a headache for some reason. I don't know.
But I don't really think they actually enjoy the act.
Let me ask you, as a woman, do you find that women love sex?
I think a lot of women really enjoy sex. There's a reason why so many women absolutely discover a sex toy and have a great time. Good sex is good for everyone.
I think women love sex because they can just lay down and the guy has to do all the work. Is there any truth to that?
I would say that is not.
This guy has never heard of backwards cowgirl. Sir, you would get your dick broken. I'm telling you, all right? Your banana would be torn asunder.
Not good sex.
Why did Playgirl not exist? Why did Playgirl sell 0 copies? Because women are not really horny.
Well, because Playgirl is for gay men. That's
exactly,
why.
yeah.
Right?
I mean, who's consuming erotica?
Men.
Women.
Wait, gay, if it's for gay men, then why isn't it selling out at every Republican National Convention? But
women.
Why are women reading a novel right now that talks about how women are masturbating monsters?
What is he talking? I thought he was gonna pull out Ice Planet Barbarians. I thought he was talking about. I thought he was gonna say, why are women reading books now about having sex with a wolf? What is that sounds like degeneracy to me. Having sex with a wolf, that is not Christian values. Why do women prefer a wolf to the man?
I don't even know what we're talking about.
That was the #1 book on the New York Times.
You guys are jealous of dildos? Not Gavin. He's got he's got plenty
for women at one point.
50 Shades of Grey.
Women are masturbating
It was like
monsters?
50 Shades of Grey, but if it was like with monsters.
Wait, you're talking about monster girl porn? What the fuck, dude? What you think that's mostly women that are looking at monster girl manga? No. Oh my God.
A milk farm?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that book.
I mean, that sounds awesome, to be completely real. Minotaur Milk Farm. Yeah, let's sign Vosh up.
Yeah, because women are kinky. That's why. Because women are allowed to express their sexuality.
We ask the important questions here at Word War Debate. Let's send it down to the best looking man I know.
I'm sorry. Is it Word War Debate? Oh my God, chat. It says Word War Debate. Look at this shit. Oh my God. I thought that he was just drunk and he was mispronouncing stuff. Look at this, chat. Word War 1. Channel name, Word War Debate. I didn't take the time. I didn't take the time to look at this and see, like I just assumed, no, it wouldn't say Word War. That's stupid. It would say World War Debate, right? No, it's Word War. It's Word War. Look, chat. My last debate platform was called WrestleBrainia, okay? I think that's way better. I should have made a channel called WrestleBrainia and just done fucking panels for the rest of my career. Welcome to WrestleBrainia!
And Swan!
Are you guys ready for this? You ready for this?
Wait, I'm sorry. Aren't we supposed to be looking for, is this so wait, what the fuck did we watch? What was that? Why was Not So Erudite Gavin McInnes and some drunk guy who, look, chat, I almost want to guess who this is. I almost want to say it's, who's the guy that always gets drunk? Does anybody remember? Babs, do you remember this guy? Dude is like always getting drunk. We saw him debate somebody drunk at one point. I can't remember his fucking name though.
Bates. I finally got pyro. It finally happened. All right.
I want to hear more about the furious masturbation though.
Our debaters, and to do that, let's go to Crystal.
Chat GPT looking logo. Get ready. This whole thing is like Christopher Hitchens. No, it's somebody that's alive, but somehow still holding on to life. Unlike Christopher Hitchens. Yeah, no, it was like a drunk asshole transphobe is all I remember about this guy. I can't remember his fucking name. Oh no, not the submarine guy. This was the guy that was like, weird and transphobic, but also kind of thirsty.
Oh, I should put my earpiece in so we know when to go, huh?
Oh.
Okay. We had a little bit of a technical difficulty, but while we're getting to Crystal, let's talk. I mean, these guys already explained what the debate's about. How many of you know what it's about tonight? Feminism, modern feminism, perhaps. Did a quick
feminism is a problem
interview with Anna and with Pearl in advance of this, and there was a comment that Pearl made. Maybe
are we anti-monster men because Venom's comics were a real awakening? I just haven't seen Monster Guys, honestly, Davi. I've only ever seen Monster Girl porn.
She'll mention in a minute. She said, I believe I'm probably more of a feminist. I guess we'll find out what that means, right? Define that. Waiting to see. So hopefully we can get their interviews here coming up with Crystal, and then they'll head out here onto the stage. How close are we, guys? Good job.
Like, I don't want to say anything about that. Like, I almost like want to just
back to you guys up there at the top. 5 minutes.
The unfortunate thing, chat, about me covering this debate is that this is a small channel, and they will no doubt be looking at where their content shows up on YouTube, right? So just by covering this, we're kind of getting their attention, and I'm not sure if we want that attention. This place is a fucking mess. I love that Anna got sucked into this. Like, I don't think she realized. Okay, so we got Pearl, we got Anna. Come on, what are they doing with them? Is this like WWF? It kind of is. I mean, I guess that's the idea, right? And then, look, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with making debates more fun by turning them into wrestling matches, I suppose.
What's that slutty novel you were talking about, Sam?
What's it called? The monster milking?
Minotaur.
The Minotaur milking.
You knew it.
I didn't know it. I didn't know it, but I
You
knew
brought it up.
I don't know. There's something about women milking cryptids out there, and all the ladies are reading it.
And Sam, apparently.
I haven't read it. I'm waiting.
Yeah, and famously, guys never read Monster Girl yaoi or I wouldn't be yaoi. What am I trying to say? Foreign. There we go.
For the movie to come out.
Oh, well, there you go.
You know,
waiting for the movie version.
There will be a movie version, and it will star all trans black lesbians.
I am just waiting for Ice Planet Barbarians. Okay, really. I want to see that movie come out. I'm going to be so excited for that.
Oh my God.
The beta or the alphaverse, right? When the alphaverse gets no, like, well, the monster girl porn is usually like it's like a guy like somehow gets visited by a monster girl, and she like needs his like secretions in order to get back to her planet because she's an alien or something. So she like turns into a blob and she milks him for his secretions. It's like that's like what, like, you know, or like a goo girl. She's like translucent, you know. he I guess the attraction there is he can see himself literally, like, you know, because her body is transparent. Morning Milking Farm by C.M. Nacosta. Is a unique romance novel that revolves around millennial women who take an unconventional job milking minotaurs. Are we talking about like their the minotaur's boobs, like for actual milk, or is there something else being milked?
Maybe it was a mistake for me to ask you to put Sam on with me. Sam, I would think you would consider yourself a bit of a feminist.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit weirdo.
Is he the drunk guy, Sam?
You believe in equality?
I believe in.
Is it? No, not Sam Stein. Sam Stein's a guy on the Bulwark. It's not Sam Stein.
Equality.
Yeah.
Here's my thing. You
But you're
can
a
get as
professional
weird as you
rabble-rouser.
want. Just leave it at home. Don't bring it out to the town square. Let's have civility. I don't need to go to Jamba Juice and know that you're a furry. That's all I'm saying.
Minotaurs are male, like all of them?
Jamba Juice, and did you mention a furry?
Yeah.
A furry? Wow, that was very edgy back in 2004. Did you say a furry? Oh, I've never heard of anything like that.
Everywhere you go,
a furry?
So what I meant to say earlier, Nate, was if you could put me on with Gavin or Kyla.
You mean where they draw a picture of themselves as a certain animal and
Because I don't know how to get away from
Ben, you're
furry.
crushing it with your laryngitis voice. You're
Oh
crushing
my gosh,
it.
Isn't this terrible?
You're doing great.
Who's milking who is the real question, yeah.
Laryngitis cannot shut down free speech.
Here comes Anna.
Oh, here we go. Oh,
Here she's doing the walk.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
They're trying to make this more like a boxing match, I guess. Anna, what have you come to? This is embarrassing. Who are these guys attending this event? It's definitely not a left-wing audience. Let me just put it that way. It's not, it doesn't look like it looks like it's put together by some very right-wing people, and then the audience, I don't know who these could be like, for all we know, chat, these could be like Pepe friends, right? These could be like the weird baby talk people, like the guy that shot or the guy that hit Paul Pelosi with a hammer. Okay, can we get past the goddamn music that might get me in trouble? There's Anna. Okay, she's the fucking notorious. What would she be? A&A? I don't know, chat.
Like, how are you feeling right now?
Pretty good.
The notorious TERF.
Happy to be here.
You've waited long enough? Are you ready to get
I'm
out?
hyped.
The notorious birthing person.
I'm super excited. Come on, let's get the energy up. Yeah.
Come on, Nazis, let's get the energy up. I know you have thirst. I mean, honestly, chat, the Nazis, they thirst for Anna Kasparian. This is a real thing. I've seen this in comment sections, right? There are guys that thirst post on everything that Anna puts out, and they are fucking, 9 times out of 10, weird white supremacists.
Love it. I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had a little interview earlier, and it didn't run. So I'll just ask you again, like, what do you think tonight is your best hope for swaying people in the crowd who might not be on your side?
On the serious chat, on the serious, it does look like the kind of production that might be put on by people, who maybe had been involved in professional wrestling in the past, right? This looks like what they've set up here, right? Other than, I don't know, maybe the crowd. I mean, it does look a lot like, somebody said backyard wrestling. I'm not sure how much production they put in that, but yeah, like a local or regional wrestling league, an upstart wrestling league or something. Kind of looks like that.
I don't have a lot of hope, to be honest with you. But look, I love that we're having this conversation. I'm excited to scrap a little bit. And if anything, I know it's going to be entertaining.
All right, she said scrap a little bit, so let's get Pearl in here. Come on, Pearl.
Let's get bring in the jobber. Bring in the jobber, everybody.
Here she comes.
We got Anna the baby face, Pearl the Pearl the heel. Although for this audience, I don't know. I mean, I feel like they would agree more with Pearl, but maybe that doesn't matter. Wait, we got to do something about this music. God damn it, chat. God damn it. Chat, how could you fail to remind me that I cannot have... No, it's my job to remember to turn off their music.
I'll ask you the same question. If you're going to change somebody's mind tonight, one person, how are you going to do it?
I'm going to let the facts speak for themselves.
Fair enough. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this debate, our main card, has a little bit of a different format than what we did previously. We're going to have the opening statements for both.
Yeah, no, Anna's definitely with her people. Look, she was politically homeless, so, we should be happy for her. She finally found her home, chat. Home on the range with the Nazis and Pearl.
It'll be 5 minutes apiece. Then you'll each get 10 minutes to kind of do an interrogatory of the other. That will go back and forth. And then after that,
Wait, she looks like Pennywise. Who, Anna or Pearl?
Debate. As you saw with some of the other debates earlier.
Okay, if they're going to take a long time to get to open debate, I'm going to take this time to pee. I will be back as quickly as possible. I also probably have to...
Who was first?
Yes, this is Anna Kasparian.
Anna, take it away. We got 5 minutes.
In a May 2024 appearance on Tim Pool's Culture War podcast, my opponent,
Be right back.
Pearl Davis,
I need to
declared
keep listening to
women
this
aren't really doing much. We're not having kids. We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output.
Ooh.
In fact, she uses this ridiculous assertion to argue that women should not have the right to vote. While it's true the birth rate has declined, and we'll revisit that in a bit, women account for 47% of the American workforce. The Council of Economic Advisors found that women have contributed a substantial portion of the U.S. economic growth since 1970, which wouldn't have been made possible without the feminist movement. By 2017, women were responsible for nearly 40% of total gross domestic product, amounting to a whopping $7.6 trillion. Of course, that figure doesn't include the trillions of dollars in unpaid labor women do every year tending to the household, raising children, and caring for ailing parents. And when it comes to certain sectors of our economy, women are a dominant and indispensable force. Like in the healthcare industry, where they make up nearly 80% of workers, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's 16.4 million women. When it comes to education, in 1960, women earned less than 35% of all bachelor's degrees. Today, they earn roughly 58% of all bachelor's degrees, which Pearl herself benefited from after graduating from Elmhurst University. Women also earn over 60% of master's degrees. I hope to hear Pearl explain how a more educated and skilled population somehow translates to cultural decline, especially as we compete with China in this increasingly multipolar world. The modern feminist movement also had a major impact on decreasing domestic violence, and that's according to the U.S. Department of Justice. rates of intimate partner violence decreased by more than 60% from 1994 to 2010. And that's thanks to protective order statutes and funding for shelters beginning in the 1970s and 80s. Not only did the two-income household become more financially resilient, especially during economic downturns, women gained the ability to leave abusive relationships, an outcome correlated with improved child health and educational attainment. A culture that protects people from violence is not one that's indicative of cultural decline. Pearl herself has benefited greatly from the feminist movement, thanks to Title IX in 1972, signed by Nixon, of course. Sex-based discrimination in any school program or activity that receives federal funding is prohibited. Pearl herself had a rather impressive record playing for Elmhurst University's volleyball team, having earned all conference honors as a senior. She later pursued professional volleyball in London. She could have stayed in the United States and served in her role as a traditional woman, but she didn't. And she could have been the traditional chaste woman living out her dream of everything women were supposed to do before feminism, but she is neither traditional nor chaste by her own admission. While feminists would have no problem with her personal choices, she has made a career bashing women for theirs. Critics often argue that modern feminism has weakened families and resulted in a lower birth rate. They tend to dismiss empirical evidence demonstrating the insidious impact of the internet, social media on modern relationships. They also brush economic instability under the rug, despite young people citing their personal finances as the main reason why they're holding off on marriage in the first place. In lieu of discussing those factors, Pearl spends much of her time discouraging men from getting married in the first place. During her debate with Trent Horn, she declared that men are better off shacking up without ever getting married. Her reasoning? Women are too fat and STD infected.
25%, that's a lot.
You did say that. She didn't stop to think about how they contracted the STDs in the first place. Data from the National Library of Medicine show that modern men are just as promiscuous as modern women. Men and women are in bad shape, and in the United States, we can discuss why, but feminism is not the reason.
Very good, thank you. Nice job. Okay, Pearl, we got 5 minutes. You're going to be on the clock, and let's go.
Most debaters and commentators are elitists who tell average Americans from their ivory towers what to think and how to feel. My answer to this question not only comes from covering current events and researching the facts, data, and statistics, but also in my professional experience interviewing over 1,000 people in America and Western nations. Feminism has given women power, and power corrupts. And that's what's happening. Feminism is robbing men of their disposable income and their prime earning years. Feminism has empowered women. It has empowered women to be sexually promiscuous. Feminists say that they fought for women to not subject themselves to the approval of men. Why then are 5 to 10% of women between the ages of 18 to 25 on OnlyFans or other prostitution websites? There are more online prostitutes in America than female Walmart employees. 1 of 3 women will catch an STD at some point in their lifetime. 90% will catch HPV, which is incurable. Feminism has empowered women to abort 1/8 of the world population and 1/3 of Gen Z. Feminists have been so empowered to commit paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is unpunished in any state in the USA or any country in the West. If done correctly, a man will have to pay for a child he was fooled into believing was his until that child reaches maturity. In some states, that man will also have to pay for that kid's college. That is slavery and is forbidden under the 13th Amendment. 1/3 of paternity tests are negative by the American Association of Blood Banks. Feminism has empowered women to rob men of their time, their resources, their reputation, their children, and in the most extreme cases, their lives. They do this through child support, alimony, false allegations, and paternity fraud. How many people in this arena have a brother, a father, an uncle, or a friend who has gone through this meat grinder? Anna has been on the air for 15 years and is completely oblivious to these issues. It's a silent genocide of the lives of millions of men. Standing on the sidelines of the arena, I have 33-year combat veteran Terrence Popp. He served through 3 wars and was almost killed in 2. He got married, had 2 children, and served in the United States Army. Terrence Popp was deployed to Iraq in 2004, and as a member of the airborne infantry, he was wounded by a roadside bomb and suffered a TBI and a stroke from the blast. He was evacuated out of the country, and it took over 2 years until he had recovered.
Oh my God. Oh, chat, I'm like allergic to I don't know what just happened. I just had to like clear my sinuses and it's like out of nowhere. I don't know. I've never had this happen before, right? You're either like you're either, you know, having allergy symptoms, sneezing, nasal drippage, or you're not. But like every once in a while I just get all of a sudden this feeling of like oh my God. Oh. No idea what's going on. I opened the window though, so hopefully, I don't know. That'll help. They're allergic to Pennywise the Nazi. That was some crazy shit that she was on. That whole thing. I was like, no. Like as I was hearing her talk, I was like, okay, I gotta say something here. Yeah, what do you do when you're up against, this is kind of like, in some ways, is a nightmare debate scenario, right? You're up against, you're in front of an audience of men, and you're up against somebody that is going to say everything that she can to be like, you know how like men get Me Too'd? Yeah, that's not fair. We women, we make up those accusations to hurt men, right? And the, I don't know. That's like her whole thing here is to just like, she's just glazing men, and not in a fun way either. Let's rehear what she had to say. Holy shit! As I try to, hopefully I'm okay now. I might have to run to the bathroom and blow my nose again, but hopefully not.
In the first place. Data from the National Library of Medicine show that modern men are just as promiscuous as modern women. Men and women are in bad shape, and in the United States, we can discuss why, but feminism is not the reason.
Very good. Thank you. Nice job. Okay, Pearl, we got 5 minutes. You're going to be on the clock, and let's go.
Most debaters and commentators are elitists who tell average Americans from their ivory tower.
Okay, first of all, most of these debate people, they're just a bunch of snobs. They think they're so smart, but they're not smart. We average Americans, we're smart. They're in their ivory towers, all smug. They think they know everything. They don't know everything. They don't have common sense, like me.
Towers, what to think and how to feel.
This is unironically the debate equivalent of the fucking beauty contestant, right? That is making a speech that she doesn't even understand. God damn.
The answer to this question not only comes from covering current events and researching the facts, data, and statistics, but also in my professional experience interviewing over 1,000 people in America and Western nations. Feminism has given women power, and power corrupts. And that's what's happening.
He looks like a young Mickey Rourke. He looks like he would be involved in some kind of like an upstart wrestling league. You know what I mean, chat? He looks like a fucking wrestler. I gotta know, chat, what is the story with these guys? What is their deal? Where did they come from? right? This kind of shit, especially, you know, when it starts off with its like maiden voyage being, I mean, it's not a huge get, but it's a pretty big get. Anna Kasparian and Pearl. It's not something that somebody just starts up a YouTube channel and they're like, yeah, we'll get Anna Kasparian and Just Pearly Things for the first episode. No, you gotta have some kind of connections. He looks like a young Triple H. Is that the what is that? The Attitude Era of wrestling? Oh my god. If I can just breathe, holy shit.
Feminism is robbing men of their disposable income and their prime earning years. Feminism has empowered women. It has empowered women to be sexually promiscuous. Feminists say that they fought for women to not subject themselves to the approval of men.
So you see, chat, back in the day, only men were sexually promiscuous, and that's okay, because they gotta sow their white oats. They basically can't help themselves till age 40, right? There's no chance, not even the best guy in the world can be monogamous until the age 40. They're just fucking machines, apparently, right? But girls are supposed to be chaste. And so, therefore, the guys should have sex with who? This is the thing. That, in general, you know, according to the laws of heteronormativity, we're going to assume, which I think is a pretty safe assumption, that most of the sex that's going on at any given time is going to be heterosex. Then, the show doesn't qualify as a debate, reading from a paper, and not countering. Oh my god! Well, this is Just Pearly Things. I mean, she is she like okay. So if we were to describe what she does as wrestling, she would be a jobber. She would be or heel, or right. Her goal, her utility in this wrestling league is to make other people look good. Because she's never gonna look good wrestling. Sorry, she might look okay wrestling. She's never going to look good debating, right? She's never going to be able to keep up with, like, most people. And that in and of itself makes her somebody that can schedule infinite debates, right? Because everybody, like, look, if you want to debate with somebody and you want to make sure that you don't, like, come out looking like you didn't know what you were talking about, you know, like you were slow, like you were dumb. Like, if you want to make sure that the other person at the end of the debate looks worse than you debate Pearl. She is the person. She is that is her fucking specialty. That's what's kept her relevant, right? That and the self-hate.
Why then are 5 to 10%?
But like I'm saying, she is absolutely kissing the asses of the male aggrievement in the audience. Like you looked into the audience, it kind of looks like male aggrievement embodied. Although Anna did get some cheers too, so you know maybe it's more of a mixed crowd than I recognized at first, possibly.
% of women between the ages of 18 to 25 on OnlyFans or other prostitution websites. There are more online prostitutes in America than female.
Wait. Okay, first of all, I don't think that's true. Like, there might be more accounts on OnlyFans, but you got to understand, look, I mean, I guess... Confession, chat. I haven't ever looked at these sites. I don't know much about them. I only know what I hear from other people. So, you know, take this with a grain of salt, but... if it's anything like Twitch... There's more people that make an account, maybe just to chat, but more likely, you know, with the intent maybe to make content at some point, and that never really do make content, or if they do, they never, you know, put out like a steady stream of content, right? Like there's a lot more people that go into, you know, any kind of content creation on any kind of site than people who actually kind of, you know, follow through with it, right? Because, you know, you're only going to do that if you can figure out how to make it work, right? If you can make something that you at least feel proud about putting up on YouTube, or I'm assuming on OnlyFans. So, you know, her citing the number of accounts is what I think she's saying here, right? When she says the number of women on OnlyFans or similar sites, she's got to be like just using account. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm getting into the weeds, and I am getting my airway clogged up. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Between the ages of 18 to 25 on OnlyFans or other prostitution websites. There are more online prostitutes
Working for Uber is car prostitution? Kind of, yeah.
in America than female Walmart employees. 1 of 3 women will catch an STD at some point in their lifetime. 90% will catch HPV, which is incurable. Feminism has empowered women to abort 1/8 of the world population and 1/3 of Gen Z.
Did they always do this? Did the pro-lifers always do like the, you know, statistics like where they would be like, you know, tell like kids in high school, like 1/3 of your generation was aborted by do you think they've always done this? When I said confession, you thought I was gonna go in the opposite direction. Oh my god, no. That would be that would be a wild goose chase.
Feminists have been so empowered to commit paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is unpunished in any state in the USA or any country in the West. If done correctly, a man will have to pay for a child he was fooled into...
Oh, yeah. So here's the other thing. Yeah, she's hitting the grievance, right? Fake Me Too's, fake accusation, fake paternity, right? She's like, you know, fellas, when a woman accuses you of being the father of her child, but you know that you're not because she was a slut. Pearl understands you.
Was his until that child reaches maturity.
Oh shit, 1 in 3 humans currently has HPV. Yes, she does a little bit of research. See how Anna handles this.
Some states, that man will also have to pay for that kid's college. That is slavery and is forbidden under the 13th Amendment. 1/3 of paternity tests are negative by the American Association of Blood Banks. Feminism has empowered women to rob men of their time, their resources, their reputation, their children, and in the most extreme cases,
yeah, any of you divorced dads out there, Pearl understands you.
Their lives.
Oh, you got time left, Pearl. What are you going to do with it?
They do this through child support, alimony, false allegations, and paternity fraud. How many people in this arena have a brother, a father, an uncle, or a friend who has gone through this meat grinder?
Considering the number of unreported rapes, wow. The terminology that she's using here is kind of dark when you know the reality of what we're actually talking about. But yeah, she's trying to make rapists into victims. Wow.
Anna has been on the air for 15 years and is completely oblivious to these issues.
Please tell us, like, since Anna's been on, like, tell us about statistics that have moved up or down since Anna's been on the air. That would be a great talking point.
It's a silent genocide of the lives of millions of men. Standing on the sidelines of the arena.
Millions of men. Wait, what?
3-year combat veteran Terrence Popp. He served through 3 wars and was almost killed in 2. He got married, had 2 children, and
is that she brought her guy? Okay.
Served in the United States Army. Terrence Popp was deployed to Iraq in 2004, and as a member of the airborne infantry, he was wounded by a roadside bomb.
Chat, please tell me that's not a totem cough on his jacket. That's not a totem cough, is it?
And suffered a TBI and a stroke from the blast. He was evacuated out of the country, and it took over 2 years until he had recovered. While he was recovering, his wife was plotting to divorce.
What is on his thing? Oh no. I don't think it's a skull. I can't tell what the fuck it is, but it doesn't look like. Anyway. I was just considering where we are here. They had couches, chat. Did they rent? This is like a theater or something, isn't it? This has got to be one of those. Is this like one of those theaters that you go and you can order drinks? Is it like one of these kind of places?
Him. His wife murdered his 6-year-old chocolate lab out of spite because he filed for divorce first.
God damn women always killing your dog?
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. I'm sorry, but Mike Cernovich is the only one of these people I respect because he lives off the money he won in divorce from his ex-wife.
That's right. He's like the backwards man in terms of the men's right movement. What was his whole deal? Guerrilla mindset? Somehow he developed a guerrilla mindset, chat, and like you gotta be of that guerrilla mentality, I guess, that guerrilla mindset in order to make it in today's world. You gotta be the change you want to see. Yeah, be the gorilla that you want to see in the world out there.
When he confronted her, the response he got was, "I told you I did not want you living here." At this point, he was forced to leave the marital home and live out of his car. The divorce took away his home, his children, and left him penniless and saddled with a...
Chad, there was a time in which stories like this would comprise country music songs, right? Now this is like a traveling like pity party. Pearl's traveling patriarchal pity party. I don't...
Child support payments.
It feels like we've devolved, Chad. It feels like the song about losing the dog and then losing the wife and losing the money and there's a train. There's got to be a train involved somewhere, I think, and somebody's mama as well, right? That's the perfect country western song.
He could not afford. Terrence had to pay $144,000 over a 12-year period for a divorce that his wife was empowered by feminists to plan and execute.
What?
Terrence went into court
the feminist agenda
to fight for 50-50 custody. Terrence was called a murderer and an assassin in open court and was given 96 hours a month with his children. 96 hours a month is not a father.
I don't think that's a good legal strategy. Davy, what say you? Like, if she's saying that they in court that they were like, this Iraq war vet, he's a murderer, Your Honor, he's a murderer. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this man murdered Iraqis. I don't, unfortunately, Chad, I don't think that would necessarily play well. Oh my God. Did I read? I think there's one. Are we now veterans of word war? Is that what's going on? Cloudy XX. I don't know if I thanked you earlier, but thank you now for the super chat with the heart. So yeah, let me see where we're at right now. Remember, we're about to switch to bonus content. So if you have a preference and you've donated, feel free to let me know. If you could also say Vox Populi if you want to throw it back to the the choice of the voters, the choice of the people, right? Or instead we could just have a orange bastard to symbolize the will of the people, and whatever the orange bastard decides to do, we'll just act like that is what the people have spoken, apparently.
While homeless, he spoke to many other men who would never get off the streets due to child support arrearages and penalties. And
is it just me, or does it almost feel like that somebody like that she's going, does it feel like she's going on longer than Anna? Maybe Anna ended her time early, I don't know.
men constantly getting arrested for unpaid child support. The
I
despair
thought she was going to say constantly getting erections, but no.
of losing his children and his home and his peace.
That's what I think of men when I think of men constantly getting things. It's like the first thing that
PTSD and constant pain from his wounds, he became suicidal.
I need to drink water.
In 2008, a former commander of his came to see him to secretly say his last goodbyes. The next day, Mr. Pop's former commander put on his dress blues
Mr. Pops, no.
and went to the Holy National Veteran Cemetery and blew his brains out.
No, Mr. Pops.
Terrence Pop was notified of the death and was shocked because he was planning to commit suicide in the exact same manner. So in effect, his former commander took the bullet that was meant for him.
Because he would have been unoriginal. Yeah, makes sense. He was like, damn, I thought that was my idea.
Terrence Pop decided he would not kill himself and has spent the last 20 years saving 500.
Chat, what the fuck is happening? This looks like a parody. But I'm guessing that to the divorced dads out there, this is bars. What do you think, chat? Is she at least appealing to that audience?
176 men from suicide.
Like the hardcore male grievance demographic?
Suicide with comedy.
That's why I never touched divorce court. It's literally how Metal Gear Solid 4 ends.
If you look to the left of the stage, Terrence is holding the dog tags for every life that he has saved.
Did they just tell her a sob story that was basically Metal Gear Solid 4? And she's like...
Now, why am I telling you this?
Wait, what is that? What is that? Wait. What the fuck does he have? Please tell me that's not a human skull. So if so, we're going to have to call Skulls Unlimited. What was that?
Terrence Pop decided he would not kill himself and has spent the last 20 years saving 576 men from suicide with comedy. If you look to the left of the stage, Terrence is holding the dog tags for every life that he has saved.
It's dog tags. Okay.
Now, why am I
That's a lot of dog tags.
telling you this? Shout out to Terrence. Yeah. Now, why am I telling you this? Because men and American veterans are put in this position because of the empowerment that feminists like Anna have pushed for.
This way, if she gets cut off in the middle of her speech about men, it's going to be like, you know, it's going to feel really bad. Like, how could you cut her off? She's talking about men.
There are millions of men that have died in this country from the political power that feminism pushes. Since 1970, an estimated 1.6 million men have committed suicide.
Time.
And it's all because of feminism. Yo, if there was no feminism, then no suicide. Famously, chat, no men ever committed suicide before feminism.
Stop it.
If feminists cared about equality, why aren't
You gotta stop talking now, Pearl.
they fighting for equality in divorce and family?
Are they
court
letting her go?
As hard as they are fighting for abortion, working, or becoming sex workers.
You just want to work, become a sex worker, and have an abortion, don't you? You feminist. It's all about you. It's all about you.
Okay.
Too busy to go to the kitchen and make a sandwich.
This is gonna be a heavy one. We're gonna go now to the opening interrogations. We have 10 minutes. Do we have that on the clock?
Okay, they're gonna interrogate each other?
It's fading in right there. Okay.
They can ask questions. Is that what this is?
Who's interrogating who?
Whoever wants to begin.
Aside from the specific anecdote that you shared, which of course is tragic,
And it
can you
happens all the
cite some actual studies that look at these statistics and back up what you say in regard to the outcomes of marriage and divorce in America?
41% of 109 rape cases reported to police in a Midwestern city were admitted to be false by complainants.
In one Midwestern city? And which
yeah, that's just the Midwestern city with a bunch of liars in it, right? You know, like this. The rest of them don't have that. That's like just the city that's known for lying. It's called, I don't know. No, that's not the point. The point is her. There's no way these like statistics are, like, there's something going on with this shit. This is the shit that sucks about debates. If you don't know where your opponent is pulling their bogus statistics from, it is hard to convincingly debunk them. I mean, you could say that's made up, that's not true. But even you feel, like if you're an honest person, if you want to kind of know of like, no, here's the real statistic is like, right. If somebody says something is a statistic, right, and you've never looked, you feel kind of bad being like, that's not true. Even if like in this situation, I'm pretty sure this is not true.
109 rape cases reported to police in a Midwestern city were admitted to be false by complainants.
In one Midwestern city? And which Midwestern city was that?
You can go from your ivory tower.
Yeah, you're in an ivory tower where you want to know which Midwestern city. I'm just concerned that in a Midwestern city, like you're like, if you can't show me that in every Midwestern city, there's a bunch of women lying about rape. Like, for like what she said, almost like more often than not, then we just like, I don't know, like this is the default position.
And
I'm not in an
people what
ivory
to
tower.
think
I'm
and
on
how
this
to
debate
feel.
stage interrogating your assertions, and you've only provided an anecdote.
That's just what a person in an ivory tower would say, though.
Right.
Because if you look at the data, which I did, of course, you'll find that women are twice as likely to fall into poverty after divorce.
Right, because they can't
Alimony
stop
is
spending.
paid out in
They can't stop spending. Women are shopping. That's what she said. The women are shopping.
10% of divorces. According to the Census Bureau, the average child support payment is $441 a month, and only 60%
Right, but how
of
much are
those
they
payments
making?
get paid out.
How much?
Women do not get child custody 90% of the time, as you have asserted before. In fact, 95%
A hidden city at the bottom of Lake Michigan?
of
Liarsville, hell yeah.
custody cases are mutually agreed upon outside of the courtroom. Women get full custody 40% of the time.
Were there like guys yelling at Anna?
Men do get full custody 20% of the time.
I feel bad when I get my nails done, Chad. I end up skipping it. I should just find like a few. I always tell myself I should just find a few colors of nail polish that I really like and like do it myself, but I always end up I can never use my lip polish by the time that it's like dry, and it feels like, I don't know. I feel like I can only really like use like one nail polish at a time.
And 40% of the time, it's shared custody, which I think is the ideal situation, assuming that neither
Never skip a nail day? Well,
spouse is abusive.
And Pearl, excuse me, before you respond, if you could take your microphone out and hold it, it would be easier to hear you.
Okay.
uh-oh. Technical difficulties, Pearl. Technical difficulties.
Alimony and medical care and dental are not covered by that, so a lot of times it does go above 50%. Again, you can go through the facts, the data, and the statistics and manipulate them any way that you want.
It's not
But
manipulation.
There are
Those are the
1.6
stats.
million. There are 1.6 million men in this country. Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after a divorce.
Compared to women, what's the number for women?
It's lower.
Really? What is it? Comparative analysis is real difficult for you, isn't it?
Okay.
Go ahead, Pearl.
What's your next?
Go ahead, Pearl. Oh my God, she's just like absolutely going in for the kill here.
Question.
See, if it wasn't Pearl, it's just like, okay, God damn it. I mean, Pearl sucks. Pearl sucks, and Anna's, right, but Anna's also like, there's a whole line of people that Anna Kasparian is too scared to debate, right? She will debate Pearl, she will debate bozos on Piers Morgan. But in terms of like any like debates against her ops, her real or perceived ops, she is absolutely, you know, running.
You have asserted that men shouldn't get married, that instead they should shack up.
I didn't say that.
You did say that with
did
Trent
not say
Horn, word for word. You said it makes
This is like a Jason versus Freddy thing, yeah, or Alien versus Predator.
more sense for them to shack up, live with a girlfriend instead of getting married. Do you think the advice that you give to men is the type of advice that will fulfill their lives? Because I'll tell you one thing, the best part of my life is my husband. I love my husband. He's my rock, he's my foundation. And no, my husband is number one.
Wait, what was that? What was that guy trying? There's guys trying to intercede on Pearl's behalf, I think, chat. That's wild.
I love my career, but you know what my career did? When I met my husband, my career was already established. He, on the other hand, was couch surfing, he was in debt, and didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. I married him anyway. You want to know why? Because I had the economic freedom to marry for love, not for some Chad to take care of me.
How tall is he?
What? Oh no.
He's 6'1", about your height.
Is she tall shaming her? Is she tall shaming Pearl? You cannot, like, I don't know. I feel like it's somehow it's like low to go in on Pearl about, yeah, a little uno reverso there. It's an insult to Predator versus Alien. Anna's a boring turf that apparently no one wants to watch unless her viewership has gone. You know, the only support I see for Anna is like in places like Twitter, which you don't know with the Twitter stuff. You don't, yeah, what about Hot Jeff, right? I forgot about Jeff. Yeah, her real heartthrob. Like, you know, her husband is great, but you know, she just kind of feels a certain way about a guy that she has to take care of it all the time. And then Jeff, you know, he's just like the opposite. He's like, may I carry your bike upstairs, ma'am? That like, you know, we're Pearl said that about Anna's short husband? What? Oh, she went in first. Let me rewind that. Let me relook at that. Because that is, I thought Anna was just like being like, she's kind of tall, isn't she?
And no, my husband is number one part of my life.
Oh, she's saying that you like something about like, she says like he's the number one man in my life, and they're like, how about your career? Like, you know, the career is the number one man in her
girlfriend instead of getting married. Do you think the advice that you give to men is the type of advice that will fulfill their lives? Because I'll tell you one thing, the best part of my life is my husband. I love my husband. He's my rock, he's my foundation. And no, my husband is number one. I love my career, but you know what my career did? When I met my husband, my career was already established. He, on the other hand, was couch surfing, he was in debt, and didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. I married him anyway. You want to know why?
I gotta know. I think she's trying to get out of her marriage, right? Let's be real. Let's be real, okay? Who else have we seen do this? Oh my God, Jennifer from IHEP, right? We'll talk about. I mean, like it does sound like, you know, it was kind of. They talk about it in terms of it being a struggle they went through together. But the way that Anna's talking about her husband, I don't know. And I think I've heard her do this before as well, right? I mean, I guess for this debate, it's you know, convenient. It's a convenient, you know, fact. I mean, this is, you know, true. Her, if I'm not mistaken, her husband is was a minor league baseball player. I think that those careers only last so long. and he took some time like looking for something else to get into after that. So yeah, she's had to carry to carry him to a certain extent. That combined with the stories of the friendly MAGA guy down the hall, I don't know, makes one wonder.
Because I had the economic freedom to marry for love, not for some Chad to take care of me.
How tall is he?
I don't need a Chad. My husband may not be a Chad, okay? He may not even be desirable by most people's standards. But god damn it, I love that sack of shit. And I got to choose him instead of some Chad because of my career. Okay, wow. This is just winding us down some really strange blind alleys, I think.
Oh, he's 6'1", about your height. None.
Oh, damn. iHip has Chunk Yogurt as a guest in one of their shows. I didn't know that. Interesting. He's a Sigma. Oh, her husband. Yeah, he would be a Sigma, I guess. But that's a Sigma. I think that's Sigma coded. That's Sigma coded behavior. She literally called her husband not a Chad. Yeah, I didn't have to get with some Chad. She's like, I knew my husband was an incel. I knew that if I didn't touch him, nobody else would ever in his life. Oh my gosh, she's just like, because I don't feel like, with Jennifer and her husband, like she's had her husband on, like they talk about it together. It's not like her being like, by the way, my husband, had, these problems and I had to take care of him. I think she does refer back to it sometimes, but
I want kids.
Let's not do shouting questions from.
No idea what Sigma means. It's supposed to be okay. So like they have this thing about alpha, right? Guys like Cernovich, they want to be the alpha. They got the gorilla mindset. They're like, real masculinity is like taking charge of a situation and, just kind of like, aggression, dominance, like. That's alpha, and then beta is like more submissive. I mean, it's debunked wolf science is really what it is, right? But since Sigma is a letter, they've decided the men's movement, the red pill movement, whatever the fuck you want to call that, like constellation of shit on the internet, they have invented a term called a Sigma. And a Sigma, unlike an alpha who finishes first, right? Alpha places for is like, the alpha dominates, right? The Sigma could dominate if the Sigma really wanted to, but he chooses not to, right? That's how he holds back his dark Sigma energy until just the right moment. With a woman that can understand his true Sigma nature, understand and appreciate his true Sigma nature. Right, he is not bound by the rules of the group, or he is a lone wolf. Exactly, Soy Prem. He's a lone wolf. I just looked at the Minotaur erotic rabbit novel rabbit hole. It's a whole genre, and he's using this to go after women. Like women are like they like that Minotaur porn, that Minotaur milking thing. They're all about that. What a bunch of sickos. The alpha is Chad. The Sigma is supposed to be, it's the guy that doesn't need your approval, right? That's the idea. He could earn your approval if he wanted to. He could go blow for blow with the alpha, but he chooses not to. Because he is, I wonder if Erudite and Anna bonded over this? Maybe. They're like the only two that agree with each other.
There, please. Allow these two to debate each other.
Okay, what's your question?
I mean, you don't really have much to answer, so I don't know what else to ask you. Do you think you're helping men by discouraging them from entering fulfilling marriages?
What happens to men if they don't pay child support?
I mean,
what happens? What happens, Anna?
How many men do you think get arrested? I don't know what the number is.
They get sent to the Chinese milking farm, right? Is that what happens? They send them to China, to the milking machines, and they just like take infinite sperm samples from these guys until they've paid off the child support. I think that's what happens, right? Is that what happens, Chad? Is that how it works?
Yeah, that there's like a huge number of men getting arrested for not doing what they're supposed to do.
15%
and take care of their children. It's not a huge issue.
What happens to men when they don't
really
pay child support?
Only 60% of child support payments get paid out.
You gotta allow her to interrogate you, not them. You gotta stop yelling questions at her.
You can minimize men's.
They're kind of giving her an out. I mean, maybe they want to. I would assume most of these guys agree with her, even if they thirst for Anna, which they do.
Problems all you want.
I mean, many of them thirst for. Like, why else would you show up for something like this? There's probably Anna thirst.
But I don't think you understand how privileged of a position you're in.
You are fucking privileged. We're flipping it. Now we got dark or woke MAGA. What is this called?
In what way? How am I privileged?
Men are the ones that are on the hook for child support. Men are the ones that are on the hook for alimony. It's easy for you to tell men to just take the risk when you're not in that position.
So are you asserting that men shouldn't pay child support following a divorce? Do you believe that women should be financially responsible 100% after a divorce?
Feminists wanted to be equal. So I say be equal.
They rigged the show for the lefty to lose. I mean, look, Pearl could, like, the only way I could imagine Pearl winning a debate is if she makes somebody, like, crash out, right? If they're so befuddled by her, you know, laziness, by her just half-assed arguments. I don't know. Like, if they were, they could, I don't know, maybe have, like, some sort of a stroke or something. Oh no, Davy. The soy right. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, Nua Pergus. The soy right. It is called the soy right. I think you're, yeah, their MAGA is a little bit soy.
If you guys want equality, 50.
It's plant-based MAGA.
50 custody, no child support, no alimony, no special privileges.
You guys, wait, did you grow a dick, Pearl? What are you talking about? Like, what is it, like, you guys, right? Not me.
Paid out in 10% of divorces.
It doesn't matter if you're part of the 10%.
It does matter. It does matter because you make it seem like it's a widespread issue when it's only 10%.
The 10 years doctrine is a sexist law against men. That's sexist.
How is it sexist if a woman decided to forego a career, decided to be a stay-at-home mother, and the marriage doesn't work?
They let the crowd decide who wins? That, I guess Pearl's got a chance.
Out. She has no job, she has no income, so you think it's unfair to get support from her ex-husband so she can raise the kids, so she can pay?
60% of kids under 5 have daycare. Daycare is an option now. You wanted to be men.
Do you know how much daycare costs?
You wanted to be men. Here you have it.
Do you know how much daycare costs? Do you think it's free?
Let her answer.
A lot of things are expensive, Anna. I mean, it's men.
That's not an answer.
Women have 85% of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair dye, you spend money on Botox, you spend money.
You should think about it.
Who's got the wages and who's got the wealth, though? Come on. You should think about the Botox? God damn. What do you think, chat? Is she like the Anna that I remember from TYT? Like, she's not like you should look into Botox. Like, I don't know. It just seems like out of character. I mean, obviously the person she is now, you know, is, yeah, the kind of, wow. And, yeah, calling her tall, saying she needs Botox.
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. Child support isn't actually women's right issue, it's a child's right issue, but it sounds grosser to hate on children so they scapegoat women.
Yeah, it's it's funny that this isn't getting brought up by Anna.
I sure am.
You spend
But
money.
I mean, it's the whole thing. Yeah, there's some kind of thing at work there, right? Where it is like, literally child support is support for taking care of a child that one has custody of. And somehow it's like thought of as like, oh, that's money that she gets. That and more than that, that's his money that she gets is usually how it is thought of.
All of the time. Yep. So you wanted to be men. Here it is. You're equal. Pay for daycare.
Anna's taking pot shots, but I like that Pearl is being bullied. She always gets bullied. I've never seen her not get just like absolutely her shit pushed in. I don't know why she does debates. It's weird. She does seem to have, I don't want to say like, she does seem to be in some way attracted to being humiliated, right? There's something that she just keeps on gravitating towards situations in which she will be humiliated time after time after time.
Equality means that when you have a child or children, you're both responsible. So the idea that the woman should take 100% of the costs on herself without any help from her husband or ex-husband is ridiculous. How is that fair?
Well, how is it fair that he doesn't get 50-50 custody?
Well, first of all,
There's the divorced dads right there.
why are you asserting that they don't?
It's 50% his DNA. Why can't he have 50% custody? Where
there
have
was a
feminists
study.
been? I've been
Let
on
me answer your
20
question, even though I
different-
should be interrogating you. I'll answer your question. Massive study out of Massachusetts that looked at 24,000 divorces. In those 25 divorces, they found that in only 8% of cases did men ask for custody. 8%.
Right, because the average American can't afford divorce fees, Anna.
But women can because they get all the child support, all the lucrative child support payments.
But women
It
can
costs
afford to raise the
$25,000 to
children
get a
by themselves
divorce.
without support from the ex-husband. How does that make sense?
Is she married? Maybe she is now. I don't know. I don't think like not last time I checked.
What did you say?
Look at the president's truth post. It's so unhinged and frightening. Damn.
I didn't hear you. We were both talking.
You're complaining about the costs while simultaneously arguing that a woman should not get child support in order to raise the children that the former couple had together.
Are you guys
Yeah, I've heard her described like that dark sparkle as a femcel. I will not pretend I understand femcells. But like I said, Pearl, I mean, she does this thing where she humiliates herself. And she does it over and over and over and over again. Until you wonder if that is a content strategy. Just like she humiliates, I mean, like, look, it'll be in the terms of describing herself as undesirable, right? She will be really hard on her looks because apparently these red pill guys, they think that women are, I don't know, too lenient on their own looks. Women overestimate their own looks and they have a sore spot about that. And so for Pearl to be like, oh no, I'm hideous. I will never be married. I am 100% unfuckable, right? For her to say stuff like that, it somehow scratches an itch for these guys. I don't fully understand it. But I guess I understand Pearl Davidson. She's not married. I guess I understand her a little bit more than I understand femcells. Because like I just don't know what's going on there. I don't know. Is she a lolcow? I feel like it, but in some ways, like she's not like DSP, where like you get the feeling like, chat, does DSP want to be a lolcow? I think that he thinks he's not. Like I think DSP thinks that he's right. All these games are fucked up when he loses at them, and right. I don't think he's maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know shit about DSP, and I shouldn't talk about him because I really don't follow. I've only heard stories, chat, and mainly one story about him not realizing he'd pressed the go live button until after he did something on stream. After he did a little milking exercise of his own, so to speak. I'm in Minnesota right now, says Michael, living in fear. Yeah, I mean, it's a scary situation out there. I like was just watching people getting you know, hassled by ICE just trying to go to the gas station.
Equal or not? You want it
Yes,
to be equal.
equality means that
All
you're
right,
both responsible
50
for raising the children, and that includes the
so
cost
you should have
of raising the
equality,
children.
but not at the expense of men. 50-50 custody, 50-50, no child support, no alimony. That's equality. You don't want
Alimony
equality.
makes sense if
You
the
want-
woman was
you
a
want-
stay-at-home mother and doesn't have a source of income. How else would she take care of the kids following a divorce?
By getting a job just like the men.
Okay, so that's like gonna be the moment. That's gonna be the Pearl's clip. To the extent that she's got clips tonight. If you want to understand Femcell, read part 2 of Chainsaw Man. It genuinely helped me understand some issues my little sister was having. Do I need to read part 1 of Chainsaw Man first, though?
So you're saying that a woman who doesn't have recent job history is just going to willy-nilly enter the job force and source of income. How else would she take care of the kids following a divorce?
By getting a job. All right, yeah.
Getting a job just like the men.
So that she's literally mic dropping it. Oh yeah, no, she definitely thought she cooked. She's like, holy shit, is this working? Am I winning? What the fuck? No, wait, this feels so weird. Are they cheering for me? They like what I said better than what she said? Oh my God, what is this feeling? I've never experienced this before. Wow.
So you're saying that a woman who doesn't have recent job history is just going to willy-nilly enter the job force or workforce, I should say, and easily get hired. Do you guys care about this? So do you care about the children or not? Because you're making this about like the
Okay, so now she's
the
What are you, a
poor
woman? That's an
husband, the
emotional
poor
argument.
ex-husband who doesn't want to
What are you, a woman? And Pearl's like, that's weird.
pay the child support, doesn't want, to take on any of the responsibilities of having children in the first place. Why is it that you seem to have a problem with men carrying out their responsibilities? But when it comes to
men are dying to care about their responsibilities. Men
Really?
are fighting to be a part of their kids' lives.
What's the empirical
Look
data?
at our brave ICE law enforcement officers out there putting their lives on the line with all these aggressive drivers.
That
I don't need
All these suburban moms.
data. How many people in here have had a family or a friend fight for their kid and not be able to get it? The reason that this happens, Anna, is because lawyers tell them not to fight because it's so expensive and they won't win.
What is
They
that
won't
based
win.
on? You have to provide.
Oh, a dude in the audience is like, I'm a divorced dad.
Convinced, but I need more than anecdotes. I need more than vibes and feelings. Because we're talking about something serious here. We're talking about raising children. We're talking about the shared responsibility of raising children. That, of course, includes the cost.
90% of disputed custody goes to women. That's not equal.
90%, that's a totally made up statistic. Where are you citing that from?
She doesn't know. She doesn't know.
All right, let's take a break there because our time.
Yeah, let's give Pearl an out so she can't be exposed for just.
Those opening interrogations are over.
I wonder, chat, how many people in debates just go like 87% of illegal immigrants? Like, I don't know, do a violent crime or so, like, but like, what's to stop people from just making up statistics in the moment?
Let's take a moment here. You guys want to grab a sip of water? All right. The next step is going to be 30 minutes. We're going to open it up. Again, open debate. I'd remind you guys, I know everyone's passionate about this. I get that. But we can't have.
I know you ladies get emotional.
Multiple people debating at the same time, right? We've got one debater here. We got one debater here. Let's keep it here. All right? Let's put 30 minutes.
It is literally pro wrestling, chat. This is literally, he sounds like a pro wrestling announcer.
On the clock. And let's begin the open debate. Pearl, I'll let you pick up here. Go ahead.
Chat, how mad is Dylan Burns going to be if somebody succeeds by just literally doing the format that he always like sought after, right? Dylan always talked about like, you know, wrestling as a template, basically to make debate and political content more exciting. Whereas with video games, there's a struggle. There's like you know, there's a winner and there's a loser. You know, he was like, how can I make it more like that? How can I make debates more like that in order to, you know, get more viewers? And it looks like, I don't know, chat. Only time will tell. Does this format succeed? Do people like watching pro wrestling debates in what, like the bar theaters? Is that what do you call these, chat? Bar cinema? You know what I'm talking about? This is like one of those places you go and you can watch a movie. It's a little bit more expensive than other places, and you can get like a drink if you want, right? You can order a drink or some food or something like that. Speaking of which, chat, I need to get some food. Let's get these two going again, and then I'm gonna try to grab some food really quick so that I don't die on stream. I didn't realize it, chat, but yeah, we're doing kind of a subathon regardless of no intention to do a subathon. Oh my god.
What happens to
I
men
just
when
have a bit of content to get through here, so I need to eat something.
they don't pay child support?
There are consequences for it, especially when
Which
there's a
are?
court order for them
I thought we went over this.
to
Which
carry
are?
out their
They get milked. They get liquidated at the milking facilities in China.
responsibility and pay child support so that child can be raised.
And what happens
Do you
if they
think there
don't
shouldn't
pay
be legal responsibilities or legal consequences if they fail to carry out a court order to, you know, take care of their kids?
I've interviewed men that have paid millions of dollars in
Don't
child
care about your
support and
interviews.
they're-
Anecdotal evidence doesn't matter. What I need is actual,
Okay.
statistic, empirical evidence.
I gotta point out that when the birthing person controversy was happening, I gave Anna the nickname Anecdote Anna because she argued almost exclusively with anecdotes. Everything to this woman was an anecdote. So it's true what she's saying. Pearl is full of anecdotes and very little in the order in the way of evidence, right? But kind of a glass house situation. Anyway.
They should pay their child support. $441
What happens-
is the average child
Oh my
support
God.
payment. $441 a month.
Yeah, that's for someone that makes $24,000 a year.
You just told me a woman can just go to work and take care of the kids totally by herself.
How does a guy live when he's paying $500 a month on $24,000 a year?
You think $500 a month is too much in child support? Do you know how much it costs to raise a child? Do you know
Look.
how much childcare costs, for instance? I mean, that mother has to go to work, right? Where's the kid going to stay while that mother is working? How is she going to pay for the
What happens to men when they don't
daycare?
pay child support?
Sorry, say that again?
What happens to men when they don't pay child support?
There are legal repercussions for not
What-
carrying out a court
Okay.
mandate
Do you think
to
that
do something.
Do you think that fraud should be illegal?
Absolutely.
Okay. So why is it not illegal for women to fraud men on paternity if a man doesn't
To fraud? To fraud?
not find out he's the father over the age of 2, he is on the hook for child support for 18 years.
I don't know
Where
what
have
the
you
law
been on
is
this
when it
issue?
comes to
A
that.
third-
But it's
a-
wrong. If you're lying about paternity, that is wrong, and there should be legal
Well,
consequences
why
for
haven't
that.
feminists fought?
It's that simple.
Then why aren't feminists fighting for it, Anna?
Because feminists fight for women, obviously.
Right. That's my point.
Yeah.
At the expense of men. You guys want to believe
She might win this room if the WL comes down to like the voting of this room. Pearl might actually win.
women at the expense of men? Why isn't Amber Heard in jail? Because of the
Yeah, she pooped on his bed. Isn't that an illegal? Isn't that a crime? Isn't that like a felony? Pooping on his side of the bed? How dare she?
Movement.
And then blaming the dog.
You guys push.
I'll be right back.
Rape victims, and now we have rape.
Amber Heard had to pay.
I have gotta have something to eat.
Settlement.
Yeah, but why isn't she in jail?
You want her in jail?
Yes.
Well,
she ruined his
the penalties for defamation are what the court's decision is, right? You want people to go to prison for defamation?
Who is the audience? You don't even want to know. It's a bunch of divorced dads. It actually seems. This shit is hosted by Gavin McInnes, right? There's something really rotten here. There's something really wrong with this this debate platform. And I don't think that Anna, I don't know if she realizes it. There's like a Destiny Orbiter there, a drunk guy, and freaking Gavin McInnes, who also seems to be quite toasted. Anyway, chat, I'm going to be back with hopefully some very delicious food. I'll try to... A poop attack? Oh no, we can't have a poop attack. We can't have somebody doing a grumpy.
Different countries to clear his name. Why isn't she in jail? He lost millions of dollars.
To be clear, you think the penalty for
TLDR, it's like the absolute worst audience for Anna in this debate. So it's the one audience that Pearl will actually appeal to.
Defamation is prison time.
I think the penalty for a false accusation is that the woman should get the same time that he would have gotten if he was found guilty.
Men don't go to prison for defamation.
And see, this is the problem with feminists. You want all these freedoms, but you won't actually be equal.
I do want equality.
No, if you wanted to be equal, you would fight for 50-50 child support, no alimony.
No alimony. So again, if a woman decided to forego working, decided to stay home to raise the children, and the marriage doesn't work out, she's got no income whatsoever, she doesn't deserve any alimony.
Women aren't even doing that. Number one, that's not even women are not staying home with the kids. And number two, you have daycare.
A lot of women do these days, actually.
You have daycare
The traditional women who want to stay home, they want to be traditional wives. You trash them all the time, which I don't understand.
Look,
it seems like women can't do anything right when it comes to you, right? They're stay-at-home moms, they're traditional,
I understand that you can personally attack me. That's fine.
I'm not personally attacking you.
Okay.
These are things that you have said on the record multiple times.
But if you cared about equality, you would care about false accusations.
I do care about false accusations.
No, you don't.
You don't know me. You don't know what I care about.
Look, all right. Let's talk about rights that men do not have. Men do not have the right to be enlisted in selective service. You know, we have 125K men who were drafted and buried overseas. Think about that over a second. You talk about the oppressions of the past, but how many men died in World War I and World War II and had no choice? And yet Anna complains about oppression. Men do not have the right to face their accuser in court when they have a false allegation and for personal protection orders that strips constitutional rights away from the man. Women go before a judge and say they don't feel safe, and more than likely a PP order will be issued. The man was not in court, had no say, has no defense, and does not get to face his accuser. That is done en masse, and many servicemen and first responders lose their careers over this because it strips a man's Second Amendment rights away based on no evidence. Men do not have the right to raise their children. Divorce is no fault, but when it comes to child custody, it's always the man's fault. He loses his children to the system. 96 hours a month the father does not make. Men have longer prison sentences. Women get a third of the time for the same crime. Where are the feminists fighting for equality on that issue? There have been There has been rampant discrimination against better qualified men in hiring across multiple industries. Men pay more child support, and child support orders are not enforced at the same rates between men and women. Women are more likely
women pay
not
child
to
support.
pay
Fascinating.
and are prosecuted for non-payment at lower rates. Men cannot opt out of parenthood. Men have very few domestic violence shelters and are not taken seriously when they're domestic violence victims.
I agree on that. I do
White
agree
men
on
in
that.
particular are discriminated against when it comes to hiring and educational attainment.
True.
The Duluth model is a model that law enforcement, courts, and counselors use automatically that assumes men are the aggressor. The tender years doctrine is a guideline in divorce used to justify removing the father from the child's life. The only institutional sexism that exists is institutional sexism that discriminates against men in favor of women. Furthermore, U.S. courts do not require receipts to show how that money is spent by the custodial parent, unless there's overwhelming evidence of starvation, malnutrition, or severe child abuse. There are
Hold
numerous
on,
reports
pause.
of custodial
You want the
parents spending
government
the
to
money
check
on
receipts and
luxury.
see, like...
Let's let her respond to some of that.
Hold on, let's understand something. You want government to be so big that you literally have the government looking at receipts to see what a mother is spending the money on? That's insane.
I want no child support, no alimony, 50-50.
Yeah, because you're crazy and you don't live in reality.
I want equality. I'm more of a feminist than you, Anna. Because I say if you want to vote, be in selective service. Be on the front lines just like the men are.
Who do you think gives birth to and raises those soldiers?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you assert that women shouldn't be allowed to vote because they're not all in mandatory military service.
I say be equal. You want to vote, do what the men do. Men are fined
Should women be included in combat?
Men
Should women be included in combat?
Yes.
Okay.
Do what the men do.
Fair.
Do what the men do.
Yeah, fair. Agreed. Next. Next.
Wait, what happened? Did Anna agree on? Gasly says Anna agreed on, or like she agreed on the white man point. Is that Anna or Pearl? She hand waved patriarchy.
Okay. I want to know what your ideal woman is, because if you are a
Sassy says men holding the draft over women's heads is crazy because who made that rule exactly? Yeah, is that like, does the draft only come into effect after women started voting?
traditional conservative woman who's married, staying at home, raising kids, you trash them.
There's no such thing as a traditional woman.
Wait, what is this? Pete Hegseth got his life saved by a female Marine in Iraq and received a Silver Star. Oh, she said, I agree. But what was the point that, like, I must have, like, when I switched headphones, I must have missed something. Gender-based selective service is honestly archaic. Does she actually believe what she's saying? That's the question about Pearl, right? Because she seemed to be like a fairly, there's some weird backstory to her where she was like a fairly normal person, or at least none of this shit didn't start until she was supposed to go to grad school and play volleyball in somewhere in Europe, and it fell through for her. So she ends up doing this as, like her second option, and she figures out how to really press these buttons. That's what I think. Okay, if I was to guess, right, it seems to me that Pearl has just kind of experimented with content. Like, she's like, how do I get the maximum engagement, right? And she has learned through trial and error that, this is the kind of shit that men want to hear. Men want to hear this fucking red pill bullshit coming out of a woman's voice in order to be like, see, she gets it. So I think that's my best guess on what's going on. Why are we pretending the draft still actually exists? That's true until they invoke it. Maybe maybe it doesn't.
They cannot be traditional in 2025 because women will always have the leverage.
What does that mean? What does it mean that women will always have the leverage?
Women have child support to fall back on. Women have alimony. So automatically
10% of divorces end with alimony settlements.
And
10%.
And they go.
You just ignore the stats.
They
You
go
just move
from
on.
men to women. They go from men to women. Billions of dollars every year.
I thought you said earlier that women are paying alimony.
Billions of dollars of wealth every year is transferred from men to women.
Mm-hmm. Based on what? Where are you getting that information from? Are you just making it up?
Look, we have it. We're excited. We can get it to you at the end.
We?
You didn't want to submit.
We?
Where are your sources? You didn't want to submit them ahead of time. You did.
The Census Bureau, Bureau of Labor Statistics. I cited everything I mentioned. Pull it up. Pearl. The main thing I want people to understand, okay? Pearl's gonna trash women no matter what. That's fine.
I'm not trashing
But
them.
my biggest gripe with you is you're discouraging people from.
I'm not trashing them. Why is it not? I'm not trashing us. There's this wall. There's this like level of separation that Pearl seems to derive from being one of the good ones.
Entering marriages.
I don't tell men what to do. Sell me on.
You
okay,
advise men to avoid marriage.
Sell me on marriage. What do men get out of marriage?
That's sad. It's sad that people think that. It really is. You get a partner, you get a teammate, you get to build a life together, and it's beautiful. I feel like misery loves company in this situation. And how would you know what you get
Wait, oh my God. There's a really toxic dynamic going on between Anna and the, mostly from the audience towards Anna. There are some people out there that seem to be her fans. She definitely got some cheers, but that's a little bit of that. Pearl has got these divorced dads like resonating with her. And I'm wondering what Anna's going to do with that. Let's roll that back a little bit. I couldn't tell what that interaction was.
Marriage. Sell me on marriage. What do men get out of marriage?
That's sad. It's sad that people think that. It really is. You get a partner, you get a teammate, you get to build a life together, and it's beautiful. I feel like misery loves company in this situation.
I feel like misery loves company in this situation. So is she just saying that these are, I feel like there's a bunch of divorced dads in the audience. Is that what she's saying? No personal attacks. Or is it on Pearl? Misery loves company. What, like that? She's, what, anybody want to translate this for me? She's saying, I think misery loves company is like, is Pearl the misery or the company? I think, I like to think Pisco is still in the crowd cheering for her. Yeah, maybe so. Volso audience? I think the audience is like, it sounds like a lot of like, yeah, I mean, I know it's a stereotype, right? But it sounds like a lot of divorced dads.
And how would you know what you get out of marriage if you haven't experienced marriage in the first place? I'm not saying that as a personal attack. I really hope that Pearl meets the love of her life and gets married. It's not about that. But you trash it without really understanding what the benefits are.
Why do we have phrases like it's cheaper to keep her?
Is this Anna from the Young Turks? Yeah, it's Anna versus Just Pearly Things in the weirdest debate platform I've ever seen. Somehow Gavin McGinnis, the founder of the Proud Boys, is co-hosting this event. I don't know what's going. They got a Destiny orbiter there. It's weird. It's weird shit. It's weird hours here.
Pearl,
answer the question.
Divorce is expensive. And by the way, on purpose to discourage people from getting divorced in the first place.
Why do we have phrases like happy wife, happy life?
Because it's true. Same with happy husband, happy life. I don't want to come home to an angry husband.
But that's not a phrase.
Do you have any other like catchphrase or slogan you want to throw at me?
Maybe because it doesn't rhyme, Pearl?
What do men get out of marriage?
They get a partner
that gains 25 pounds in the first 5 years.
Men get pretty fat too. I don't know if you've done a comparative analysis on that. They actually end up gaining more weight than their wives do. And
okay,
who
so
cares?
Vamps has got an answer. Basically announcing Pearl is an incel surrounded by incels. I mean, she has, I think, branded herself as a femcel at times. Did Michael leave? Wait, who is Michael? I can't remember who all was there at the debate. Pisco and I don't even know. Pisco was debating some conservatoid, and the other debate I didn't even recognize anybody from. Yeah, it doesn't rhyme exactly, Matthew. That's what I was gonna say. It doesn't. Maybe because happy husband, happy life does not rhyme. There's not a synonym for life that rhymes with husband, or a synonym for husband that rhymes with life. You can't make it rhyme.
Men.
I mean, have a conversation with your partner. Encourage her. Be an adult.
How can men and women be equal?
Especially if she's giving you children.
How can men and women be equal when one is expected to die for the other?
Oh fuck! These guys think like there was like 2 or 3 guys in the audience that thought that really cooked. What the fuck is that? What even?
Anyone to die for anyone else. I don't know what that even comes from.
Yeah, but men are willing to die for you every day. The men in the police force, the men in the military.
What about the women in the police force?
They're not 10%, and they cause so many problems.
What?
Who cares what percentage women make up of the police force?
Yeah,
They're in the
they
police
can't-
force.
they
My
can't-
sister-in-law's a cop, actually.
They can't do the same jobs. There's videos on the
You should
internet
see my
everywhere of
sister-in-law.
women getting their guns taken because they're not strong enough.
Are you just making things up?
No.
Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously. Next question.
Whoa. Wait a minute. I'm not even sure. I have heard from so many sources that Anna just destroyed her, but and yeah, of course that's going to happen because Pearl is Pearl. Pearl is, like I said, she's the jobber debater. But I feel like, I don't know, like, you can't call there it's like there's going to be a polarized reaction, right? Anybody that like, I don't know. I don't feel like any minds are going to be changed with this debate, right? Either you are a fucking raging misogynist or you are not.
Do you realize how good you have it in this country?
Absolutely. Best country in the world.
Just in case you thought there was only one pick-me on stage, no, in fact, there are 2.
You get to live the life you live at the expense of men.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
Show me how.
Do you know how many men die every year? Is
she crying? What is that reaction?
There are men that die every year to get you crab.
How many women
to get you crab for fucking crab? So if I don't eat crab, I'm all right. I don't need to bend the knee to patriarchy. If I'm not a crab eater, what is she gonna say next? The Gordon Fisherman? How many, you like to eat fish, Anna? Do you know how many brave fishermen die every year trying to harvest your fish? Because Anna likes to have fish. She likes a little tartar sauce and some lemon on it too. Oh, boo-hoo, Anna. While men are out there on the high seas dying, going to Davy Jones's locker for you. How dare you chat? How dare you chat? How dare you chat? I'm sorry. How dare you? How dare you, Anna?
Not many.
This country has the highest maternal mortality rate of any developed country, so a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes. This is painful, man. Do you have any other questions for me?
Not right now.
All right. Should I move on? Like, what are we doing now?
Can I ask a couple questions?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, let's just jump in here. So why don't we do this? I'll ask you one and then I'll ask you one and we'll kind of go back and forth.
Oh my God. Pictish Imp, you may have a point here. Considering this is the irony to participate in a debate about feminism that misogynists have put together, right? You are, wittingly or unwittingly, entering into, as Pictish Imp was saying, the modern equivalent of mud wrestling. That's basically what we're dealing with. Seafood allergies are feminist.
Kind of half jokingly said at the beginning, like Pearl had mentioned, I think you actually said it here too, that you believe you may be more of a
Devicliff
feminist.
super chatted $9.99. Do you know how many brave whalers lose their arms so you can have ball gowns and perfume, Anna?
Oh my God, wait, ball gowns have, whale? Is it whale bone? And then the perfume, I never understood how, a perfume, right? Something that smells good could come from a stanky old whale. I don't know.
Do you consider yourself to be a feminist, and how would you define that?
I don't consider myself to be a feminist.
Wait, is this the audience?
Mainly because it's a loaded word.
Oh,
and
no.
there are certain outcomes from certain ways.
It's sad, okay? Anytime I hear a woman say this, deny being a feminist because of the baggage or whatever the fuck, right? It's sad, first of all, okay? But second of all, like any fucking base points anybody out there might have given Anna, just like evaporated, okay? Absolutely no. I don't like to call myself a feminist because I'm not one of those women. I'm not, I know there's like some feminists that like all they do is complain and they have blue hair and piercing. I'm not one of those feminists, right? I don't know. This is just, it's kind of pathetic, but whatever.
Waves of feminism that I don't agree with, particularly.
Yeah. Who was the first person that discovered that you could use whale, fat, I guess, to make perfume? Who was like, yeah, this really smelly shit, that would be really good at making some good smelling shit.
Minimizing the importance of men in society. I do think that there is, especially the third wave of feminism that's done that. I personally really value masculine men, and I don't appreciate feminists speaking on behalf of all women in regard to what women prefer. I think the Me Too movement started off as a legitimate grievance with women who were legitimately.
Oh my God. She's hedging so hard. So the argument of feminism versus anti-feminists is participated in kind of by two anti-feminists, right? That's wild. I had forgotten what an immeasurable pick-me Anna is on like so many issues. I thought somehow, chat, maybe feminism was not one of those issues. Maybe she just had, the transphobia and But no, here we go. I'm not like those feminists who tell women what to do. You know those feminists that say, like, housewife bad? Did they not die in, like, the 70s? What are you talking about?
Used, and it devolved into something laughable and ridiculous, especially when, you know, someone like Aziz Ansari gets accused of being like some sort of sexual predator when he clearly wasn't. So I just don't like how loaded that word is. What I actually genuinely want is equality among the sexes. I'm not looking for women to have an upper hand over men at all. But we need to be based in reality, and we need.
So now here's the debate, chat. And here's the Overton window. Feminism is way too fucking radical. That's off the table. We cannot take you seriously if you come in here saying you're a feminist, right? You're basically a misandrous if you're a feminist, right? That's evil, right? But we will have a little discussion against the ultimate pick-me and the pick-me of the former progressive channel that is now a poly market subsidiary, yeah?
Need to look at the statistics and figure out what's really going on. If men are getting a raw deal as a result of divorces, then yeah.
Chat, notice that she kind of gave ground in this debate too. What the fuck? What is going on here?
Need to change.
What is up with this cursed debate?
Prior to this debate, that they were getting the raw end of the deal. But as I researched this, I realized I was believing in outdated myths. So, yeah.
Pearl, let me ask you this.
Is she claiming that she was more towards the anti-feminist side before doing research for the debate?
An upper hand over men at all. That word is. What I actually genuinely want is equality among the sexes. I'm not looking for women to have an upper hand over men at all. But we need to be based in reality, and we need to look at the statistics and figure out what's really going on. If men are getting a raw deal as a result of divorces, then yeah, the laws need to change. And I genuinely thought prior to this debate that they were getting the raw end of the deal. But as I researched this, I realized I was believing in outdated myths. So, yeah.
Pearl, let me ask you this. Do you believe and obviously you are citing a lot of anecdotal stories. I do think it's fair to point out every anecdotal story is someone's story, right? So they're not fake stories and they're not meaningless, obviously, to the people who live those realities. In a lot of cases, they're very painful.
You're missing the point, asshole. I can tell you a sad story about, I don't know, like my Uncle Bob, right? But I don't have an Uncle Bob. Are you just supposed to take my word for it that my Uncle Bob experienced whatever the fuck I'm making up about Uncle Bob? And only later will you like look and be like, oh, it looks like she doesn't actually have an Uncle Bob. She was lying to us. Like, what the fuck is that? I mean, like this, what he's saying is what's wrong with discourse, right? People want to give something a little bit of credit just because somebody said, well, I talked to my friend, my cousin, actually, he took the COVID vaccine and his testicles swelled up, right? Almost burst. In fact, one of them burst. Yeah, one of them popped, actually, and a little mutant baby came out of it, right? So you got to watch out for those vaccines. They'll give you mutant babies in your testes, right? You will actually have a little alien egg emerge from one of your nuts. If so you gotta, right? Am I supposed to give that fucking Nicki Minaj like credit for that? When she literally says something that has made us all the stupider for having listened to it?
Because of your platform, you speak to a lot of those people. How much is that informing where you're coming from in this debate is the real stories of people who have been hurt by this stuff?
I mean, I've interviewed 1,000 people. I interviewed a guy who had his kid transitioned and there was nothing he could do about it. I interviewed another guy and he spent $300,000 trying to get his kid back. He actually went.
Oh no, chat. They're going to find. They're going to find something to agree on. Is that how this, do they end up shaking hands on the transes, as Anna said in her conversation / debate with Bill Maher? Is that what they're going to end up like fist bumping over transphobia? And it's really sunk very low to be this. This is a terrible debate show. Yeah. If this debate show, Natalie, if this debate show was a hotel, I would cancel my reservations and check out of it, because I would be afraid of getting murdered at a hotel like this. Right? That is what kind of Gavin freaking McGinnis is co-hosting this debate along with a Destiny Orbiter. Yeah, it is beyond trash. It is. And then there's some drunk guy that I swear to God I've seen somewhere. Transgender for everyone. Yeah, we're gonna have their agreement, their little agreement. On Lear Keith, Kelly, Posey Parker, and others are out there in force. KY Shovers has a whole story about how they're full-on cult. They're a full-on cult beyond just bigots. Yeah, Lear Keith is involved in some organization called Deep Green Resistance, which is basically, I don't even know what to call it. It's like a weird like, think Anprem, but like extremely transphobic. That's what Deep Green Resistance, like I forget the other guy, but yeah, there's even been movements from within the organization to try to reform it, to try to anyway, yeah, Lear Keith is a scary name to see.
Overseas to Ukraine during the war, just trying to be in his kid's life. So yeah, it impacts it a lot. Yeah, I've interviewed so many men that want nothing more than to just be a dad and see their kid. They don't even care about the money. They just want to see their children. And if you ask Anna, it doesn't exist. But if you ask any man, everybody knows somebody that it's happened to. And commentators can, they can try to minimize it. They can talk from their ivory towers and pretend it's not happening, but there's a genocide of millions of men that's going on in this country.
Emily French says anti-environmental. When I'm talking about Deep Green Resistance, it's more like eco-fash, right? Which is not really a tendency that even exists most of the time, right? I'd say Lear Keith is the exception to that. Yeah, he had his kid transition as if the child themselves had nothing to say about it. I mean, this is how, this is a very right-wing audience. Obviously, Pearl's got right-wing, and even Anna, I think, has some pretty right-wing ideas when it comes to trans people. So, this is absolute, what an absolute garbage debate.
Country.
You use
a genocide?
I was going to say
1.6 million men commit suicide, have committed suicide since 1970.
Similar rates of women also attempt suicide but fail because they usually don't resort to more violent means of ending their own lives.
Right,
so they'll take pills.
But why is it that every time we bring up men, you have to bring up women?
Because we're doing a comparative analysis here. You can't just throw out statistics without comparing it to what the rates are among women.
What I'm pointing out is,
isn't this a little bit backwards? I'm used to a situation where, somebody points out, I don't know, the pay gap or something like that, right? And then the response is but men have to blah, 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 blah. Usually it's anyway, this is what did we say before? This is the soy right, maybe?
pointed out that by 2050, more men will have committed suicide than all of the world wars combined, and your first response was, well, women commit suicide too.
Because it is a problem that is inflicting both sexes in this country. It is a tragedy and should be taken seriously, rather than this weird sex war.
But it's not going to be taken seriously when you pretend it's not going on.
It is going on. Are you kidding me?
Okay, first of all, society pretending to care about suicide, interesting, right? Because it feels like so many times it's just like, nope, we certainly won't do anything to change the world, right? To make it less likely for people to like end it that way, right? But second of all, suicide is not a male problem or a female problem; it's a human problem. It is first and foremost the hallmark of problems with society, and secondly, you know, a mental health issue.
I mean, how many of our soldiers, our veterans, come back to the United States after multiple deployments, do not get treatment or help with PTSD and other mental issues as a result of being deployed multiple times?
Right.
Like, that's a real problem. How come you don't talk about that?
Yeah, but
you
they
blame it on marriage and divorce instead.
Right, because those soldiers come home to an empty house.
You think that...
That's too bad, Natalie, because like you know, the IHEP ladies, they're pretty good at, like, you know, when they get a guest like Rahm Emanuel, actually letting the dude have it, actually exposing him, right? And when it comes to like Hakeem Jeffries, you know, they're not going as scorched earth on somebody like that, and I'm sure, you know, so to the disappointment of a lot of their fans. But yeah, you know, Cenk Uygur, you know, at the very least would hope he would get something approaching the Cory Booker treatment, if not the full out Rahm Emanuel treatment. But it sounds like he just got sounds like there wasn't the pushback that we're used to from the IHEP ladies.
Divorce is the reason for most of these suicides.
Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after.
How many more times?
They did, but they left a door open for Hakeem. You see the difference? I mean, did you see the Rahm Emanuel episode? Like, I saw what they can do when they go scorched earth, and it is fearsome. And like, look, I'm not like getting my hopes up. I know they're like, I don't know. They're new to the scene. They don't want to burn any bridges. I understand, but you'd hope at least maybe Cenk would get. I mean, Cenk, you cannot like, you know, be like, oh no, this guy's doing really good stuff. I love it. I mean, he is half a fucking, you know, when those, you know, quote unquote vibe shift happened, he was really straddling the fence, if not leaning over towards the fascist side a little bit. And so, yeah, it's disappointing when people don't notice that.
Likely are women to commit suicide after a divorce.
What about the women?
You don't know the number, right? Because you didn't even care to look into it.
What about the women?
Natalie says, I don't think IHEP ladies know about Cenk's many mishaps. That's entirely possible.
That's always what you go to. And that's kind of what I'm trying to point out is feminists don't care about male issues. They don't. They do not care about equality. Because whenever you ask them for real equality...
Pearl, my point is that suicide is not just a male issue. It is a huge problem.
I feel like Anna would get a lot of mileage out of calling Pearl the soy right here. Right? When she wants to be like, why can I not talk about men's issues with suicide without you talking about women? Like, I mean, there it is. That is the soy right at work.
Country, women who try to end their own lives are less successful because, again, they're less likely to use a gun, for instance, or hang themselves. They'll take pills, it'll fail. It's just a tragic thing all around. But if you actually care about suicide rates, then you would want to know.
I gotta say, even though I've heard nothing but, like, I've heard positive reviews of Anna's debate here, I'm not feeling so positive about it. I'm not saying that she's losing to Pearl. That would be nearly impossible. What I am saying, though, is that, like, there's more, I don't know, exposure. There's more that the right can use to perpetuate its, you know, beliefs than I am comfortable with, right? If I created this content, right, I might still think of myself, yeah, did I look as bad as Pearl in the debate? No, but god damn. If I'm up against Just Pearly Things, I better look really fucking good the whole time. I better be making everyone in that room that agrees with her embarrassed. Embarrassed to be associated with her. And that is not what happened, right? People credit Anna as being a really good debater, and she does have some moments on Piers Morgan. But it, god damn, like, this is a piss poor performance. I'm surprised, right? I have seen Anna, you know, kind of, like, when she gets hot, right? She seems to handle herself okay on, like, Pierce. But yeah, this is pathetic.
What's causing the suicide rates or the attempts at suicide? Divorce. What can we do as a society?
Divorce. It's your responsibility for divorcing the man that you could no longer live with. Yeah, that's definitely women's fault.
To help people to prevent that from happening, and you wouldn't make it specifically and solely an issue that inflicts one sex over the other.
Afflicts. But anyway.
Again, I mean, you're just proving my point because we.
Yeah, you noticed that too, Omega Star. She's making a lot of concessions, right? She's being very conciliatory, right? And look, I mean, I get that is partly, I guess, part of her personality. But in this situation, you should concede nothing to Pearl. Nothing. Don't let her put you behind that 8-ball where you, like, have to prove that you care about men, right? That just makes you look defensive.
Male issues, you keep bringing it back to the women.
I just want you to compare the stats you're spewing right now with something to compare it to.
Okay. Do you think that women should be on the front lines of the military like the men?
If they can pass the physical tests necessary to do so, yeah.
Do you think women should be in selective service? Like the men?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and they should be on the front lines as infantrymen?
If they are physically capable of doing it, yes.
Okay, so no.
So you want to put people who aren't physically I mean, obese men wouldn't be put on the front lines.
Do you think women should be jailed for false accusations?
Depends on what the false accusations are. If
Just
she's
yes or
falsely
no?
accusing someone of rape, for
Just
instance,
yes. Or no?
yes.
Just okay. Thank you.
You realize where that goes. Does she know where that goes? That line of logic goes towards, if you cannot prove, right, beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt that, you know, you've made an accusation that you cannot prove, now you are prosecutable, right? You should go to jail, right? Does she realize what she just conceded to there?
I agree. Do you think that women...
Yeah, there's not enough of a chilling effect already on coming forward with something like this, right? It's not difficult enough already. We need to make it more, you know, we need to create more, you know, ways that just telling the truth that happened to you could, you know, fuck you over. That's what we need.
Do you think that child custody should be 50-50?
As long as the court determines that both parents are capable of being caretakers, yes. In fact, that's the ideal situation.
Okay, so yes.
Yes.
All right, do you believe in alimony?
Did anybody actually watch this thing? How did people watch this and be like, oh yeah, Anna fucking cooked her good. That was a really great performance by Anna Kasparian, right? I don't know. First of all, you got to have like, first of all, it's sus when you got such a good, you're so positively disposed towards Anna Kasparian. You have heard nothing bad about her, apparently. You just are like, yeah, no, she's like a real fighter for progressive values. That's what Anna Kasparian is, right? That's what she does. And then in that case, you're just doing team sports to be like, well, you just team progressive. Of course she cooked her. Of course she won. Of course Pearl looked ridiculous, right? Yeah, is the shit that is coming out of her mouth ridiculous? Absolutely. But unfortunately, there you could see part of the audience for this shit. You could see how these negatively polarized male aggrievement, like cautionary tales of men are eating up the slop that she is cooking. And sadly, they're not the only ones out there. The audience that is in the studio or whatever, the theater or whatever the fuck this is. I don't think this is going good I think this is pathetic, right? It's like almost losing to a jobber. If this was wrestling, this is like almost losing to somebody that is just there to like put you over.
I believe in alimony in specific cases where the woman decided to forego having a career and working, decided to stay home and raise the kids. In those cases, I believe she deserves alimony, yes.
But that's a privilege.
You're ridiculous. Next, move on.
You said it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous,
that it's a privilege to stay home with your
coming
kids.
from a girl who grew up in
here we go.
affluent
Here we go.
situation with incredibly wealthy parents. You don't know anything about struggling economically or financially. So to tell a single mother who decided to stay home and raise her children instead of work that she doesn't deserve a penny.
Do you think she's a better debater when she's mad? Do you think that's it? She got mad, now she's gonna
to raise her kids after a divorce is the most privileged piece of shit thing to say.
This is
Next.
This is the type of nagging that drives men to suicide.
Good. But I'm married and you're not.
No, I mean Anna's like slightly winning the room at this point, right? What was that? So it just took her getting mad?
So next.
Jesus Christ.
Like she was kind of like at some point I felt like she was being okay. I mean that was obviously fake. Yeah, I mean she came here to get out the cat claws, right? Why would she not? This is the perfect venue for the cat claws. If the cat claws don't come out here, then there are no claws. There is no cat.
I get it.
Wait, this was Nadia's telling me that this was a thing that Phyllis Schlafly used to scare to demonize feminism. Women will be drafted.
A little harder to debate someone who's not an OnlyFans girl, right?
Not yet, says the audience. Wow. Why subject yourself to this shit?
Never. I don't need to.
Anna, do you have to throw everybody who does under the fucking bus like that? Do you really need to do that? Do you feel good about yourself, right? Putting yourself above like sex workers? Yeah, I don't need to do that.
Not that I'm judging.
I'm rich, but there we go. Okay, at least something is there. Not that I'm judging, but I am totally judging. You are a failure of a person if you support yourself in that way. Wow, Anna. Wow. Yeah, there's some very smart OnlyFans girls. Right, I want to see Anna take them. Like after the shade she threw, I feel like Anna should have to go through a gauntlet. Like the best debaters on OnlyFans.
It's
chat. Even somebody like I'm trying to think of her name. Cutebot. You remember Cutebot? I don't know, what sites, what platforms CuteBot is or is not on. I know she does a certain kind of content that appeals to a certain kind of guy here on Twitch. But she'll also sometimes bring people on and do like political debates, like her famous debate against Infrared Haas. I feel like I remember CuteBot being actually a pretty good debater. I would love to see Anna say, I don't even know, Chad, if that is like, if the shade that Anna is throwing is in CuteBot's direction, because again, I just don't know much about the channel or the creator. But I just do remember that she did a certain kind of content, and she also cooked people in debates. So yeah, that kind of creator is out there. And I really hope that Anna runs into somebody like that will take her to task for this shit. How far Anna has fallen, indeed.
Why isn't paternity fraud illegal?
We've been over this already.
It's estimated 6%.
And chat, to us, like, this is like the Pearl Davidson shit show. But to a lot of right-wingers watching this is like the feminist Anna Kasparian, even though she has already renounced that title. She has distanced herself from the very concept of feminism, right? For a lot of guys that are watching this content, this is a feminist getting fucking, sent to hell for her degenerate beliefs, which are all easily exposed for, you know what I'm saying? Like the shit that Pearl is doing is working for that audience.
Men are fathering children that are...
Yeah, CuteBot is the one that asked Haz about the vaginal complex.
Not theirs.
I don't really believe your stats. Like, where are you getting that
The American Blood
stat
Bank
from?
Association, are you happy?
Okay.
The American Blood Bank Association could be real, chat. But it sounds totally fake. Anybody want to check on that one?
That's
Paternity
wrong. And
tests.
yeah, there should be consequences.
Yeah, Kasparian should have to face OnlyFans girls who read all the black feminist theory. Yeah, all the theory that she didn't read. Yeah.
Consequences for that.
But there aren't.
Okay.
But there are. Where
and there
have the
should be.
feminists
So we agree
been?
on that. Next.
Right, you can agree, but you...
Wait, what does she agree with? I mean, she's getting a lot of mileage from, I don't know, backing off of things, disowning things, like not wanting to be associated with feminism. And again, for a debate about feminism, it's pretty wild that you didn't bring a feminist. You just brought a TERF. Wait, you can't even call her a TERF anymore, chat. She's something else. She's like a turd. Trans-exclusive, reactionary diva. Sure.
You haven't covered it. And that's my point, is you guys don't care about equality. You want freedom at the expense of men.
Okay, sure. Next.
Do you think that men should have the right to opt out of fatherhood? You want...
Okay.
But the
Getting
American
that
Blood
stat
Bank
from.
Association, are you...
We've been over this already.
It's estimated 6% of men are fathering children that are not theirs.
I don't really
One-third
believe your
one-
stats. Like,
The
where are you getting
American
that
Blood
stat
Bank
from?
Association, are you happy?
I'm sorry, would the Blood Bank Association like keep those kind of stats? Nothing about this sounds like legit.
Okay.
1/3 of
That's wrong.
paternity
And
tests.
yeah, there should be consequences for that.
But there aren't.
Okay.
But there are. Where
and there
have the
should be. So
feminists
we agree
been?
on that. Next.
1/3 of paternity tests aren't accurate? Is that true? So you're telling me that all those shitty talk shows were lying when they said who's the baby daddy?
Right, you can agree, but you haven't covered it. And that's my point, is you guys don't care about equality. You want freedom at the expense of men.
Okay, sure. Next.
Do you think that men should have the right to opt out of fatherhood, since women have the right to opt out of motherhood?
No.
Oh. When does NCC sleep? When the content is finished, I guess.
Put a condom on.
Oh shit! It is like 10 o'clock for me. I gotta get you your bonus content. I thought it was a Swedish disco band from the 70s. Little did I know there actually is an American Blood Bank Association. Does it keep these kind of stats though? were they booing?
Put a condom on.
Or require him to wear a condom. That's equal.
Yeah.
That choice is equally irresponsible.
He's the one with the Johnson. He gets to decide what he does with it.
I think I'm more of a feminist than you.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Go great. Congratulations.
Is it going to be over soon? Yeah, I probably do need to.
This is the longest 30 minutes of my life.
It should be so easy to cook Pearl. She is there for you to cook. She's like the basic chat. If this was like fighting food-ons, Pearl would be, I'm trying to think, what's like the basic food-on that you fight? Right, what's the easy one?
Okay, I'm going to interject again if I can.
All right.
No, I was kidding. So one thing that I do think is happening is that there is a shift that is taking place in America, and I think you both have alluded to this a little bit. And so I'll ask Anna first if you would agree with this. Because you said that going into this debate,
yeah, it's the burnt meatballs. That's what Pearl is. She's the burnt meatballs, right? That's the one that always loses, right? Is the burnt meatball. Yeah, when you make the food on it's like Pokemon but with chefs, right? And so the food on you create by combining a meal ticket with a I don't know, like a anthropogenic, what is the word? Food item or something, and if you cook it bad, like if you burn it, it will be weak.
thought a lot of these things were true.
And that would be Pearl if she was a food-on fighting food-ons.
And you started to see that maybe these things were not as true as you had believed. Do you believe that your previous belief was informed by nonsense, or the fact that states and legislatures and courts are changing what they're doing over the last few years in terms of alimony and parental time and that kind of thing?
I think that with more women participating in the workforce, it's hard to argue that...
Izzy Mandius, when it comes to Barron Trump's sister wife, Pearl Davis, you are not the father. Andrew Tate, you are the father.
You know.
Anthropogenic. Okay, I did say created by humans. No, I mean like a furry. What is a anthropomorphic? I think is what I'm trying to say. They're like foods, but they have like they're sentient foods, and you use them to fight each other, right? You got you do like a food battle somehow.
Women should get paid alimony.
It's basically a Pokemon ripoff.
When they have their own income. So yeah, I think that the culture has changed, the workforce has changed, and as a result of that, the courts weigh whether or not something like alimony makes sense. And look, much like Pearl, I had heard the horror stories, and I was basing much of my worldview on situations like this, based on anecdotes, basically. And so when you look at the statistics and the broader picture, you have a clearer idea of what's actually happening in the aftermath of a divorce.
Would you be willing to concede at least that maybe some of the reasons some of these things are shifting is because of people like Pearl and others who are drawing attention to these stories? Because I think we could all agree that until recently, a lot of those stories were just stories you'd hear from other people, and it was not allowed in media at all. It was not discussed.
You are not allowed to say that men have it too hard. Anthropomorphic, yeah, I think is what I was going for, over anthropogenic.
Would you at least concede that?
I'm sure that there are advocates.
I mean, this whole fucking platform is going to hell here. This is,
who have
you know,
fought to maybe change the way these court cases play out.
in its own way, just as toxic as the kill stream without any of the racial slurs. That's amazing. Congratulations. Word war. Is this what they're called? Word war. They're called word war, chat. This is word war.
out, sure.
Will this be like a long-term debate platform that brings together many such cursed debates, or this is just going to be a one-off? Will Pisco have a place to, debate now that he's, I don't know, maybe not a Destiny Orbiter? I can't tell, chat. He keeps on going back and forth. Pisco, if you're out there, I want a new moniker for you. Rather than having to call you DGG's favorite law tuber, which clearly you're not. I need a new moniker. I need a new no, this is World War I, apparently. This is the first one. They're gonna do more of these.
I don't know about Pearl though.
I understand. We're in the debates. You can't give too much credit. Pearl, in your experience, the men that you talk to, do you see a difference in terms of the age of those men, where maybe it's getting better for some? Because I would take it that some of the guys who were a little older and have been through this in the past, the courts are starting to recognize and realize that maybe it's not very fair.
No.
No?
No.
Why, and why do you believe that? You think the courts are completely oblivious
there's men that write into my show every day just talking about how much they want to be fathers. So I hope it changes, but right now I would say no.
Do you think it's fair that all of the young women who were preyed upon as minors by Jeffrey Epstein are now experiencing yet another administration engaging in a cover-up? Or was it the female's fault for being preyed upon by a disgusting pedophile? I'm just curious.
I mean, this is, I guess, a good way to wrap it up. Did she intend that? Did she have this planned? Was this always going to be? She's like watching the clock, and she's like, "All right when it hits like 1:50, I'm gonna launch into this Epstein thing, and I'm just gonna fucking like, I'm gonna." Oh my God, Chad! I almost said 69. What is the word? I'm gonna 86 her. There we go. That's what I was trying to say. Not 69. That would be different. Although I'm sure the audience would be here for it either way.
There's men that write into my show every day just talking about how much they want to be fathers. So I hope it changes, but right now I would say no.
Do you think it's fair that all of the young women who were preyed upon as minors by Jeffrey Epstein are now experiencing yet another administration engaging in a cover-up? Or was it...
She lost the audience with the anti-pedophile point? That's what loses her the audience? Oh no, the chat, this audience is...
the female's fault for being...
sus.
...preyed upon by a disgusting pedophile. I'm just curious.
What kind of question is that?
I think it's a pretty straightforward one.
That has nothing to do with the topic.
No, it does, though, because you're talking about the unfairness of our court system, especially as it pertains...
Yeah, do you think those women, Epstein's victims, have been treated fairly? Please, Pearl.
...as pertains to divorces. But we're talking about a guy who got a sweetheart deal after raping minor girls, and then even after that, multiple administrations, Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter, engaged in a cover-up, ensuring that those victims would never get justice.
And this has to do with this...
I mean, you want to talk about the unfairness in the court system and how terrible it is for men. What about how terrible it is for women?
What does the loud misogynist say? I can't tell.
With this...
I mean, you want to talk about the unfairness in the court system and how terrible it is for men. What about how terrible it is for women?
Anybody pick that up? I thought intelligence might have been one of the words. Or intelligent.
Look, that has nothing to do with anything.
It has a lot to do
I think
with
in fairness, you
Look, these guys are having trouble seeing two women do the debating, right? It is not natural to them. Right, in their minds, debating is a male thing to do. The fact that these two foids are even attempting, to participate in a male activity just makes them it drives them nuts. Chat, they want to just grab the steering wheel and be like, "No, this is the debate. This is the right answer." Right? This is
I admit that's an anecdote too in comparison to the overall statistics.
It's a pretty big anecdote.
That's an anecdote. Okay.
He's a big anecdote, but he's also an untouchable anecdote, right? He's
I don't think it's untouchable. I think it's
Well, he's untouchable if you're a Trump dick rider, I guess.
super touchable.
Or a Clinton dick rider.
Let's go back.
Dershowitz dick rider, maybe.
Actually, hold on. We got 10 seconds, so we won't hold on. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're actually going to
What the fuck? Are we gonna do more?
break. We're gonna come off of the stage, and then we're gonna actually go up to the analysts and get their take on this first 30 minutes. All right?
The first 30 minutes. What? Excuse me. That was 30 minutes, chat. No way. That could not have been 30. That has to be more than 30 minutes. What is even going on? The analysts, chat, are Kyla from Not So Erudite, the Destiny Orbiter, Gavin McGinnis from the paramilitary group ICE. The Proud Boys. That's their new name is ICE. They've rebranded. They're under new management, right? That's Gavin McGinnis, the guy that started them out, and then some drunk guy that I feel like I should recognize, but I don't. I don't know. I feel like I've seen his drunk ass somewhere else.
Sam, good job.
All right, we are here back at the Wise Wolf Gold and Silver analyst.
That's the drunk guy.
Desk. Boys, girls, everyone. Let's start with you.
I gotta know, Pisco, why did you go on this thing? What was your experience like? This is a wild. I wonder what Pisco's debate. Who is Pisco debating?
What do you think, Kyla?
Well,
chat, this is almost like, an adult entertainment shoot where you show up with the intention after having been told that you're going to perform, one kind of sex act, and it turns out that they've got a whole nother idea for you of what you're going to perform, right? This feels like, I didn't agree to debate a Nazi. Anna, at least you could say she knew who she was getting. I don't know if Pisco knew who he was getting.
I think Anna said it all. I think whatever opinion you have on the topic, that was an absolute bloodbath. Huge respect to Pearl for coming out, but if you're going to hold this position, you should be able to support it. And if you think that Pearl won that debate, you're probably retarded.
Oh my God, that's the word you use for anybody that's bad or dumb or incompetent or annoying, right? It's just we call them the R slur. That's what we do now.
That was a bloodbath. That was rough.
Well, when you kind of get into it and you watch it, this is Anna's world, and we've seen her on Pierce.
This is Anna's world. Wait, what's Anna's world?
Morgan
Debating is her world.
So Pearl stepping up into this.
Pearl's been doing a fucking shit ton of debates, and to be honest, Chad, unbiased, she has gotten better. That debate was probably better than the debate that she did against Ethan Klein. She had a lot more success in that. In fact, she had, it was kind of, a lot of the debate was a stalemate. And that is a sad thing to say for Anna Kasparian. 10-hour stream. What the fuck? What am I doing? It's not 10 hours yet.
Thank her for doing it.
I still owe you some bonus content.
I think Pearl had some wonderful moments there.
There were some moments, for sure.
I think she's been running a lot of defense, got in some nice shots, and she got bigger reactions from the crowd, I thought, than the other way around. What'd you think, Gavin?
Yeah, Gavin McInnes, not Gavin Newsom. Just so nobody gets confused, this is not the mayor of California. This is the founder of the Proud Boys. That is the third judge after the pedophile orbiter and the incredibly intoxicated man.
Well, I guess I'm retarded because I thought Pearl did great. I think that.
You think she won?
Well, you know what I noticed going on over there?
Ugh.
Anna doesn't have kids. Pearl has a kid. And Anna was doing this masculine thing where she was being really,
aggressive,
vociferous and attacking Pearl. And Pearl,
I don't like it when women do that masculine thing where they're like vociferous and opinionated.
Had this sort of calm.
Why are we infantilizing Pearl? She's got 2 million subscribers on YouTube. She's
when a
adult.
woman has a kid,
we are absolutely infantilizing Pearl. We're being like, no.
I'm saying women who have given birth, women who have given birth are better than women who haven't given birth.
Does Pearl have a child?
Sorry, you're more of a valid woman if you have a kid.
Yeah. I mean, there's
Wait,
a lot going on in here.
That's just rage bait. And you shouldn't take it. When Gavin McInnes tries to rage bait you, you owe him nothing in return.
I had a miscarriage, so am I less valid or more valid as a woman? As a
Well,
result
what
of
happened to you was obviously horrific.
Sure, but am I more valid or less valid as a woman?
Well, yeah,
It was probably because of the witchcraft of a lesbian feminist somewhere. Let's be real. What causes what causes miscarriages? Lesbian witches, of course.
That's valid.
Less valid? I still love you, okay?
That's
I
why.
still love you.
That's why you cried when you had a miscarriage because
didn't cry.
you. Of course you cried. I
You didn't
cried
cry
when
at
you
all.
told me.
You just were Terminator and moved
You're
on.
like, yeah, that's just another day of the job.
Another day.
I was like,
Just
oh,
fucking shitting out miscarriages. That's
Miscarriage
my
happened.
day.
You weren't
No.
sad.
It's obviously horrific when a woman can't have a baby.
very mixed
But
feelings.
when a woman, like Pearl has this sort of like calmness around her where she goes,
I don't know if I'd
oh,
call
really? We're
that
doing this?
calm.
Okay. All right. That's
I mean, he is. Look. Anna is unlikable in a way that Pearl is incapable, because Pearl is too much of a fucking doormat to be unlikable in the way that Anna is. But still, no, it's not. She did.
Anna
there
is
stun
aping
locked.
male characteristics. She's getting super aggressive and attacking like a weird little pit bull that's mimicking male behavior.
But it's also kind of ridiculous to say that we live in a culture where women don't get treated better than men. Let's be honest.
I mean, this is the baseline opinion here, right? Understand where we're at, right? There's nobody on here. This is a debate about feminism. There's nobody on here who's actually defending feminism. Everybody agrees that feminism is bad and wrong. It's just like to the extent to which we are going to embrace misogyny. And Anna has a limit for her misogyny, right? Her self-hate, it's got a limit. It doesn't exceed that. Pearl's is pretty much unlimited.
Honest here. I mean, I have this theory. Men make the rules of business, women make the rules of society, okay? And that's why there's things that women can ask men anything they want in dating, right? How much money?
Yeah, how big is your dick? I ask that all the time.
Make? What kind of car do you drive? How tall are you? There are things you are absolutely not allowed to ask women.
Sure.
What's your weight? How old are you? What's your body count? Which are all things guys want. So this notion that it's like even Steven is absolutely.
I feel like there's not a lot of people getting into relationships without knowing a hell of a lot about each other, right? If you're just gonna date, then no, it's probably, none. So some of those questions are probably none of their business. But if you're in a relationship, you believe me, you will know entirely too much about your partner.
Ridiculous.
I don't think
the
anyone
notion that the courts treat men and women equally is also ridiculous, dude.
I don't think-
How many times have we seen like a man and a woman commit a crime and the guy gets 30 years and the chick gets like 2 weeks in prison?
Yeah, Bonnie and Clyde, famously, right? Bonnie served, I believe, like 2 hours in prison. It was a prison with a pillow where they'd put a mint on your pillow every night, and Clyde, I think, was kept in the hole for the rest of his life. That's how Bonnie and Clyde ended.
It happens all.
Dude, Lorena Bobbitt
Yeah, but the issue
cut
is
off.
Anna and I wouldn't disagree.
Lorena Bobbitt, it cut off a dude. What? Excuse me? What the fuck kind of trauma are you reliving, you fucking boomer?
With any of that, right? Like I think Anna and myself would both agree that's wrong when that happens. Women get infantilized as a result of sexism all the time, which is what you guys are trying to do to Pearl right now. The reality is that if you watch that,
I'm putting her on a
that was
pedestal.
painful. Everyone knows that was painful, and the reality is it sucks for Pearl. It's tough coming out here and trying to be a
Well,
debater.
she's taking on, let's face it, one of the Michael Jordans of debating. This
Sure.
is Anna's world.
I totally
then don't
disagree.
take the debate and don't profit off of this worldview
Well, I mean,
if you
Anna's
can't
known
even
for
begin
debating.
to defend
Anna
it.
was a rabbit.
If you think that Anna Kasparian is fucking Michael Jordan, then I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you at all. Oh my God, chat. How long do we want to stay with this? I got to get you your bonus. What is your bonus content going to be? It looks like it is 32 Peter Thiel, 30 Andrew Callahan. So yeah, it looks like Andrew Callahan it is, chat. Is there any more to this that we need to get? The commentary from... Wait, what are they doing now?
Marry for money a lot.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going back to this.
Let me ask you something, Pearl.
Men.
Would you...
What strange manner of pick-me is this? I don't understand.
Best thing in my life. Would you marry a guy who is broke?
That's very...
That's how I prove, like, my dedication to the patriarchy by marrying a broke guy.
Career and in debt.
Because all the rest of us, Anna, I think is saying are gold diggers. Right? That's what is that what she's saying? I'm not like those other bitches. I'm clearly not a gold digger. I am a refuse digger. I am a dumpster diver. I have dived into the dumpster to find my one true love and pulled him, reclaimed him from the trash.
That's very nice, Anna.
Would you?
So I'm going back
Answer
to
the question.
topic.
Would you marry a broke guy in debt?
All right, so we're going
Would
back.
you marry a broke boy with no sparkling water? No sparkling water, not an alpha male, not a high value male. Would you marry a brokey?
Would you?
All right. This is the nagging. This is the nagging again. Okay, so
I'm pushing you to answer a question because you are judging women.
See, the thing is, men don't like women nagging a man, but what Pearl hasn't figured out is that these guys don't consider her. She may be one of the boys, but she's not quite one of the boys, and she never will be one of the boys because that's not how being one of the boys works. You don't actually get to be one of the boys, right? It doesn't really work that way. They're not going to confuse you with a guy and be like, oh, geez, I don't like Anna nagging Pearl, right? They don't like Anna nagging them. They don't like Anna nagging the host. They don't like Anna nagging a man. They don't give a fuck if Anna's going to, if Anna's going to catfight with Pearl, they probably enjoy the fuck out of it.
A blanket statement of who they would be willing to marry, who they wouldn't be willing to
stop.
marry. But you're not answering the question
God help
yourself.
us.
Would you be willing to marry a broke
husband
guy
have
in
to-
debt?
Does your husband have to listen to
wouldn't,
this?
would you?
Does he have to listen to this?
Oh, he loves it.
Okay, that's more than I ever needed to know about Anna Kasparian and her husband and their married life. No, so that's more information than I ever needed to know.
All right,
Can't get enough of it.
I never asked for this.
Can I go back
Do you
to the
not want to answer
question?
that? Why do you not want to answer that?
Yeah, why not?
Just say, no, I don't want to broke.
Love is love. Now, back to the question. Men, 88% of the food. The power grid, 93% men. Transportation.
Wait, they make 80-something% of the food?
95% men.
Men are important in society.
Communications, 90% men. Material production, 78% men. Software, 80% men. Auto workers, 98% men. Carpenters, 98% men. Electricians, 98% men. If you remove the top male-dominated jobs from the economy, you would have no running cars, no housing, no electricity, no open machinery, no materials or fabrics, and no computers. There would be no buildings and no Amazon delivery.
I've never
What
once said
is
that
your
men
plan?
are not a very important
Feminists,
part of American
you
society.
This is so fucking cursed. I hate this.
You want men enslaved to women for nothing in return.
No, you're just making
That's
things
what you
up.
want. That's what you want. You want men on the hook for
Okay,
child
Pearl,
support.
what have I
You
said
want
that
men on the
gives
hook
you that
for
impression?
alimony.
Let her finish
What have I
her sentence.
said that gives you that impression?
You want men on the hook for child support. You want men on the hook for alimony.
You want men to not take responsibility for their own children.
You've been on the air for 20 years, and you have not advocated for men that are victims of paternity fraud. You want men to do all of the work, get no credit for nothing.
I do
and men aren't
political
going to do
news.
it anymore. They're going to walk away, Anna. They're not going to do it anymore. And feminists, as you said, have no plan for when that happens. And I wish
What do you want
luck.
their plan to be? You think it's a feminist responsibility to
happened?
plan for this made-up society where all men decide they no longer want to work?
You know what's funny?
They're gonna gulch chat. They're talking about like the patriarchal like Atlas Shrugged. Like oh my god. Zeus Shrugged. I don't know what this is gonna be. Right? All the men withdraw to Galt's Gulch, where they provide manly material goods for each other for free, and withdraw their labor from larger society, which is women, and women can only manage to have hospitals, schools, and shit like that, right? Like, I mean, like, I don't know how men are gonna, get by. Like, who's gonna do their laundry? Like, I don't know. Who's gonna clean their fucking skid marks? I don't know.
She actually advocated for left-wing policies the last 20 years, and then she got assaulted by a homeless person.
What does that have to do with the topic?
Because
at
it
hand?
was the result of what you voted for, Anna.
Yeah. First of all,
she's like, no, I am a pick-me. I completely agree with bro. There we go. They found an area of agreement, right? That Anna, that Anna voting for liberals is what caused there to be sexual assault, or which again Anna does associate with the it's not even just that chat. She's like, look, homeless individuals can be dangerous, right? She's associating what happened to her. She does believe this, right? Let's let her speak for herself, right? She's gonna.
And so, and want to know why? Because
you think
Anna,
I voted? Hold on. You think I voted for homeless people to go around sexually assaulting people?
Because Anna.
By the way, I got sexually assaulted by a guy. Was that
do you know
his
the other crazy
responsibility?
thing
Was
is?
that something that he did, or was that my fault too?
All right. So the other crazy thing is that Anna complains that women's opinions aren't taken seriously, while a whole event was catered around her opinion. The other thing that's crazy.
What are you talking?
Sorry, what is she talking? What is Pearl talking about?
Is Anna complains about women being oppressed, and yet she had less experience than her co-host at the Young Turks.
Hold on. Hold on. What were my complaints about women being oppressed? Can you be specific?
All right.
What did I say? Go ahead and quote me. Go ahead and quote me, because you make shit up.
Yeah.
And you just think like it's gonna stand. You've never had a strong woman challenge your bullshit assertions.
I almost feel like Anna believes that Pearl is somehow, through being the ultimate pick-me, no longer a woman. I feel like the way that Anna is like, going after Pearl now, like it's as if Anna believes Pearl's hype, that this like pick-me status that she has risen to, now she is no longer a subject to womanhood.
Because you make shit up.
Yeah.
And you just think like it's gonna stand. You've never had a strong woman challenge.
You've never had a strong woman challenge you.
Assertions. So go ahead and tell me what have I complained about?
Okay.
Give me the quote.
Like she's feeding into like Pearl, like I don't know, stereotyping her as a nag by by being like Pearl is like she's like I don't know what is Anna doing here, right? Like you've never had to deal with a strong woman before, have you? A strong woman's opinion. You can't take it, can you? Your ego, Pearl. She's buying Pearl's hype. Please, Anna, don't buy her hype. Pearl's not.
You said women's opinions are not taken seriously.
When did I say that?
In a YouTube video.
There's 2 women on this stage right now for the headline event.
Oh my God, are we gonna end?
When have I said women's opinions don't get taken seriously?
It's
you
kind
just
of
make
like
it
the
up.
roundabout. This is like eternal nagging.
What is your plan for when the
there she
80%
goes.
of women who work in the healthcare industry no longer want to do it? What's your plan?
I have a plan.
Yeah, what's your plan?
Let's give the jobs to the men. They'll do it better. Because we see
it's too bad that those jobs require a certain degree of education, but maybe you don't need medical professionals who have been through say an anatomy and physiology course, right? Maybe you don't need medical professionals who have studied medical sciences. I don't know. you're going to have, wow.
What's happening in the media? You know, women fly planes, they crash them. All women almost burned down California. You know, people are dying because they want to make women feel better. People, literally,
what I'm curious about is whether or not the Pick Me Act ever resorted into anything positive.
It tricked you into thinking that she was a man. Yeah, I think it did. I think it worked. You're the one person it works on, Anna. You're the one person it works on. Chat, I don't fucking care who won. I don't care what else they're going to say. We got to move on to the bonus topic. We got to move on somehow. What is the bonus? Oh my God, fucking Andrew Callahan, more cursed, right? I don't even know what's going on with this guy since, like, I don't know. Kind of like forced himself on some woman in a fucked up way. I guess he's made some attempt to apologize for it. A lot of people aren't super happy with what he said, though. He's relevant again because he's talking to Nick Shirley, and apparently this, oh my God, chat, this is a long ass video. Apparently this video is somewhat of an ambush and maybe a slightly successful one, right? You know, Nick Shirley does not seem to get that Andrew Callahan is being critical. He is not smart enough to grasp that Andrew Callahan is actually coming at him in a critical frame. So again, yes, I have done a ridiculously long stream. I gotta avoid this in the future. I gotta choose one topic, only do one topic ever again. Only pick one topic, or somehow limit the amount of content, because
she actually didn't share it. She reacted to the video.
I would rather be doing, I don't know, 5 nights or 6 nights a week at 4 to 6 hours than do 3 nights a week or I don't know. Could it get worse than that? 3 nights a week at 9 hours, right? I think it's more. I think it's better for you too, right? You'd rather have more streams, maybe slightly shorter. I'm sure for some people these streams go too long. Anyway, let's take a look at what we got in our Pandora's box here with the Nick Shirley interview from Channel 5. Andrew Callahan, former All Gas No Brakes, turned sex pest, maybe? I don't know. And yeah.
A few days later, literally, quite frankly, every account on X saw that video instantaneously. Health and Human Services, they froze all funding.
Wait, just flip the channel. We got you. Wait, what do you mean?
To childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for.
We all lost that debate. True, yeah.
Businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
As far as that main center that you visited, Quality Learning, aka Quality Learning Center.
Yeah.
Was there ever any kids there in the first place?
No. So that daycare center, it's been operating fraudulently. It's actually had over 90 violations over the past few years. And the day that I went there at 11 a.m. Their operating hours are from...
Granville says Nick Shirley. Yeah, no issue with Andrew Callahan, but yeah, if it's Nick Shirley, I don't know. Maybe some people have seen enough Nick Shirley. I hope that everybody has enough faith into me to know that this is not me agreeing with Nick Shirley and talking about all the important issues that he brought up that the federal government really needs to go through and make sure that Tim Walz isn't hiding any more Somali fraud, right? You do know that that's not me, right?
2 to 10 p.m. they're now saying, and that's actually not legal.
So you said you went there at 11 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
And their operating hours are between 2 and 10 p.m.?
Allegedly.
But if that is true, would it have made sense that you didn't see any kids there?
Yeah, it would have made sense if I didn't see children there.
Would it have made sense? It made a little bit of sense there? Yeah, that's not during the operating hours. Would you expect to see children there? Maybe not.
Way, whether I was there when kids were supposed to be there or not.
What? That's the whole point, dog. That is the whole point.
Why are all the windows boarded up? Or why are all the windows blacked out?
To keep pedos from looking at people's kids.
Why is there no phone number that leads to anywhere. These businesses are supposed to be operating to serve children. People should be able to check.
Because people are fucking signing up for this shit online, my dude.
And their child there, and their children into these daycares. It's literally impossible.
Did you see some of the footage released by CBS Minnesota affiliate station that showed kids entering and exiting the facility?
Yeah, the one on...
those were crisis actors, Andrew. Those were clearly crisis actors, not real kids. They were actually adults, very short adults that were hired to play the roles of Somali kids.
The ABC. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that one.
Oh, it's just fine to cover. Yeah. So you're there too. Good to know, Rach.
Received over $1 million. It's licensed for 40 children. CBS, I believe, they go in there the day after I had posted my video. Obviously, they're gonna have children there when they're getting all this heat.
I take my kids here, 2 o'clock to 10. Yeah, there's a lot of kids inside.
And same thing at that daycare. Why are all of the windows blacked out? This is a daycare.
Why can't I see the kids? I want to look at people's kids. Me and my friend David came here to look at people's kids. That's not creepy at all, is it, Nick? No, of course not.
Why can't a lady just give me a paper to enroll a child?
I can't believe there are no kids in a public school on Sunday. Yeah, what the fuck? It must be a scam school. It must be a scam.
This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children.
Well, I guess maybe. I'm just trying to think from all perspectives and help you clear up some misconceptions.
They locked the door so you can't come in and look at the kids. What the fuck? Why can't I come in and look at the kids?
Yeah. I mean, I figure like if you're going with a camera and like 3 or 4 dudes, some of whom are like larger.
Like somehow he just looks like, clueless, but the David guy legitimately, and I mean, look, like this is his crew. He's got like a couple of security guys with him. I mean, he's got a whole, this is a whole entourage that he shows up with, right? And so he's like, why are they not like being, communicative to me when I show up here with these guys in gaiters and shit?
Security looking guys. Some had face gaiters on. Maybe there's a fear that there's like something weird going on, or it just seems unfamiliar and they feel like they don't want to let you in.
Yeah, they might feel.
I wish that these guys had the negative status effects from ICE that ICE does.
That fear, but if they're operating legally, why would they have anything to fear? And the neighbors around it said they have not seen a child.
Wait, what?
For 8
If they're operating legally, then they shouldn't be worried about pedophiles? If they're operating legally, he means they shouldn't be worried about ICE. Yeah, that's right, because ICE famously never, hassles anyone except for undocumented people. Yeah, famously, you're, just say that you're a citizen, and they'll let you go. That's.
Years. If you go on Google Maps right now, you can actually see the images of the daycare progress over the past few years. And starting in 2021, the door is boarded up from the image from...
when they board doors up, they do this when when the glass is broken. Right? What, 2021? Is there... I don't know. I can think of a few possibilities, right? But either way, they could have just been changing the fucking glass on the door. I think they will also temporarily board doors up in that kind of situation.
Google Maps, so I think...
although I could be wrong about that one.
If you show that...
Maybe I don't know everything about boarding doors, chat, but...
It's actually pretty crazy to see. And then they move the building, and they cut open a door on the backside of the building as well, where they had the quality...
They altered the building? Really? Oh my god, I've never heard of a business doing... They moved the door where the door was supposed to be?
Leering Center. One man's been living there since 2017, hasn't seen a single child.
He's been looking really hard at all those daycare centers, right?
And
he makes his rounds every day. David goes around and he's got to check in and look at he wants to look at the children.
And I go and post my video on X. A lot of people were saying, "Well, Nick, you went during winter break." Well, actually, I went December 16th. School was still in session, so kids should.
Is that going to necessarily correspond? I mean, I know with like certain age groups it would, but wouldn't it not with a lot of, aren't a lot of kids in daycare not in even kindergarten yet?
Still be going to daycare. The following days after the video.
Blame Nick for the Minnesota tragedy. I mean, like it did give them the pretext to do what they're doing.
Video then goes viral and gets over 100 million views. They have a person come out and he says, no, we're open. I'm the manager. I'm the son of the owners. We're open. At that same time, simultaneously, the lady who's in charge, the commissioner of children of Minnesota, says the daycare closed a week ago.
Quality Learning Center, which Brown says permanently closed last week.
While we have questions.
Did you notice he got merch of the Quality Learning Center sign?
About
but they are making it Learning Center because like David's coming around to leer at their kids.
The methods that were used in the video, we do take the concerns that the video raises about fraud very seriously.
So I film my video, daycare is allegedly open. Then a few days later, the lady says that the daycare was closed while that guy is outside telling people that the daycare is open.
I mean, it seems like that learning center has had a serious history of violations.
Quality Learning Center, yes.
Yeah, going back to 2020.
Yeah, it's literally not a daycare.
But how could they have violations related to childcare if there was no kids there?
Yeah, the way they're operating inside of there, they had the violations. Those people are not able, they were operating fraudulently inside that daycare.
He's bringing up some of the points that Hassan made. I mean, I'm, there's every chance that Andrew just did his own research on it and came up with this himself. But yeah, this is kind of nice because it's like, you sort of wanted Hassan to have a crack at this guy. You sort of wanted, when you saw Hassan's video and the way that he debunked Nick Shirley's video, you wanted to see what would happen if Nick Shirley actually had to answer for this. And here it is, like the very obvious question. If there are, well, he'll go into it. Andrew will explain it again.
But fraud would mean there's no kids, but the violations relate to like poor safety conditions that put the kids in danger.
And so why would they?
So yeah, if there's safety conditions that put the kids in danger, what kids are we talking about? If there's no kids, they wouldn't be in danger. And the safety conditions wouldn't, the condition would be that the daycare doesn't have kids. The condition would not be that the daycare is putting the kids in danger.
Be operating, and why would Minnesota continue to be giving them millions of dollars if they're receiving all these violations?
That seems like a really valid question.
Yeah.
Why do you think Minnesota would be giving that?
The truth of the matter is that like every one of these daycare centers seems to get a decent amount of violations like nearly every time.
Daycare center with somebody.
Right. They, whatever standard they have for daycare, these, they have not violated even with all the, but some of them sound kind of mild, right? Some of these things are like leaving a dangerous object within reach of kids, right? They had scissors with it, like that the kids could get to or something like that, right? It's not best practices certainly, but it's the kind of thing that's going to happen at some point in a daycare, right? It's really hard to. Anyway, yeah, massive circular reasoning here.
Violations, so much money.
Well, that same man at Quality Learning Center who was saying that they were open after the commissioner was on a live stream saying they were closed a week ago was also partying with the mayor of Minneapolis.
Is the manager
partying? Are we sure this is the same guy?
Of the infamous Learning Center in Minneapolis, also one of the guys that was dancing in the back of Mayor Jacob Frey's election victory video, the one that went super viral where he thanks his constituents in Somali for re-electing him last.
Oh my gosh, that proves that he's corrupt, that he's thinking his
month
constituents in Somali.
So you feel like there's kind of like some nonprofit industrial complex type of deal happening?
For sure.
And the agenda is just for people to leech off the government and get free stuff?
81% of the Somalian population inside Minnesota is living off welfare. And 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somalian population.
So what do you
Wait, of feeding our future, come on. This is that case. This is the feeding our future case, right? The ringleader of the fraud was a white woman. 89% of the people participating with her were Somalis. Yes, but that is not. I don't know if he's trying to sell this as. I think he's trying to say 89% of the fraud that goes on in Minnesota is attributable to Somalis.
Think the solution to something like that is?
Go freeze the funding. Each business can then prove if they are legit. And
this is such a fucking Trumpian answer here. We cut all the funding, and then we put the burden of proof on the recipients of those funds, but make it impossible for them to, set up a situation in which case we'll never approve the, funding, right? I mean, this is just classic. Like, this is Doge. This is just Doge.
Cut the funding. And so far, no business has sent any information to the HHS showing that they're legit as of today. They've had 3 days to do it. They haven't been able to prove it. They haven't even tried to make the effort to show that they're a legit business.
First, it was closed. Then it...
Look, trust. If there's like an investigation to be had, the Trump administration will do it, right? If it's possible to indict any ham sandwiches here, ham sandwiches will be indicted.
It was open, and now we've confirmed it's closed again. That's all after the owners recently rejected allegations of stealing taxpayer money.
Do you trust America and the government specifically to handle our taxpayer funds correctly and properly if they have access to more of them?
No, I don't think any of us should. I mean, just last year alone, over $120 billion were misplaced.
So you have a general distrust in the government?
No, I don't have a distrust necessarily in the government, but do I think we should trust the government 100%? No. It's kind of like having faith. Like, do you want to have faith in that God's real? Yes. When we die, will we for certain know exactly where we're going? You kind of walk with faith in a way where you hope that the people that you elect are going to work for your best interest. Do you know for certainty that the best thing is happening inside the country?
No, but you have to trust the plan. You have to trust Trump.
Single time you pay taxes, it's going to go to the place that needs it? No. But on that case, do I feel certain that I know where I'm going to go when I die because of my faith? Yes. But does that mean that it's going to actually happen? Who knows until we pass the other side. So, and then another thing is, we as Americans, how should we feel comfortable knowing that there are daycares receiving millions of dollars while some families are paying upwards of $70,000 a year for their children to be going to daycare?
Do you ever hear about the Amy Bach case?
The white lady?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy Bach acknowledged the government has proven fraud among meal sites and vendors that she sponsored under Feeding Our Future, but that it was others, not her.
If you look at the probe that began in 2023, as far
comparing this to a religion, yeah, but what exactly is he like?
Is like COVID era, scamming and different types of fraud. There's been over like 60 convictions and millions seized from the fraudsters who took the money away.
Yeah.
But you feel like the state hasn't done enough.
Well, Tim Walz has said they've been stopping to fight fraud since 2019, 2026, and they're still having millions of dollars being stolen. Billions of dollars.
Breaking political news out of Minnesota.
Oh my God. Do you realize that people attempt fraud every year? Holy shit. It must be because of Tim Walz put a tampon in a bathroom somewhere.
Tim Walz, who of course was the Democratic nominee for vice president in 2024, has ended his re-election bid for governor. This comes as pressure has been growing around this widening welfare fraud scandal.
We've got conspiracy theorist right-wing YouTubers breaking into our daycares, demanding access to our children. So I've decided to step out of this race, and I'll let others worry about the election while I focus on the work that's in front of me for the next year.
I have quite literally saved America millions of dollars. That's why you saw it.
I have quite literally saved America. There we go, chat. There we go. I need that as a stream alert, right? Like every time somebody subs or gets a membership, it should say, I have quite literally saved America.
Mainstream media attacked me instantaneously after I exposed $100 million in fraud. Why would they not go investigate the fraud? Why would they investigate the person who investigated the fraud?
Where does that $100 million figure come from specifically?
Yeah, so you had all the daycares. With the daycares alone, you had millions of dollars in fraud. And then inside of the home healthcare businesses, they were warehouse-style and industrialized buildings where you had 14 of the same healthcare companies all working within the building, and they could not even give you a rate. We know how expensive healthcare is, and they're giving these companies millions of dollars. And the man David, who's in my video, he's the one who has the statistics and has the numbers on how much these...
The statistics came from him. Yeah, I mean, like, look, this guy's not doing much for himself, right? We've already heard that his mom drives him everywhere. It looks like he's relying on David for the statistics. Then we start to ask, like, where did David get the statistics?
Businesses were...
It's also really frustrates me, right, that people like Tim Walz will kind of dip out so early. Like, they get a little bit of heat and they're like, all right, I'm out. I'm no longer running for president or running for re-election for governor, right? And what that presents almost is that, like, an admission of guilt is what it looks like. And this is a time where the residents of Minnesota really need a governor with some credibility. And unfortunately, by taking the easy way out here, I think Tim Walz is just, oh my God, what the fuck is this Sora shit? Oh no, this is his account. This is his Sora account.
We're operating.
It is far
Even the
worse
taxidermy behind him is confused, true.
than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised.
But yeah, chat, he's not doing anything, right? You know, like he's not, like these scripts are kind of, you know, worthless. You're gonna see, you know, he's having like trouble pronouncing the words that he's trying to say. You know, he's and he's getting fed also by Elon Musk and JD Vance. Like a big part of the views that he got here, these are not views that, you know, that even were on his YouTube channel. A lot of this is just him being boosted.
Publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion.
How did you come into contact with David?
Waltz dipping makes him look guilty as fuck. I think so too, Natalie.
He just messaged me on Instagram and he said, Nick, I have the information about the fraud taking place here inside Minnesota. I've been looking into it for years. I have somebody from inside the Capitol who's given me the numbers of CCAP funding. I've been trying for years to expose this fraud. Nobody will listen to me. Please give me a call.
So he's presenting this like a whistleblower situation where there's somebody on the inside with information, but they can't get it out because of what? Reprisal? You know what I mean? It's too much heat. So it's only by what? Going through, you know, giving this to David, who gives it to Nick, that you can even get this information out?
Has he shown you that data?
Yeah, that's what's inside the video. When you see the video and the screenshots of the CCAP funding, that's all straight from the Capitol of Minnesota.
So who is David's source?
David's source, he has somebody inside the Capitol.
And you don't know
and
who
that's
it is?
public information as well.
Who is it?
It's public information, right? So it's not a whistleblower then. Okay.
Who is the person's name?
Yeah.
The lady.
Wait, is this the taxidermy shit? I'm guessing this is Nick's house. I'm guessing this is his Mormon family compound here.
His name. I did not work with her. However, the information that was provided, I can't tell you her name right now, but I could find it on X because. But she's also inside the government there inside Minnesota.
But you like fact checked all that and you looked it all up.
Yeah, David, all those numbers are straight from the Capitol.
So a couple days ago, Minnesota State Representative Lisa DeMuth said that her Republican caucus had been, quote, working with you ahead of your coverage. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I had no idea who she was.
Our caucus has been working to expose fraud for years, including working with Nick Shirley.
Minnesota House GOP leaders say they provided the YouTube.
So she's been trying to take credit for it, but he's like trying to downplay, I guess.
With information in the now viral video.
So you feel like she's just clout chasing?
Yeah, that's what I literally put in the reply in the tweet. Her campaign freaked out when I tweeted.
Wait, you called the Republican a clout chaser? I have no idea who this lady is, but you know, she's your inside source. She's your inside source, I think, right? What the fuck?
That's the lady who I was referring to earlier in this interview. Mm-hmm. So her staff was the people that David had received the information from because David reached out and she works inside the government. So she.
But he made a tweet that like threw shade on her.
She did a good job by
sources the Snuffleupagus
doing what she's supposed to do by serving the people and giving that information.
Yeah, it says that Harry Niska, a Republican representative who's a staffer for her, was the one who gave the intel to David.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right. But good on her for actually caring about fraud.
Are you gonna apologize to her for saying that she was clout chasing you?
For years.
And it's really affected the city on that big of a level to the point where people like David are feeling it.
Yeah, because what they knew is Minnesota is not Minnesota anymore.
As far as immigration goes?
Immigration goes, fraud. They just released a new thing where they're giving people 20-week leaves for work leaves, and they've also raised property taxes. Meanwhile, you have billions of dollars, quite frankly, literally billions of dollars over the past few years going to fraud. It's not a hyperbole, it's fact. Government has shown that upwards of $9 billion has gone to fraud. I would vote for anybody but Tim Walz inside that state of Minnesota.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad you cleared that up because, you know, it's like the same reason that people lost trust in traditional media is because they felt like there was no barrier between the establishment and, you know, corporate news pundits. And they felt like CNN was an arm of the Democratic Party and then Fox was an arm of the conservative wing. So the fear...
So yeah, you can see what he's doing. He's just showed how Nick Shirley is literally carrying water for the Republican Party in Minnesota.
now that I've thought about before, and I'm not saying this is happening, it will probably take like 5 to 10 years, is that somehow the political powers that be figure out how to use the independent creator economy like on a sleeper cell level to do their bidding.
Like right now, like this thing right here, like this thing with Nick Shirley. Yeah.
Yeah, that could happen.
Yeah, that could happen. That could, I mean, it is happening, but he doesn't realize that we're talking about him.
Like with influencer contracts and stuff like that.
Yeah, you saw.
Wait, so that's Chorus. I'm guessing. Wait, is that Chorus? What's up, everybody? This is wait. Social media influencers in the 2024 election. This is the DNC credentialing. I don't think this is Chorus necessarily.
How the DNC do that? All the people are.
So some of these people may be Chorus. Oh, that's Catherine Liu, chat. That's the I think that's the woman that, like, basically after the election, she completely like flipped and became a far right weirdo. She was on that show with Anna for a little while too.
That are out talking.
Wait, creator, sorry. Oh fuck. One of these things is gonna be Chorus, right? I think.
Creator economy, like on a sleeper cell level to do their bidding for them.
Yeah, that could happen.
Like with influence.
And that's you, buddy.
Contracts and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's been paid to do it. Instagram/Democratic Convention.
Saw the DNC do that. All the people that are out talking against me, a lot of them have cut checks from.
Wasn't Catherine Liu like a mega? She was either I think she was soliciting donations or something. Was what she was like a fundraiser.
The DNC
through like a paid influencer program.
Yeah.
All reporting directly from Wired. Is this the Wired article from Taylor? Sometimes it is actually clear that influencers are being used, for example, to evade spending limits. She says, I think that we need to remember that for our democracy to thrive, we do need transparency around who is paying for political messages. I'm not sure.
And it's public.
Would you ever agree to something like that?
No.
Yeah, social media influencers at the Democratic Convention.
Never.
Hell yeah.
Like, why? I don't need it. I make enough money doing my videos off YouTube, and the people that support me, like, why would I ever turn against their best interest?
And you mentioned that the mainstream media has kind of been attacking you since this video did its round.
I don't know, chat. What is he trying to throw shade there? Like, I don't think Andrew has shown that he's receiving any money. He may be. Lindy Lee. Sorry, I always misremember her name. Yeah. So a fundraiser, yeah, for the DNC. And those were some of those were Chorus creators, but you know, it was the cohort they were showing was some of the influencers. It was weird because they had a separate badge, I guess, for influencers versus journalists, and some of the journalists were like a little bit jealous of the influencers' access.
What are some of the things they've said? Like, what's their main point of attack?
Yeah, if you listen every single time they bring up Nick Shirley on these news sites or the internet or on their TV, they'll say right-wing YouTuber, MAGA YouTuber, conservative.
And he wants to be a political YouTuber, Nick Shirley, that is just trying to keep things honest in the state of Minnesota.
Journalist Nick
sent a super chat, but don't know if it registered. There it is. Wow. It did not register. What is happening with all these animals? Wait, are they stuffed or faked? Oh, these animals. Good question. I think they're taxidermy animals, right? Is that what these are? These are taxidermy. Suspicious taxidermy behind him. Wait, are we thinking that maybe some of these animals aren't completely dead?
Nick Shirley. It's right-wing journalist Nick Shirley.
Yeah.
MAGA influencer Nick Shirley.
Yeah.
I mean, he's lucky he's getting called journalist at all, because where I'm standing, this is not anything approaching journalism.
I interviewed Hunter Biden. They did a RV YouTuber was the one they would use for all like which actually sounds pretty cool. Like, I'd want to be that, but I'm not that. And then,
I mean, as all gas no breaks, he was
like a liberal podcaster, and that in the Atlantic said Gen Z influencer. So
yeah, it's just like they're so mad that we have the opportunity, people like me and you, to upload a video and to get more views than them.
They're jealous.
The
journalists, the prestige journalists are jealous, chat. That's what we've learned today. They're jealous of hey, look, it looks like somebody else is covering this video too. And it's Sean the Black. So I'm going to rate you over there. Thank you for the super chat, Omega Star. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Let me thank my Patreons really quick too, right? Everybody that supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since we're near the end of the stream, now let me shout you out. So shouts out go to User, to JMB, to Brian, to Emily French, to Big Al of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix, to Direful, to Sarah, to Izymandius, to Steven Sayers, to Animus, to Infallible Fowl, to Orals Ellipsis, to Nadia Yvette, to Choki, to Moe Noe, to Funky Monkey. Shouts out go to Temporal Insanity, Good for Gabby, Jules K, and Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek as well. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. My fancy weasels chat. With that, I got to remind you once more to hit that like button if you haven't already. I really do appreciate it when you do, and it helps me more than you could possibly realize, or maybe more than you do. I don't know. Maybe you realize now. It helps me a lot. I do appreciate it. So make sure to hit that. It helps me get out the video, even in VOD form, to more people, even at the end of the stream. I mean, it's probably better if you hit it closer to the beginning of the stream, but towards the end of the stream, I'll take it, and it definitely does help. Because there are people that see this video after it's live. So much love, everyone. Take care of yourselves and each other. I don't know if I'm going to be back. Like, I kind of streamed too long today, and sometimes that results in me not being able to get a stream going the next day. I'll try to because we've missed a lot in the last month, so I'm gonna try to be there. Yeah, until next time, take care of yourself and each other. Say hi to Sean for me. I will talk